Chapter 220. In a spacious alleyway, Sally looked at Wu Yin, who was emitting a terrifying aura. Cold sweat started dripping down his forehead. He didn't even care about Wu Yan's. Let me tell you, you're going to be disappointed. His back was already soaked in cold sweat. Sally resisted the urge to kneel down and tightly clenched his teeth. His heart was filled with shock. What's going on? Wasn't this person just an ordinary LV0 powerless? How can he have such a terrifying pressure? Who is he? What Sally didn't know was that if he met Wu Yin an hour ago, he wouldn't have lost his composure like this. Because at that time, Wu Yin wouldn't be able to emit such a level of pressure. At least, it wouldn't make a magician like Sally have the urge to kneel. If Sally came an hour earlier, he would have already made his move when he heard Wu Yin say, "Let me tell you, you are about to be disappointed." Because at that time, Wu Yin didn't have the true ancestor bloodline. True ancestor bloodline. With this bloodline, Wu Yin could be considered a true ancestor in name only. Although he became a true ancestor, Wu Yan's level didn't increase. Originally, the true ancestors referred to those special vampires. They had great potential and could grow to the peak of existence. However, this did not mean that they had such great strength from the beginning. At the end of the day, true primogeniture is like the top of the food chain. They are there to intimidate the vampires of the same race. They aren't a symbol of strength. True primogenitors can reach the pinnacle of power in the end, but Wu Yin hasn't reached that level yet. Compared to other true ancestors, Wu Yin was undoubtedly much weaker. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the weakest true ancestor. However, this didn't change the fact that Wu Yin was a true ancestor. No matter how weak he was still a true ancestor. Wu Yin also had the deterrence and pressure of a true ancestor. Therefore, it could only be said that Sally really didn't come at the right time. His wine-red eyes emitted an evil aura. Wu Yin looked at Sally, who was sweating profusely, and an ethereal voice rang in his ears. "Makoto, I'll make her happy. You don't have to worry about that. As for the other girls, I'm sorry, but I won't give up on them just because of your words. Originally, what you said sounded like you were being unreasonable. You said I'm unreasonable." Hearing Wu Yan's words, Sally's eyes turned red. For a moment, he actually broke free from Wu Yan's pressure and shouted, "You actually said that my idea of making Misaka happy is unreasonable." "That's right." Wu Yan didn't care about Sally's twisted expression and continued, "You think you can make Makoto happy by doing this, but you don't think from her point of view. Let me ask you, when I was with the other girls, did you see Makoto sad? Did you see Makoto unhappy?" Sally was speechless at Wu Yan. He unwillingly shouted at Wu Yan, "Then are you sure you can make her happy? You're the one who's fickle. How can Misaka be happy?" Hearing this, Wu Yan lightly shook his head. "That's right. I'm fickle because my heart has already been divided by many girls. But even if it's divided, this part of my heart is still theirs." "You're lying." Sally angrily glared at Wu Yan. "What about the fifth girl? What did she say? She's not your girlfriend, right? Why are you still entangled with her? Misaka clearly hates her so much. That's why you're making trouble for no reason." Sally's face was completely gloomy. He took a few deep breaths and stood up straight. His anger towards Wu Yan actually made him filter out Wu Yan's true ancestor pressure and recover. "I really can't accept you. You can't bring happiness to Misaka, miss." Wu Yan laughed. Although it was a laugh, there was a hint of coldness in it, making it hard to believe that he was really laughing. He looked at Sally and said softly, "Making trouble for no reason." As if the last straw that broke the camel's back, Sally finally exploded after Wu Yan's making trouble for no reason speech. Feeling something coming in his direction, Wu Yan gently tilted his body to the side and let go of the trash bin behind him that almost disgusted him to death. At the same time, the trash bin suddenly exploded and rubbish covered the ground. Wu Yan frowned and looked at Sally. At this time, he was holding a strange-looking dagger in his hand. It was completely black and reflected a layer of arc light. It looked like the tip of a spear, and it had a faint coldness to it. The spear of Torahuiska Gang Tikutori. No, it should be called a replica of the spear of Torohuiska Gang Tikutori. It had the ability to reflect the light of Venus and directly disintegrate the objects it shone on. Just now, it was Etsali who suddenly used the obsidian dagger of Torohuiska Gang Tikutori to attack Wu Yan. It was completely with the intention of killing Wu Yan. Finally can't help but make a move? Magician. Etsali, who originally wanted to kill Wu Yan on the spot, was shocked by Wu Yan's words. He stopped what he was doing and asked involuntarily, "You, how do you know?" Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh as he shrugged. Is he supposed to tell him that he saw it on the screen? Why, Etsali, who knows? Etsali's face turned cold. He raised the obsidian dagger to his chest and moved it gently, as if he was looking for an opportunity to attack. "You make me feel very surprised," Etsali said coldly. At the same time, his face was slowly filled with black fog, as if he was really turning black. "According to the information, you should be a powerless person who has nothing to do, a street thug. However, you're able to release such a terrifying aura and easily dodge the attack of the spear of Torohuiska Gang Tikutori. Even if it's just a replica, it's not something a powerless person can dodge." More importantly, Etsali's black face turned even colder. "With such a background, you somehow managed to get in touch with Academy City's number 3, Misaka Mikoto, out of the blue. But according to our investigation, you've never had any contact with Misaka Mikoto before this." Who are you? Who am I?" Wu Yan laughed and shook his head. "From what you're saying, it seems like you've already started investigating me. You're asking me who I am. How laughable." "Wu Yan." Etsali waved his obsidian dagger coldly. "Your existence has exceeded our organization's understanding of Academy City. To prevent unforeseen events from happening, I will kill you today." As soon as he finished speaking, several invisible arcs of light shot towards Wu Yan at an incredible speed. His wine-red eyes glinted with a cold light. It's as if he can see these invisible arcs coming at him. He didn't move from his spot. He just tilted his body slightly and dodged them. His movements were very carefree and casual. Etsali seemed to have been provoked by this. He waved his obsidian dagger, and countless arcs of light shot towards Wu Yan, sealing off all of Wu Yan's escape routes. Facing the barrage of bullets, Wu Yan stomped on the ground. Sparks of electricity appeared under his feet. Like a signal, a thick layer of iron sand rushed up from the ground and arrived in front of Wu Yan. Iron sand. Etsali's expression changed greatly, not because of how powerful the ability to manipulate iron sand was, but because he was too familiar with the ability to manipulate iron sand. Because this is Misaka Mikoto's ability. Chapter 221. The black iron sand that filled the sky seemed to have grown eyes as it danced in the air. The endless iron sand formed a wave-like barrier. As it surged, it completely blocked the attacks of the replica Torohuiska's spear of Tik-Atori in Etsali's hands. The formless arc hit the black wave, and at the same time the arc was blocked, the black iron sand also turned into dust and disappeared in the air. Wu Yan's eyes turned cold. As expected of the spear of Torohuiska, even if it was just a replica, it still had powerful lethality. No matter who it was, if they were hit by it, they would not be able to come out unscathed, even if it was him. If it was before, Wu Yan would have to be careful. That kind of absolute decomposition power is too big of a threat to him. But now, with the true ancestor bloodline, even if it's decomposed, he can recover in an instant. At most, he'll just have to enjoy the feeling of being cut into 1,000 pieces. Of course, only an idiot would enjoy the feeling of being cut into 1,000 pieces. Etsali stared blankly at the unscathed Wu Yan. He didn't care that his attack was ineffective. Instead, he asked, "Why did you use her ability?" Wu Yan stared at Etsali and sighed. "So, from the start, you didn't know anything. You even said that you want to give Mikoto happiness." This time, Etsali was silent. At the same time, there was a bit of jealousy in his eyes. That's right. He was jealous of Wu Yan. He was jealous that he could sit on a beauty. He was jealous that he could have the same ability as the person he admired. Logic told him that in this world, there can't be the same ability. The other person's ability is just similar. But his intuition told him that he really didn't know anything. He didn't know why the other person could hide his identity so well. Even their organization couldn't get any specific information about him. He didn't know why the other person had the same ability as Misaka Mikoto. And it was so strong. There were too many things that he didn't know. It made Sally fearful. It wasn't because he was afraid of Wu Yan's mysteriousness. It was because he was afraid of his own ignorance. He was afraid. He was afraid that he really didn't know anything. He was afraid that he didn't know anything about the person he liked. He was afraid that he was being unreasonable because of his ignorance. Because Wu Yan's behavior already told him that he really didn't know anything. You bastard. The fear of the unknown made Sally want to escape. He roared hysterically at Wu Yan and waved the replica of Tora Whiska's gun of Tikutori towards Wu Yan. However, just as Sally raised the replica of the spear of Tora Whiska above his shoulder, an orange beam shot out and shattered the replica into pieces before he could react. Sally took 2 steps back in shock. He looked at Wu Yan, who was pointing a finger at him, and said in disbelief, "Super. Railgun, you can't believe it?" Wu Yan said faintly. At the same time, he took out another coin from his pocket and held it in his hand. Lightning flashed. "Do you want to confirm it with your own eyes?" Sally felt a strange sense of danger lock onto his body. Even if he didn't want to believe it, he could only choose to believe it. His face slowly turned gray. Sally weakly kneeled on the ground. His eyes were lifeless. I really didn't know anything. The coldness in his wine-red eyes was slowly retracted by Wu Yan. Wu Yan sighed. At this moment, he felt that he was too evil. After all, this kind of confrontation was too much for Sally. No matter what, the other party did it for Mikoto's sake. Even if he felt a bit uncomfortable, he didn't have the right to stop someone from liking someone. He may be petty, but he wasn't that petty. Looking at Sally, who had completely lost his will to fight, Wu Yan looked at him with pity. This person who couldn't express his feelings, whether it was in the original work or now, he was a pitiful person. Thinking up to here, Wu Yan didn't plan on interfering anymore. He turned around and slowly walked out. When he passed by Sally, he suddenly raised his head and said to Wu Yan, Can you promise me to protect her forever?" Hearing this, Wu Yan stopped in his tracks. In his heart, he felt a bit helpless. In the original work, when Sally was defeated by Tumei, he turned his feelings into a request. He asked Tumei to protect Mikoto forever. Unfortunately, Tumei only saw Mikoto as a friend. Mikoto was too far away for a LVL-0 like him. Therefore, he didn't know if it was just a casual remark or if it was something serious, but Tumei agreed. And now it's still the same thing. But the target is him. Wu Yan turned around and looked at Sally. He sighed and said softly, "You should take back what you just said. Can't I agree?" Sally bitterly smiled. "You're right. What right do I have to make such a request?" Wu Yan shook his head and looked up at the sky. Looking at the incomparably blue sky, his voice softly echoed in this small, empty alley. "The bond between me and Mikoto was formed a long time ago. It's so deep that it's incomprehensible to others." Wu Yan touched his chest and closed his eyes. He quietly listened to his own heartbeat. Because he knows, from the day he summoned Mikoto, their heartbeat has been at the same frequency. When there is still a place for us in this world, we will be together forever. When the world can no longer tolerate our existence, we will live and die together. Gently opening his eyes, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes were filled with tenderness that could melt space. It was as if he could see through the barrier of space and see the beauty in the distance. Our lives are intertwined. Protecting and whatnot is no longer a word that can maintain our bond. That's right, there's no need for that. For two people whose lives are intertwined with each other, the word protect doesn't mean much anymore. As long as Wu Yan doesn't die, then Mikoto, Hinajuku, Ikaros, and Astria, who are intertwined with him, will never die. Wu Yan, who has the true ancestor's bloodline, is equivalent to having eternal life. Those who are intertwined with his life will accompany him forever, since a long time ago. None of them could leave each other because their lives were fused together. Is there a need to protect and whatnot? Etsali listened to Wu Yan's words in a daze. His consciousness sank into an abyss from which he can never escape. Because, in front of Wu Yan's words, he felt his own heart was so small. Perhaps this would be the best ending for him. Etsali smiled, as if a burden has been lifted from his shoulders. His eyes are no longer lifeless. The black mist on his face has disappeared, revealing the face he stole from Mikoto. His smile is as bright as the sun. As if he was relieved, in his heart, all his thoughts turned into a single sentence. I wish you both happiness. In a place Wu Yin and Etsali can't see, in the corner of an empty alley, Mikoto is leaning against a cold wall. Her back is cold, but her heart is warm. Beside her, there's a face that looks exactly like Etsali. To be precise, it's the real owner of this face, the real Haihara Mitsuki. He looked at Mikoto, who suddenly closed her eyes and touched her chest with a mesmerizing smile on her face. Mikoto's face blushed as she recalled Wu Yan's words. She clutched her chest tightly and said in a soft voice, "It's hard to tell if it's joy or dissatisfaction." "Idiot, you actually said something so embarrassing." Mikoto looked at Haihara Mitsuki, who was staring at her blankly. She blushed again and said in a dissatisfied tone, "What are you looking at? Let's go." Haihara Mitsuki paused and said in surprise, "Aren't we going to catch that imposter?" Mikoto walked away, leaving only her voice in Haihara Mitsuki's ears. "He will take care of everything." Chapter 222. Hearing Etsali say, "I wish you all happiness," in such a relaxed tone, Wu Yin smiled. This is another almost perfect ending, isn't it? Mama, looks like it's over, meow. Wu Yan's expression turned serious. He immediately turned his head towards the source of the voice. There, another familiar figure that he has only seen on screen slowly walked out from the shadows and stopped in front of Wu Yin. Seeing this figure, Wu Yin was stunned. He was a bit speechless. This is more and more like the original plot, except the main character is himself. He has short blonde hair like a leech. He's wearing a flowery shirt and shorts, light blue sunglasses on his face, and a golden chain around his neck. His arms look especially long, almost reaching his knees. He's also very tall. He looks like a hoodlum. Tsuchimikado Motoharu. Looking at the Kyushu accent in front of him and the cute sound of meow at the end of his sentence, he looks like a comedian. Wu Yin was also in disbelief. On the surface, he's Toho's neighbor and classmate, but he's also one of Toho's bad friends. Together with Toho and Blue Hair Earrings, they're called the Idiot Trio, and he's also a serious siscon Tsuchimikado Motoharu. In reality, he's a double agent for Academy City and the British Puritan Church of Necessary Evil. At the same time, he's also a multiple agent for many organizations. In order to obtain victory, he's willing to taste blood, lie to everyone, betray the whole world, and even go against human nature. But in reality, he's an existence that protects the balance of the world he lives in. So this is the guy. Looking at Tsuchimikado Motoharu, who still has a hoodlum smile on his face, Wu Yin suddenly felt like he's been deceived by the world. He really can't connect the complicated Tsuchimikado Motoharu in the original work with this guy in front of him. It's not that they don't look alike, but seeing him in real life, Wu Yin really can't help but want to beat him up. Other than the glasses guy, this is another person that Wu Yin really feels like he needs to beat up. Tsuchimikado Motoharu didn't know that he's already on Wu Yan's list of people that need to be beaten up. He smiled at Etsali, then looked at Wu Yin and said to Wu Yin in a tone that needs to be beaten up, "Yo, that little bro over there, meow. Can you let me deal with the person next to you, meow?" Wu Yin took a deep look at Tsuchimikado Motoharu and sighed and said so. "Even though I have nothing to lose by letting you deal with him, and it just so happens that I don't know how to deal with him. Now that you're here, you've solved my problem." Tsuchimikado Motoharu's smile widened when he heard Wu Yan's words. However, Wu Yan's next sentence froze Tsuchimikado Motoharu's smile. Glancing at Tsuchimikado Motoharu, Wu Yan shrugged. "But I have a change." "Why?" Tsukimike's Motoharu's smile had already disappeared. With his status, it was easy for him to investigate Itsali's background. Since the other party was able to defeat Itsali, then he must be very strong. He might even be level 5. So, if possible, Tsuchimikado Motoharu doesn't want to fight him. But taking Itsali away is necessary for him. So if Wu Yin doesn't want to hand him over, he can only run away. Just as Tsuchimikado Motoharu was about to run away when Wu Yin made his move, Wu Yin's next sentence made him stumble, like a tiger pouncing on its prey or a dog fighting for its food. He fell to the ground. Because you're really asking for a beating, Tsuchimikado Motoharu climbed up from the ground and covered his nose that hurt from the fall and said to Wu Yin in a weird tone, "Just because of this, Meow? Just because of this? How did I offend you, Meow? How did you not offend me?" Hearing this, Tsuchimikado Motoharu fell silent. After a while, he half knelt on the ground. His whole body turned white, and a gust of wind blew him away. Wu Yin looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu with satisfaction, and his heart echoed with evil laughter. Seems like Wu Yin is quite proud of himself for defeating Tsuchimikado Motoharu. After a while, Tsuchimikado Motoharu stood up shakily and weakly raised his arm and said in a daze, "Please let me deal with that person, Meow. Well, do as you wish," Wu Yin said with a smile. Hearing Wu Yin compromise so quickly with Tsuchimikado Motoharu's intelligence, how could he not know that the other party is playing with him? Does he know me? Tsuchimikado Motoharu looked suspiciously at Wu Yin. He really can't remember when he met such a person. But if he says he doesn't know him, the other party seems to know him so well, and the blow to him was so thorough, since he couldn't understand, Tsuchimikado Motoharu didn't think about it anymore. He walked in front of Itsali and said something to him. Itsali's face was gloomy and uncertain. Finally, he nodded as if he agreed to something. Seeing Itsali nod, Tsuchimikado Motoharu's pale face regained a bit of a smile, but that smile made Wu Yin want to give him another blow. "Little bro over there, thank you very much, Meow." Tsuchimikado Motoharu thanked Wu Yin with a grin. Then, he used a strange tone to tell Wu Yin that he didn't know what he was talking about. To be able to defeat this person over here, it seems that little brother's strength is not ordinary. Hearing this, Wu Yin immediately looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu warily. He didn't dare forget that this annoying person in front of him had the reputation of backstabbing. If he wasn't careful, he would be betrayed so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Wu Yin warned him, "You're asking for a beating. What the hell are you up to?" Tsuchimikado Motoharu's smile froze, and he forced a smile. "Meow, little brother, you're joking, Meow. What could I be planning?" Wu Yin curled his lips in disdain. "Who knows?" Tsuchimikado Motoharu didn't say anything. Under his sunglasses, his eyes were fixed on Wu Yin, and his heart was filled with a sense of seriousness and curiosity about Wu Yin. With his special identity, if he wanted to investigate a person's background, it would be very difficult for him not to know. However, the person in front of him had made his intelligence network completely useless. An ordinary identity, a sloppy life, and a hooligan with nothing to do. This was everything that Tsuchimikado Motoharu knew about Wu Yin. But now, the other party had completely shattered the understanding he had of him in his heart. Not to mention other things, just the fact that he was strong enough to defeat Itsali was enough to shatter his understanding of him. Wu Yin was actually helpless in his heart. He didn't expect to meet this Tsuchimikado Motoharu. And in a situation where his strength was exposed with the other party's identity, it was possible that his own strength could no longer be kept a secret. Just as this thought popped up in their minds, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of them for the third time, breaking the strange atmosphere at the scene. Seeing this person, Wu Yin and Tsuchimikado Motoharu's eyes narrowed. The difference was that Wu Yin's eyes had a trace of seriousness and helplessness, while Tsuchimikado Motoharu's eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something. The person who came was a girl. Her red hair was tied into 2 bundles at the back of her head. Her winter uniform was draped over her shoulders, and her upper body was completely exposed. There was only a light pink strip of cloth wrapped around her breasts like a bandage, squeezing out a deep ravine on her breasts. Her breasts were a very revealing miniskirt, as if as long as she bent down, she would be able to see the beautiful scenery inside. It was very sexy, and there was a belt around her waist that could only be used as an accessory. This kind of clothing looked like it was purposely designed to lure people to commit a crime. When he saw this figure, it was the same as when Tsuchimikado, Motoharu, and Itsali appeared. Wu Yin almost immediately recognized her identity. Yubiao Danshi. Chapter 223. Tsuchimikado, Motoharu. Tsuchimikado Danshi. Itsali. Other than Accelerator, all the surface operatives of Academy City's Black Ops organization, group, are here. Looking at these 3 surface operatives of the future Academy City's Black Ops group, Wu Yin felt a bit helpless. He didn't expect to meet so many awesome people after getting played around by that Yuri creature. Should I say, as expected of a main character's physique? A troublemaker's constitution. Yes, from the moment Tsuchimikado Danshi appeared, Wu Yin knew he was in trouble. Who is Tsuchimikado Danshi? She's the strongest spatial ability user in Academy City. Unlike Kuriko, she can move objects through space without touching them. The future Tsuchimikado Danshi aside, the current Tsuchimikado Danshi has a special identity due to her ability. A guide. She's responsible for bringing the chairman of Academy City, the person Alistair wants to meet, into the windowless building. Now that Tsuchimikado Danshi is here, it means you're Wu Yin? Tsuchimikado Danshi didn't look at Tsuchimikado Motoharu or at Sali. Instead, she looked at Wu Yin. She hasn't experienced the Remains incident yet, so she didn't show any signs of joining Academy City's Black Ops organization. Naturally, she doesn't care about the double agent and magician here. Looking at Tsuchimikado Danshi, who's as revealing as Ikaros and Astria in their light armor, for the first time Wu Yin thought girls shouldn't come knocking on his door. However, Wu Yin didn't have much resistance against meeting Alistair. He knew his battery barrier ability would only last for a short while. With Alistair's intellect, when the hovering loop had lost its effect, he had probably been secretly setting up a trap to lure him out. Perhaps everything that had happened today was his doing. That's why Wu Yin prepared himself for today's arrival. He just didn't think this day would come so soon. Glancing at the nonchalant Tsuchimikado Danshi, Wu Yin said softly, "Alistair wants to see me?" When he said that, all 3 of them were stunned. Hasuki immediately put away her nonchalant expression, and together with Tsuchimikado Motoharu, they looked at Wu Yin with a serious expression. "Era Meow, bro, you even know that person Meow? Looks like you're not simple Meow." The 3 Meows conveyed the shock in their hearts. They can feel how casual Wu Yin is when he mentioned the name that struck fear in their hearts. It was as if he didn't put the name Alistair in his eyes. Actually, Wu Yin is quite wary of Alistair. But Alistair doesn't have the qualifications to make him, a transmigrator, feel fearful of him. "Yes, the chairman wants to see you." Her respectful tone showed how unsettled she was. The fact that he could so casually mention the name she feared meant that the person in front of her wasn't someone she could afford to provoke. "That's fine too." Wu Yin took a few steps forward and stopped in front of Seiki. Looking at her slightly cowering eyes, he whispered, "Gratitude and grudges will be settled once and for all." His voice was as soft as a mosquito's, but when it reached the ears of the 3 people present, it was no less than a heavy bomb. "Hey bro, don't tell me you're planning to have a falling out with that person?" Even the word meow was ignored by Tsuchimikado Motoharu. This proved how shocked he was in his heart. When Wu Yin heard Tsuchimikado Motoharu's words, he sighed faintly. "If we were to have a falling out, we would have done so a long time ago." That one sentence scared the 3 of them. They didn't expect Wu Yin to have a falling out with that person. Wu Yin wasn't lying. Ever since he stole the first Misaka's sister and ruined Alistair's plan, they had a falling out. Tsuchimikado Danshi, Tsuchimikado Motoharu, and Itsali were shocked by Wu Yin's words, but they weren't stupid. Tsuchimikado Motoharu quickly stood up and said to Wu Yin, "I say, bro, if it's possible, it's better if you don't get into too much trouble with that person. You know, this is Academy City. If you get into too much trouble with that person, it won't do anyone any good." Wu Yin looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu with a faint smile. Do you think I'm afraid of Academy City? Wu Yin ignored Azali, Tsuchimikado Motoharu, and its Sali's reactions. He laughed and shook his head. If it wasn't for that person by Alistair's side, I wouldn't have had to play so many tricks with him. That person, existence, Tsuchimikado Danshi, Tsuchimikado Motoharu, and its Sali's hearts were in turmoil. The three of them trembled and were speechless. How could the three of them not understand the meaning behind Wu Yan's words? The chairman of Academy City seems to have some hidden trump card. They can feel that if they continue to listen, they will come into contact with the deepest secrets of Alistair's heart. What he didn't know is that his words have already caused the three people here to be unable to calm down for a long time. Maybe if he knew, Wu Yin would be secretly pleased with himself. Who knows? Tsuchimikado Motoharu took a few deep breaths and threw away all the complicated thoughts in his heart. His eyes under the sunglasses looked deeply at Wu Yin. Then, Tsuchimikado Motoharu took a few steps forward. Little bro, I don't know how deep your background is to be able to say that you're not afraid of Academy City, but I can feel that what you're saying isn't false. That's why I'm begging you. Please don't fall out with that existence. I'm counting on you. Hearing Tsuchimikado Motoharu's tone that lost its meow sound and sounded very solemn and sincere, Wu Yan's heart was slightly uncomfortable. He also knows why Tsuchimikado Motoharu would say such words and even use the word request. In his heart, perhaps he has already become an existence that is not inferior to Alistair. If he falls out with Alistair, then when the two of them fight, it will definitely implicate a lot of people. As the saying goes, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. When that happens, Tsuchimikado Motoharu's wish to protect the balance of his world will be completely shattered. Perhaps Tsuchimikado Motoharu thinks that he is on the same level as Alistair. With his own strength, he might not be able to stop the consequences of the two immortals fighting. That's why he said that. However, Wu Yin bitterly smiled in his heart. Tsuchimikado Motoharu thinks that his relationship with Alistair can be eased, but he doesn't know that from another point of view, the two of them can't be eased. If Alistair wants to carry out his plan, then the existence of his sisters is absolutely indispensable. Wu Yin, on the other hand, will not allow Alistair to use the sisters like he did before, using them as tools. This is a fundamental conflict of interest. How can it be eased? In other words, unless one of them gives up, Wu Yin and Alistair won't be able to get along peacefully. Tsuchimikado Motoharu's hope of easing the tension from his side is unrealistic. His wine-red eyes stared at Tsuchimikado Motoharu. Tsuchimikado Motoharu fearlessly looked back at Wu Yin. Wu Yin knows that if he doesn't give him an answer, then this unscrupulous backstabber, for the sake of peace in his heart, wouldn't hesitate to overestimate himself and stab him twice. Without a plan in mind, Wu Yin can only turn 1,000 words into a single sentence. I'll try my best. Chapter 224. Academy City, School District 7, below a windowless building. Located near the center of School District 7, the building is so strange and eye-catching, but next to this building there are no signs of life. It's like no one has visited this place for hundreds of years. Located in the center of School District 7, there's not a single person around the windowless building. It's like this place will forever be peaceful. But today, this place is destined to be chaotic. A male and female figure suddenly appeared in front of the building, adding a bit of liveliness to this place that's usually classified as an absolute paradise. The ones who appeared here are naturally Wu Yin, who came to meet Alistair, and Zhoubiao Danshi, who's in charge of leading the way. Looking up at this strange building, a stream of data flashed through his eyes. Wu Yan's face froze. He was speechless for a long time. Strange seal building, level 50. Speechless, this is the second time he's seen an item with a level. The first time was in the world of Butler Whirlwind's world, the wall in the Yaoma cave. The second time is this building in front of him. The wall is fine. After all, no matter how it's a wall, it's still a monster. It's understandable that it has a level. But what's with this building? Is it also a monster? And it's at level 50. Wu Yan's heart was filled with doubts. He suddenly had the urge to slash this building open to see what it's made of. No wonder Accelerator couldn't hurt it in the original work. Even if he was retarded at that time, he could still take care of other LV5 monsters. It seems like the reason Accelerator couldn't touch this building in the original work wasn't just because of Alistair's methods. It might be because this building itself is special. On the side, Zhu Biaodanshi quietly waited. She didn't dare to rush Wu Yin. The current Wu Yin is no less than a scourge to her. Of course, Wu Yin saw Zhu Biaodanshi's fear. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't want to be associated with that old fox, Alistair, but she put him on the same level as Alistair. Wu Yin looked at this so-called strange sealed building again. He really can't tell if it's alive like the wall, since he can't figure it out. Wu Yin didn't want to think anymore. He put a hand on Zhu Biaodanshi's shoulder. Her body unconsciously trembled. This made Wu Yin speechless to the extreme. This courage, just like in the original work, it's the opposite of Zhu Biaodanshi's great heart. What a small heart. When he really faced Alistair, Wu Yan's heart was filled with calmness. He didn't know if it was because he had seen this on the screen too many times, or if it was because Wu Yin was already prepared, or if it was because of the influence of the true ancestor's bloodline. After Zhu Biaodanshi brought Wu Yin in, she immediately ran away in a sorry state. To her, these two fierce tigers could bite at any time. They could kill her with a single roar. The sci-fi atmosphere around them couldn't attract Wu Yan's attention anymore. His wine-red eyes were locked on the figure floating in the culture tank. He didn't make a sound for a long time. Alistair didn't speak, so Wu Yin just looked at him quietly. Both of them fell into a strange silence, each having their own thoughts. Wu Yin didn't know what Alistair was thinking, but he felt that if he spoke first, he would be weaker. After an indeterminate amount of time, just as Wu Yin was starting to get impatient, Alistair finally opened his mouth. His mechanical voice spread gently from the surrounding space into Wu Yan's ears, causing Wu Yin, who didn't even blink, to be startled. Almost none of the people who came here were not surprised by my existence. Sir, you seem to be much calmer than I imagined. When he heard this, Wu Yin smiled faintly and glanced at Alistair's floating body with a faint disdain in his heart. Of course, he wouldn't tell Alistair that he had already seen his existence on the screen countless times. You must be joking, Chairman. I'm actually very surprised as well. Ian didn't know what Alistair was thinking, even though he didn't believe his own words. Getting Alistair to reveal his thoughts on his unchanging face was harder than ascending to the heavens. So that's how it is, Alistair said softly. I can't see much surprise on your face. Wu Yin smiled and looked at Alistair. In this aspect, I still need to learn a lot from you, Chairman. That would be an honor. Alistair said like he wanted to continue this conversation with Wu Yin, but a faint pressure came from the space, letting Wu Yin know that this is the real show. Sir, you have brought me a lot of trouble. When he heard Alistair's words, Wu Yin knew that Alistair already knew that he was the hunter, the one who stole the sisters. Wu Yin didn't want to ask how Alistair found out about him. Wherever he went, there would be traces left behind. It's not like he didn't go out all day, and his reputation has already spread through the entire Academy City School District 7 because of Mikoto and Shokoha Misaki's relationship. With too many flaws, it would be strange if Alistair didn't discover him. No, you're wrong. Wu Yin stared at Alistair with his wine-red eyes. An indescribable glint flashed through his eyes. The one who brings trouble to others will always be you, Alistair, not others. When he heard Wu Yan's words, Alistair's floating body stopped and returned to normal. Sir, you seem to know a lot of things. It's not that I know a lot, Wu Yin said lightly. It's just that if it's something related to you, you should at least know a little about it to avoid being kept in the dark. Sir, you must be joking. Originally, the birth of the military clones was Mikoto's own DNA. How could it have anything to do with concealing? Oh? Wu Yin sneered and said, if that's the case, then I think Mikoto won't be disturbed by unknown people anymore, right? Alistair fell silent. Then, the mechanical noise of an ancient well rang out once more. As long as Sir can fulfill my request. As long as your request isn't too excessive. Alistair went silent again, and after a long time, he said, I don't understand, sir. Why would you take such a strong stance for some scientific product? Wu Yan's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Alistair. The pressure of a true ancestor spread, from Wu Yan's body to the entire space. You will never understand. Alistair fixed his gaze on Wu Yan. Who knows if he felt the pressure from Wu Yan's body, but he stared at the pair of wine-red eyes expressionlessly. Until, Censor doesn't want to compromise, then I have no choice but to be rude. As soon as Alistair's voice fell, the originally calm space suddenly began to fluctuate with a bang. Like boiling water, thick ripples began to form. A terrifying aura came out of nowhere and locked onto Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan's body stiffened, and all his muscles tensed up on reflex. A wild alarm sounded in Wu Yan's mind, telling Wu Yan how bad his situation was right now. Wu Yan clenched his teeth. His wine-red eyes turned golden as he gathered all his strength to resist the terrifying aura coming from Alistair. He met Alistair's gaze head-on, without any fear. This scene continued for an unknown period of time. Perhaps it was a moment, or perhaps it was a lifetime. Finally, another wave of fluctuation came from a certain corner of this space. Chapter 225. Alistair and Wu Yan looked at each other quietly. Neither of them spoke, but the space around them was no longer as silent as usual. Instead, it was rippling violently like water. Relying on the full power of the true ancestor bloodline, Wu Yan's originally wine-red pupils had turned golden. There were only two possibilities for such a situation to occur. First, the blood-sucking impulse exclusive to the true ancestor bloodline had erupted. Unable to control one's desire to suck blood, one's pupils would turn golden. However, Wu Yan's blood-sucking impulse had long been purified by the white fruit of cleansing. Therefore, such a situation would never occur to him again. The second possibility for the pupils to turn golden was to activate the power of the true ancestor bloodline. Erupting with full power, the true ancestor bloodline was used to the extreme. At this moment, Wu Yan was in such a situation. However, even if Wu Yan activated the true ancestor bloodline to the extreme, he still couldn't completely cancel out that inexplicable eruption of aura that was locked onto him. Such a powerful aura was not something Alistair could achieve by himself. Therefore, it was obvious who the owner of this aura was. IWSI. That Alistair used his wife as a sacrifice to summon an angel that was different from the one recorded in the Bible. Suddenly, in a corner of the space where Wu Yan and Alistair were already fluctuating, the fluctuations began to condense purposefully. Like a black hole, it spiraled and absorbed, causing Wu Yan's mind to tremble. An extremely resplendent light shot out from the condensed black hole. With the momentum of a sharp arrow, it violently attacked Wu Yan, whose pupils had already shrunk to the size of needles. Danger. Extreme danger. If things went wrong, he would die once. Such a thought rose from Wu Yan's heart almost as soon as the light shot out. At the same time, the light had already arrived in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan's heart gradually calmed down as he faced the incoming light. He knew that he wouldn't be able to dodge this light attack. However, this did not mean that Wu Yan had given up resisting and was prepared to welcome his own death. With the true ancestor bloodline, Wu Yan could not die at all. Moreover, Wu Yan did not only have the true ancestor bloodline as his trump card. The destructive aura of light smashed into Wu Yan's body. It was certain that once the attack took effect, Wu Yan's chest would definitely open up a huge hole. However, when the light hit Wu Yan's body, a strange ripple suddenly spread out from Wu Yan's body. It was like a sound wave sticking close to Wu Yan's body and spreading out bit by bit. A light, ethereal sound, accompanied by static, was heard when the ripple spread out from Wu Yan's body. Alistair, who was in the culture tank, froze. He knew that the owner of the sound would not make a sound for no reason. The only possibility was that his attack was ineffective. The formless ripples collided with the beam of light. In the next second, both the ripples and the beam of light actually disappeared without a trace. Wu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Drinking the resplendent breath before coming had been the right choice. Alistair looked at the unscathed Wu Yan with an expressionless face. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that small bubbles were forming in the liquid around him. Following the disappearance of the light and the ripples, an ethereal noise that had just been heard reverberated in this space. How did you do that? I. Wu Yan's heart froze, but his mouth was full of mockery. Do you want me to explain to the person who wanted to kill me how I survived? The owner of the voice, I, spoke with a faint static sound. Indeed, I shouldn't have asked that question. However, I can roughly guess that you relied on external help to block my attack, right? I don't know. Perhaps I relied on my own strength? No, you don't have that strength, I said without holding back. Of course, Wu Yan didn't care. Perhaps he couldn't stand Wu Yan's indifference. I disappeared, but his voice rang in Wu Yan's ears. If I'm not wrong, there should be a time limit to your current state. Wu Yan's heart shook as he secretly admired I. As expected of the boss of Magic Seal, his observation skills and strength are truly terrifying. Wu Yan didn't try to hide it and nodded. That's right. I can probably only drink tea and chat with you guys before the time limit is up. In other words, there's still time to drink tea and chat with you guys. Seems like that is the case. At this moment, Alistair suddenly spoke. However, relying on external help is still relying on external help. I think, even if I can't restrain you in a short period of time, it should be easy to trap you without harming you as long as I trap you and wait for the time limit to arrive. Then, following Alistair's words, a familiar yet unfamiliar aura once again enveloped Wu Yan and locked him in place. After hearing Alistair's words, Wu Yan laughed in disdain. A crystal-like scroll appeared in Wu Yan's hand in the blink of an eye. Wu Yan sneered at Alistair and said coldly, "You can try. Maybe you can really make me stay." Alistair narrowed his eyes and went silent. He looked at the crystal scroll in Wu Yan's hand with an indescribable expression. Then he looked at Wu Yan as if he wanted to see something from his face. Alistair was disappointed. All he could see was Wu Yan's calm and confident face. "I didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeve." Playing with the return scroll in his hand, Wu Yan smiled. "Don't mock me for relying on external help. Didn't you use all the external help you can use as well?" Alistair didn't care about Wu Yan's sarcasm and suddenly said, "It seems like we can't make you stay." Wu Yan calmly listened to Alistair's words. However, Alistair's next sentence made Wu Yan unable to calm down. "However, I wonder if your little girlfriends have as many tricks up their sleeves?" Killing intent flashed in his golden eyes. Wu Yan forced himself to calm down. However, the more he forced himself to calm down, the angrier he became. Wu Yan's body, which was strengthened by his ascension to primogeniture, almost got burned to ashes. Alistair, on the other hand, acted as if he didn't see anything and continued. "Even if your excellency's little girlfriends have the same external power as your excellency, I can still issue a warrant for your arrest to the entire Academy City. Perhaps you don't have a lot of connections and can ignore the bounty of Academy City with your own strength. However, from what I know, Misaka Makoto is the exact opposite of you. She has a lot of connections." His pupils shrank. Originally, there was only a trace of killing intent in his eyes. However, due to Alistair's provocation, the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Alistair, on the other hand, felt like his words weren't clear enough, so he continued. "Misaka Makoto is someone who values her friendship a lot. If Academy City places a bounty on her, then the people she values will take action against her under the protection of Academy City." A thick blood-red aura began to climb up Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan lowered his head, so his expression couldn't be seen. "When that happens, Misaka Makoto will fight against her beloved Academy City together with you. She will fight against the people she values and kill each other." Chapter 226. Following Alistair's emotionless voice, Wu Yan finally couldn't suppress the anger and killing intent in his heart and exploded. A thick blood-red aura covered his body. Wu Yan fiercely raised his head. A pair of golden pupils stared at Alistair's body like a ferocious beast. With a flip of his hand, a light flashed and a transparent longbow shaped like a wing, completely black as ink, with starlight flickering within it, appeared in Wu Yan's hands. Wu Yan raised it up. Draw the bow. When Wu Yan made this move, the brilliance between heaven and earth, like bees that saw bees, turned into shaped starlight, suffused with a faint silver glow, and madly gathered towards Wu Yan's hands. The moment heaven and earth lost their color, Awa's aura that originally filled every corner of this space was suddenly torn apart like paper and was replaced by the terrifying aura emitted from the elegant longbow in Wu Yan's hands. Alistair's face that had remained unchanged for 10,000 years finally began to fluctuate slowly. Although the range was very small, it was simply inconceivable for this face that had never shown any clear emotions before. As for Iwas, there was still no trace of him at the scene. Only behind Alistair's culture tank, a faint figure flashed there. The aura around his body was extremely dense. Starlight as bright as the Milky Way gradually gathered on the transparent, elegant longbow. As more and more starlight was added, a glittering silver arrow appeared on the bow of Meteor Knight and in Wu Yan's hands. An extreme sense of danger rushed into Alistair's heart. Starlight swam around Meteor Knight and the silver arrow, rendering them like comets in the night sky, beautiful and powerful. The golden pupils under his bangs slowly raised, facing Alistair in the culture tank. Wu Yan said softly, "Try it, Alistair." Wu Yan's meaning was clear. He wanted Alistair to try what he said just now and put them on the wanted list. With Alistair's decisive personality, if Wu Yan said that just now, he wouldn't hesitate to put them on the wanted list, forcing the sentimental Makoto to commit the crime and then slowly eliminate Wu Yan and find the Misaka's sister. But at this moment, he hesitated. The reason was the arrow in Wu Yan's hand that was aimed at him, and the aura of death that came from his heart. The situation was completely reversed. The one who was threatening him became the one being threatened, and the person who was threatened became the target of the threat. Moreover, the threat was successful. Alistair's eyes flickered. How many years has it been since he felt death so close to him? To think that there would be a day when he would be threatened by someone. You better think it through. While Alistair was hesitating, Awaz used some unknown method to let his voice ring in Alistair's mind. Alistair's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, could it be that even you don't have the confidence to block that bow's attack? Awaz was silent for a moment, as if he was thinking, and then he said, I have the confidence to block that bow's attack, but I don't have the confidence to not get hurt. Alistair's heart shook, and he couldn't respond for a long time. Awaz seemed to know that under Alistair's calm exterior, his heart was shaken, so he said directly in his mind, that bow is extremely dangerous. It gives me the feeling that even the legendary Angel Slayer sword is on the same level. Plus, he has an inexplicable defense on his body. I have no way to stop him. If I get hit by his attack, getting hurt would only be a light injury. As for you, I can't protect you. This time, Alistair was completely silent. Seeing Alistair's silence, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with anger, and the arrow in his hand pulled back again, and the arrow in his hand was fully drawn. Feeling Wu Yan's actions, the death aura in his heart became thicker, and Alistair couldn't stay silent anymore. Don't force me. If someone who knew Alistair heard this, their jaw would hit the floor, but Wu Yan understood Alistair's meaning. He still hasn't given up on his plan, even if death is so close to him. In other words, if I really force him, he wouldn't mind dying together with me. Wu Yan gritted his teeth. He wanted to release the arrow several times, but he couldn't make up his mind to let go. He really didn't think that under the threat of death, Alistair still hasn't given up on his ambition. Is his plan that important? If possible, Wu Yan really doesn't want to come to this point, because if Academy City loses Alistair, then it will definitely welcome the army of the magic faction in an instant. To put it bluntly, the entire Academy City is supported by Alistair alone, and if Alistair dies, then it will be the end of Academy City. At that time, Mikoto, Kuriko, Wihuru, Ruko, and the others, even if Wu Yan can take them away from this world, but to watch Academy City's population of 3 million 80% of the students and children die because of his actions. Wu Yin really can't do anything. At this time, Wu Yin couldn't help but think of Tsuchimikado Motohira's words. If possible, it's better to not have a falling out with Alistair. But the sisters suddenly, Wu Yin had a flash of inspiration. Alistair only wants the AIM field that originally only existed in Academy City to be able to cover the whole world, not the sisters themselves. If he can make AIM spread to the whole world, then he and Alistair won't have a direct conflict of interest. As for how to make AIM's field spread to the whole world, he has the system item, so what's there to worry about? Field Amplifier, a special tool for virtual fields. It can expand an invisible field infinitely according to the multiplier requirement. 100,000 item points. After finding what he needed, Wu Yin took a deep breath and put down Meteor Shower. Following Wu Yan's action, the silver arrow turned into a sky full of stars and disappeared. Seeing Wu Yin suddenly put down that terrifying bow, Alistair's eyes flashed. He didn't expect Wu Yin to do this. Did he compromise? Alistair. Wu Yin looked at Alistair and said in a deep voice, "You want me to give up the sisters?" "That's impossible." Alistair didn't say anything after hearing that. With Wu Yan's resistance, he would be surprised if he suddenly agreed to give up the sisters. He knew that Wu Yin must have something else to say. Coldly looking at Alistair and the golden figure behind him, Wu Yin said indifferently, "Isn't your goal to spread the AIM field in Academy City to the whole world? I have a way." Wu Yin felt the aura around Alistair change when he said that, but his face didn't change at all. Wu Yin admired his calmness. Alistair stared at Wu Yin for a while. With a flip of his hand, Wu Yin put Meteor Shower back into his space ring. His golden eyes turned back to wine red as he stared at Alistair. Both sides fell into silence again. After a while, Alistair said, "If you can really do it." Hearing this, Wu Yin smiled. He knew that he won again. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Biao Danshi appeared again. She looked at Alistair with fear, then at Wu Yin with an even more fearful gaze. She cautiously and conscientiously led Wu Yin out. With Wu Yan's departure, the space fell into silence once more. That unchanging figure looked at the field amplification device not far away, and he started mumbling to himself. An unknown pressure, a terrifying weapon, and a miraculous tool. What kind of existence are you? Chapter 227. Academy City School District 7. Under a windowless building, Wu Yin breathed a sigh of relief when Jiubiao Danshi brought him out of Alistair's room. Alistair's room was magical, but also depressing. Alistair was probably the only one who could stay in there for a long time without suffocating. Anyway, with Wu Yan's personality, he wouldn't stay in there for too long. "I'm really bored to death." Wu Yin sighed. Looking at the cowering Jiubiao Danshi, he sighed again. He's being hated by a girl. Wu Yin rolled his eyes and rubbed his chin. He suddenly reached out and caressed Jiubiao Danshi's face. Shocked, she subconsciously tried to dodge, but Wu Yan's hand that was caressing her face had already pinched her delicate chin, making it impossible for her to escape. Looking at Jiubiao Danshi's pretty face, Wu Yin chuckled and lifted her chin. His face slowly moved closer to hers. "You seem afraid of me," Wu Yin said softly. His face was only a finger's distance away from Jiubiao Danshi's face. He could even see the sweat on her nose. Jiubiao Danshi's eyes flickered. She met Wu Yan's wine-red eyes and turned her head away unnaturally. "No, no, no." Wu Yin moved closer, just a little bit more, and their lips would touch. "Then why don't you dare look at me?" His face is so close to hers that she started panicking. She wanted to dodge, but her chin is being gripped tightly by the other party. She wanted to run, but she's afraid that Wu Yin will get angry. For Jiubiao Danshi, Wu Yin was scarier than Alistair. At least Alistair wouldn't tease her like this. Seeing Wu Yan's face getting closer and closer, Jiubiao Danshi resigned herself to her fate and closed her eyes, waiting for her first kiss to come. Time passed little by little. Jiubiao Danshi was waiting. Seconds felt like days, and days felt like years. She waited for a long time, but her lips were not captured by him. She couldn't help but open her eyes to check the situation. She saw Wu Yan's wine-red eyes filled with laughter. "Why are you closing your eyes?" Wu Yan held back his laughter and asked Jiu Biao Danqi teasingly. He seemed to be asking the obvious. Jiu Biao Danqi froze and stuttered. What do I want to do?" When he heard Jiu Biao Danqi's stuttering words, Wu Yan's smile deepened and the corners of his mouth lifted. Jiu Biao Danqi didn't realize that Wu Yan was teasing her. She was a complete idiot. She awkwardly looked away, not daring to look at Wu Yan again. Seeing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but chuckle. He nodded in satisfaction, as if he's happy that he's the one who created this situation. He loosened his grip on Jiu Biao Danqi's chin. Jiu Biao Danqi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She teleported away without looking back. Recalling the overbearing yet cowardly Kaneki in the original work, as well as the little girly Kaneki that he teased just now, Wu Yan felt a sense of accomplishment. At this time, Wu Yan's phone rang. Before Wu Yan could answer the call, the phone picked up on its own. Alistair's voice could be heard from the other end of the line. "I forgot to tell you. Final production ran away last night." "What did you say?" Wu Yan was shocked. He wasn't shocked that Final Opus ran away. He was shocked by what happened after she ran away. As expected, Alistair quickly pointed out Wu Yan's worries. Final production was taken away by the person in charge of the Absolute Aptitude Evolution Project, Amai AO. Wu Yan's heart sank. He picked up the phone and asked in a low voice, "Where's Accelerator?" "Oh." Alistair seemed surprised when Wu Yan mentioned Accelerator. He was surprised that Wu Yan knew that Accelerator was related to this project. As for Alistair's expressionless face, who knows if he was surprised or not? Of course, Alistair wouldn't ask Wu Yan. It would be a waste of time anyway. He could only bury his doubts in his heart. Accelerator has already caught up with him. "I got it. Send the location to my phone," Wu Yan said bluntly. Alistair didn't care. He sent the location to Wu Yan's phone and hung up. Looking at the map that was just sent to him, he cursed his bad luck a few times. Then, he rushed towards the marked location as fast as he could. Since Accelerator is already there, it means that Accelerator has been affected by final production. It's about time for him to clear his name. This is why Wu Yan is in such a hurry. It's not that he doesn't want Accelerator to save the last item. It's because if Accelerator tries to save the last item, the same thing that happened in the original work will happen again. Final production was injected with the virus, and Accelerator used his own ability to detoxify the virus. Then, Amai AO ambushed him and turned him into a retarded version of Accelerator. But this time, there was no Misaka network to connect him to his sisters. Unless Wu Yan released all of his sisters, Accelerator would have to lie in bed for the rest of his life. Wu Yan wouldn't allow that to happen. On the other side, faster, faster, faster. Amai AO looked at Makoto, who was sitting next to him. She had her eyes closed and was panting. She looked like she was in pain. Final production was writing something on her laptop. Amai AO's face was covered in cold sweat. He shouted anxiously, hang in there until the virus is activated." Amai AO seemed very anxious, as he did not know that the words he just uttered were enough to make some people chop him into pieces. But soon, his anxiety turned into fear. The man had short white hair, a pair of vermilion eyes, and the prisoner's clothes had been changed into normal clothes. He had an evil smile on his face as he slowly walked towards Amai AO. "Accelerator." Amai AO was shocked. He hurriedly started the engine of the car. When Accelerator thought that he was going to escape, he did not expect that the other party would directly crash into him. Accelerator laughed, as if he was mocking something. He stood there motionless. Soon, Amai AIO's car crashed into Accelerator's thin body. After a strange sound, the expected collision did not happen. Accelerator was still standing on the same spot. Instead, it was Amai AIO's car that was twisted into a ball, as if it had crashed into an iron wall. Accelerator smiled disdainfully as he looked at Io Aoi in the car. "How should I deal with you then?" Hearing this, Amai AO's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly got out of the car. However, Accelerator stepped on the front of the car lightly, and his movement was stopped. Accelerator couldn't be bothered to look at Amai, yet Ao, anymore. He turned to look at Last Work, and when he saw that she was safe and sound, he let out a sigh of relief. However, when he saw her gasping for breath, he frowned again. Accelerator picked up his phone and said something to someone. However, as time passed, a trace of worry flashed across Accelerator's usually cold and indifferent face suddenly. As if she was having a seizure, the computer trembled violently. Then, a string of incomprehensible gibberish came out of her mouth. On the computer screen of my AAO's computer, a large number of red boxes started flashing. Accelerator clenched his teeth and placed a hand on Last Work's forehead. Then he closed his eyes, and a gun was pointed at Accelerator's forehead from the other side of the car. Chapter 228. The sound of a bullet being loaded echoed clearly in the quiet room. It also startled Accelerator, who was concentrating on getting rid of the virus in the last product's body. Accelerator's pupils shrank when he saw Amai AO struggling to get up from the ground. He was holding a gun in his hand, but his hand was trembling uncontrollably. He looked like he was in a sorry state. Don't, stop me. Amai AO managed to squeeze out a few words, but his trembling body and the gun in his hand betrayed him. Accelerator looked at the gun that was aimed at him. Normally, it was no different from scrap metal to him. He could even reflect missiles, let alone a gun. However, at this moment, this piece of scrap metal that he usually disdained was even more terrifying than those missiles. Accelerator, who was helping the last product to get rid of the virus, had already transferred all his computing power to this precise task. He had no extra computing power to do anything else. In other words, Accelerator had no way of reflecting the gun's attack. Accelerator glanced at the display screen on the side of the computer. He gritted his teeth and didn't take his hand off the Last Work's head, because in the last 10 seconds, the Last Work's virus could be completely eliminated. If he stopped at this time, his final work would really be beyond saving. Gazing at the muzzle of the pistol without blinking his eyes, Accelerator exclaimed inside, "Hurry up, hurry up. After a short while, I will be able to take my hand back from the Last Work. At the same time, I will have no computing ability left. As long as I have my computing ability back, that pistol will become a piece of scrap metal." Unfortunately, there was not enough time. In the last few seconds, Amai AO had already pulled the trigger. At this moment, a figure appeared. When Wu Yin arrived, Amai AO had aimed his gun at Accelerator. Wu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that even God did not want anything to happen to Accelerator. With a slight movement of his finger, a layer of iron sand suddenly burst out from the ground where Amai AIO was standing. It coiled around Amai AIO's wrist, and with a gentle twist, Amai AIO's hand, which was holding the spear, was neatly cut off. Amai AO screamed in pain as he held his severed hand. However, before he could scream, a wave of iron sand came out of the ground and shredded him into pieces in the blink of an eye. All that was left was a pool of blood that fell from the sky. Wu Yin stood behind the pool of blood, looking as if he was bathed in it. He smiled evilly. Accelerator was stunned when he saw this. He stared blankly at Wu Yin, who was standing in the middle of the rain of blood, without a single drop of blood on his body. Accelerator was not someone who had never seen blood before. In fact, he was a person who was often accompanied by blood. Naturally, he would not be shocked by Wu Yan's cruel method of killing. What shocked him was that he did not know why, but he felt that Wu Yan was a perfect match for the blood. It was as if he was supposed to be bathed in blood. It was a little different from before. It felt as if the other party had become an existence of a higher level. Wu Yan did not know what was going on in Accelerator's mind. If he did, he would not have thought much of it. A true ancestor was the highest level of vampire. What was so strange about it being compatible with blood? Wu Yan ignored the pool of blood and walked towards Accelerator. This action woke Accelerator up from his stupor. Accelerator was confused when he saw Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. They were the same color as his, but that quickly disappeared. Why did Wu Yin become like this? It has nothing to do with him. That's not what he cared about. Why did you save me? Accelerator narrowed his eyes and asked Wu Yin. He didn't understand why Wu Yin came to save him when they were enemies not long ago. Wu Yin took a long look at Accelerator. He couldn't help but sigh when he saw how unscathed Accelerator is. Not long ago, Accelerator was almost cut in half by Astria's sword, but now he's jumping around as if nothing happened to him. That kind of injury is not something that can be healed in a few days. It might take months to recover, but Accelerator is completely fine. In Wu Yan's memories, the only one who can do this is Soul Hunter of the Underworld. Unbelievable. Wu Yin smiled when he saw Accelerator staring at him. He didn't seem to care at all. Why can't I save you? Accelerator was taken aback. He frowned and looked at Wu Yin with cold eyes. Don't bullshit me. You should know what I mean. Wu Yin shook his head with a bitter smile. He knew Accelerator wouldn't be patient enough to listen to him ramble on. Then why did you save Last Work? Accelerator fell silent. He glanced at Last Work, who was calmed down. After a while, he clicked his tongue and left. Wu Yin hurriedly called out to him. Hey, Accelerator, where are you going? It's none of your business. Accelerator didn't hold back in his insults, but Wu Yin didn't mind. You're going to leave just like that? What about this little girl? Accelerator stopped, and he turned around to look at Wu Yin with a confused expression. What do you mean? Isn't she your target? Wu Yin nodded in realization. Accelerator thought he was going to take away the final product, just like he did with his sisters. Wu Yin shook his head with a smile. No, this little girl isn't my goal. Then why are you here? Don't tell me you're here to save me. Accelerator tilted his head in a mocking manner, as if he's amused by his own words. But, to his surprise, Wu Yin nodded. That's right. I'm here to save you. Hey, are you kidding? Accelerator didn't believe Wu Yan's words. His eyes gradually turned hostile. He thinks Wu Yin is toying with him. Wu Yin shook his head helplessly. He patted Last Work's head and said to Accelerator, I'll leave this little girl to you from now on. Huh? Accelerator really wanted to laugh, and he did laugh out loud. Looks like you're really here to make fun of me. Wu Yin ignored Accelerator. He patted Last Work's head again and turned around to leave. Accelerator's laughter stopped abruptly. He looked at Wu Yin, who walked away without hesitation. He was furious and kicked my Axio's twisted car. As Accelerator moved, the hood of the car detached from the body of the car, as if it was controlled by a giant hand. Then, it flew towards Wu Yin with lightning speed. Wu Yin didn't even turn his head. As if he didn't notice the car coming towards him, he kept walking. When the car was about to hit him, he tilted his body slightly to the side to avoid the car. He then continued walking while waving his hand casually. Since I've decided to save someone, I won't hurt anyone anymore. After he finished speaking, his figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Accelerator stared at Wu Yan's back in a daze. He didn't come back to his senses until Wu Yin disappeared. Wu Yan's words echoed in his ears. He didn't know what to feel. Accelerator glanced at the final product with a complicated expression. In the end, he sighed and hugged the final product. Damn you, little brat. You only know how to cause trouble. Chapter 229. Academy City School District 7, Tokawadai Dormitory. Early in the morning, the sun slowly shines down from the sky, passing through layers of clouds and shrouding the ground that was just covered by the night, bringing a touch of warmth to the cold ground. In the dormitory of Tokawadai, all the young ladies got up from their beds one after another and started their day after day, year after year of middle school life. Even though it was a holiday today, they still couldn't hide in their warm beds. Who knows if it was a special rule of Tokawadai, or if it was a habit of theirs. Usually at this time, the Missy from Tokawadai would have finished washing up and headed to the commercial street in the center of the school district. But today, there was no sign of the young ladies who were preparing to go out on the streets at the entrance of the Tokawadai dormitory. They were all hiding in the corners of the dormitory and looking at the entrance as though they had seen something unbelievable. None of them wanted to go forward, because there's a figure standing there that normally wouldn't appear at this time. Her long blonde hair was casually draped behind her head, and she carried a small white bag on her back. The sunlight shone on her hair, which was the same color as her hair, emitting a golden glow. She wore a pair of white gloves on her hands and a pair of white stockings on her feet. Her star-shaped eyes stared in one direction, as if she was waiting for something. She was wearing the uniform of Tokuwadai, which was the same as the other young ladies. However, when she wore it, she had a different kind of charm. This was because the owner of the uniform had a great heart that the other girls in Tokuwadai did not have. It's Shokuho Misaki herself. Shokuho Misaki is standing in front of Tokuwadai's dormitory door early in the morning, waiting. The Missy from Tokuwadai didn't choose to go out because they saw their queen at the door. Girls are all gossipy creatures. This sentence can't be applied to all girls, but it's applicable to most of them. Obviously, the Missy from Tokuwadai are one of those gossipy creatures. When they saw Shokuho Misaki standing in front of Tokuwadai's dormitory door, they're boiling because their queen is obviously waiting for someone. Could be her boyfriend. Her Majesty the Queen is going on a date with her boyfriend. Once this idea popped up, it instantly went out of control and spread like wildfire. Within a short 5 minutes, it had spread throughout the entire Tokuwadai dormitory and attracted everyone. Ever since Mikoto became the second, her influence in Tokuwadai became even greater. At this time, Shokuho Misaki's influence didn't decrease in the slightest. Many Tokuwadai's young ladies also deeply admired Shokuho Misaki from the bottom of their hearts. So, now that Shokuho Misaki has a boyfriend, the commotion in Tokuwadai will definitely not be any less than the last time she went out on a date. At this time, they didn't know that the person Shokuho Misaki was waiting for was the same person she went on a date with last time. At a certain moment, Shokuho Misaki's eyes suddenly lit up as she looked in a certain direction. A beautiful smile appeared on her face, making those Tokuwadai girls who were looking forward to her almost screamed. At the same time, they also noticed that in the direction Shokuho Misaki was looking at, there was a figure walking towards them. A figure that caused them so much pain that they wanted to chop him into pieces. It's that scum. One of the misses from Tokuwadai couldn't help but exclaim. Following her exclamation, the other misses from Tokuwadai were all stunned as they stared at Wu Yin, who was approaching Shokuho Misaki. What's going on? How can it be that scum? At this moment, all the Tokuwadai girls, without exception, were crazily roaring this sentence in their hearts. Ever since the last Midsummer Festival, Wu Yin publicly announced that their Misaka-sama is a member of his Crystal Palace. The title Scum has spread throughout the Tokuwadai along with Shiroi Kuriko's secret plot. None of them didn't want to chop Wu Yin into pieces because Mikoto is the trump card of their Tokuwadai, the third of the 7 LV5 Tokuwadai girls in Academy City. Every Tokuwadai girl has a deep yearning for Mikoto, just like how they yearn for Shokuho Misaki. But on that day, their hearts were broken. Their Misaka-sama was taken in by a powerless hooligan. Moreover, he was taken into Crystal Palace. From that day onwards, every single girl in Tokuwadai started hating Wu Yin. And after Mikoto defeated Kikin Taidaku and became the second Tokuwadai girl in Academy City, the hatred in their hearts couldn't be suppressed. Now, even another object of their yearning has fallen into his arms. At this moment, the anger in their hearts suddenly rose. It's not like they didn't know about Shokuho Misaki's date with Wu Yin. However, Wu Yin's declaration at the Crystal Palace during the Midsummer Festival made the Oni-I-san of Tokuwadai believe that their Koho-sama would never share a man with another woman. Thus, they didn't think of Wu Yin as a possible suspect. So, when Wu Yin appeared, the Tokuwadai girls, other than disbelief, their monstrous resentment also solidified and broke through the clouds. Wu Yin, who was about to greet Shokuho Misaki, suddenly shuddered. A chill crept up his spine, causing Wu Yan's body to tremble again and again. Ever since he became a true ancestor, under the influence of the noble true ancestor bloodline, even I couldn't give Wu Yin this kind of warning. But now, Wu Yin actually shuddered. For a moment, Wu Yin thought he was being watched by the god of this world, that is, Jehovah. Little did he know, the ones who are watching him are just a bunch of young ladies who don't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. Almost as soon as Wu Yin appeared, Shoko Homisaki's gaze fell on Wu Yan's pair of wine-red eyes that suddenly changed a few days ago. Then, she covered her mouth and laughed from the bottom of her heart. For some reason, Shoko Homisaki is very happy that Wu Yan has the same pair of eyes as her. She doesn't know why she's feeling this way, but she's not sure why. It's not polite to make a lady wait. Shoko Homisaki sweetly smiled at Wu Yan and said. Hearing this, Wu Yan suspiciously took out his phone. Looking at the 6:40 on the display, he asked Shoko Homisaki, "Isn't it not time yet? You didn't say 7 last time, but 6 last time?" Shoko Homisaki didn't deny it and smiled. "Well, time is not an excuse for making a lady wait. Can't you come a little earlier?" Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Looking at Shoko Homisaki's sweet smile, all the energy in his body dissipated. He had arrived 20 minutes earlier than her, since it's impossible to reason with a woman. Wu Yan raised both his hands like a hoodlum. "Fine, it's my fault, okay?" Shoko Homisaki nodded in satisfaction, took 2 steps forward, and hugged Wu Yan's hands. "Date, I'm looking forward to it." Feeling Jisama rubbing her ample bosoms against his arm, Wu Yan secretly cheered in his heart. However, he maintained a helpless smile on his face. "I really don't know why you're so eager to go on a date with me. Well, don't mind the details." With that, the two of them walked off into the distance. In the Tokawadai dormitory, the Oni-san who were hiding in the shadows watched as Wu Yan and Shoko Homisaki got further and further away. Dark aura enveloped them as they grinned eerily. Then, they formed a group and chased after the two who got further and further away. Among them, there was a Tokawadai girl with short brown hair and a petite figure with 2 pink ponytails. Chapter 230. On a certain commercial street in the 7th district of Academy City, Wu Yan and Shoko Homisaki are sticking close to each other like a real couple. While walking down the street, they are pointing at the shops and chatting happily. Be it the bachelors or the ones with girlfriends, all of them cast envious and jealous gazes at Wu Yan. The bachelors are envious because he has a girlfriend. The non-bachelors are envious because he has a beautiful girlfriend. As for the girls, they are looking at the two of them with envy. Along with the envious and jealous gazes, they are sending Wu Yan and Shoko Homisaki off into the distance. However, the expressions on their faces, regardless of whether they were envious or jealous, soon all turned into frozen faces of sweat. Just as Wu Yan and Shoko Homisaki's figures disappeared from their sight, a group of beautiful girls from Tokawadai rushed up from another direction. Logically speaking, with so many beautiful girls appearing in a group, it should attract a lot of admiring gazes. But at this moment, looking at those beautiful faces, they can't even squeeze out an appreciative gaze. It should be said that as long as a person saw a group of beautiful girls covered in black gas, holding whips, brooms, stools, kitchen knives, and even scissors in their hands, and pouncing on them like wolves and tigers in front of them, they would not be able to appreciate them at all. And at the front of this group of beasts, which is also the leader, is Mikoto and Kuriko, hiding at a distance where Wu Yan can't sense her electromagnetic field. Mikoto gritted her teeth as she looked at the two figures sticking close to each other. Blue and white electricity crackled on her forehead. Damn Yan, he actually went on a date with that girl and came to the Tokawadai dorm without informing me. Is blonde hair and huge breasts really that attractive to you? Seeing Mikoto's nagging, Kuriko quickly added insult to injury. Wani-sama, look, that scum really doesn't care about Wani-sama. He already has Wani-sama, but he still doesn't know how to be satisfied. He still goes and flirts with other girls. Wani-sama should just use your iron sand sword and give him a chop. Hearing this, the girls of Tokawadai quickly added insult to injury. That's right, Misaka-sama. That scum is not worthy of you being together with him. It's better to abandon him and follow me. Without a doubt, this was a Yuri girl who looked like a black and white creature. Misaka-sama, let's just chop him up, a Tokawadai girl who was holding a kitchen knife said. She seemed to be quite knowledgeable. No, we should throw him out on the street and parade him around. The girls of Tokawadai who have already occupied the street said. No, for scum like him, I think we should use a pair of scissors and chop him up. This is a Tokuwadai girl who is holding a pair of scissors. By the way, she's the girl who led Wu Yin to Shokuho Misaki and told her that Mikoto has a boyfriend. She's the one who indirectly caused the relationship between Wani-sama and Wu Yin. No, we should. Enough. Stop arguing. Mikoto, who is already a little annoyed, is now scared witless by this group of dangerous girls. She quickly stopped them from talking and saved a certain scum who is enjoying a date. Wani-sama, Kuriko shouted at Mikoto in exasperation. Looking at how Mikoto is protecting Wu Yin, Kuriko gritted her teeth. Wani-sama, at this time, you should decisively abandon that scum. Wani-sama. Mikoto bitterly smiled. If she wanted to cut off all ties with Wu Yin, she would have already made up her mind back in the Spalier world. How could she let Wu Yin take advantage of her? Misaka-sama, Shokuho-sama, and that scum are leaving again. One of the Tokuwadai girls who was assigned as a scout saw Wu Yin and Shokuho Misaki heading towards a certain direction and quickly informed Mikoto. Mikoto turned her head to look. That direction, it looks like an amusement park. Yes, Misaka-sama. That amusement park is a place where the girls in school who have boyfriends often go for dates. It should be Shokuho-sama's idea. That woman, Mikoto clenched her fist tightly. You keep biting on someone else's boyfriend. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll think that I, Misaka Mikoto, only know how to flirt. Her brown eyes turned, and an idea popped up in her mind. She called out to the Tokuwadai girls behind her and started whispering something to them. Then, she asked them to pass on a message. On the other side, Wu Yin and Shokuho Misaki have already entered the amusement park where the girls of Tokuwadai often go for dates. It's the first time he's been to a place like an amusement park. Even Wu Yin felt a sense of novelty, let alone Shokuho Misaki, who has never been to these things. Looking at the roller coaster not far away, Shokuho Misaki's eyes sparkled. She tugged at Wu Yin's sleeve and said with a hint of anticipation, "Hey, Wu Yin, let's go play that." Hearing Shokuho Misaki's words, Wu Yin teased her. "What's wrong? Our Queen-sama also likes this kind of childish stuff?" For the first time, Shokuho Misaki blushed and pretended to be elegant as she said, "Of course I'm not interested. It's just that I'm a little curious as to why the people up there are shouting so loudly. Oh, is that so?" Wu Yin looked at Shokuho Misaki with a half-smile and held her hand. Then, "I hope the polite Queen-sama will maintain her manners later." Of course. Of course. This, of course, was quickly broken by Queen-sama. As soon as they got on the roller coaster, Queen-sama's calm face started to show signs of nervousness. She's an exercise idiot to begin with. Looking at the twists and turns of the road, which is as high as a cliff and as low as the sea level, she started to regret it. "Hey, Wu Yin, why don't we go play something else?" Ju-sama couldn't help but turn her head around when the car was about to depart. She chuckled guiltily at Wu Yin. Era. Wu Yin covered his mouth with the back of his hand and smiled very elegantly. Shokuho Misaki's face turned red as she said angrily, "Don't copy me." As Shokuho Misaki's angry voice sounded, the roller coaster started to move upwards. Queen-sama was shocked and tried to stand up, but Wu Yin held her back. Wu Yin chuckled. "Queen-sama, the best part is yet to come. You? This was the voice of Her Highness Queen, who was shouting that screaming equals rude just now, screaming on the roller coaster. When the roller coaster finished, Wu Yin, who was holding Queen-sama, was now being held by Queen-sama like a pillar. Her limbs were strangely removed from the safety belt and railings and were wrapped around Wu Yan's body. Ju-sama's petite face turned a little pale. Her starry eyes were brimming with tears, giving her a pitiful look. Upon seeing this, not only did Wu Yin not console her, he even snickered, causing Ju-sama to glare at him. "Hurry up and get off." Queen-sama just wanted to leave this roller coaster that made her lose face. However, it seems like someone doesn't want her to leave. Mikoto, Kuriko, and a group of girls from Tokuwadai were standing on a fake mountain in the amusement park. They were looking at Wu Yin and Shokuho Misaki on the roller coaster with a strange smile on their faces. "You want to leave? It's not time yet." Mikoto raised her electric hand and pressed it on the ground. Suddenly, blue and white electricity spread out like a spider web and touched the roller coaster's controller. At the same time, the roller coaster that had stopped trembled. Shokuho Misaki and Wu Yin, who were about to get off the roller coaster, fell back onto their seats. What's going on? What's wrong with the roller coaster? Shokuho Misaki suddenly felt an alarm in her heart, telling her that something bad is about to happen. But before she could react, the roller coaster accelerated and went back to where it came from at 3 times its original speed. Chapter 231. In the amusement park, all the people who saw the roller coaster flying backward at a very fast speed were in a mess. The kind-hearted people began to look for the managers, but they didn't know why those managers all disappeared. So the kind-hearted people could only watch the fun. Thus, the bottom of the roller coaster is filled with people, while the top of the roller coaster is filled with Ju-sama screams, echoing throughout the entire amusement park. What's going on? On the roller coaster, Wu Yan's neck was tightly strangled by Ju-sama. Her screams almost broke his eardrums, making his head dizzy, coupled with the suffocating feeling caused by the lack of oxygen. Even though he's already a true ancestor, Wu Yan still felt like he's about to die. Only a part of his mind is left blank, wondering why the roller coaster suddenly malfunctioned. Unfortunately, his brain cells were all scared to death by the deafening screams around him. In the distance, Mikoto looked at Shokuho Misaki on the roller coaster. Her face is pale with fright. She smiled evilly, seemingly satisfied with what she's done. Kuriko, who was standing beside Mikoto, glanced at the unscathed Yuan Shao on the flying car with resentment. She glanced at Wu Yin and blamed her own sister for being biased. Why didn't she teach that scum a lesson? Gritting his teeth indignantly, Heizi rolled his eyes as if he had thought of something. He snickered a few times, then stealthily took 2 steps back and started whispering to the girls of Tokawadai behind him. As Heizi's words fell into the ears of the ladies of Tokawadai, their eyes lit up as they excitedly nodded their heads and smiled tacitly. Almost in the next second, Wu Yin, who was sitting on the roller coaster, suddenly felt his body lighten. Ju-sama's hand that was strangling his neck loosened. At the same time, a gust of wind blew his body out of the roller coaster. Wu Yin didn't even get the chance to curse before he started free-falling towards the ground at a height of about 10 meters. Ju-sama, who was still screaming, didn't realize that her biggest support at this moment is falling face first. She also didn't realize that her hands that were strangling Wu Yan's neck have turned into a pillar. As for the people who saw Wu Yin fall, they all screamed and scattered like birds and beasts. It's obvious that they don't plan to save Wu Yin. Yin? Mikoto, who was on top of the fake mountain, also exclaimed in surprise. Then she thought of something and glared at Kuriko and the other Tokawadai misses. As for the creators, they already put on a surprised expression and managed to get away with it. Looking at the ground that's getting closer and closer to him, Wu Yin let out a long sigh. He cursed his bad luck in his heart. How would he know that the reason why he's in this state is because of someone's dirty tricks? Wu Yan's eyes narrowed, and he turned his body. His body immediately did a 180-degree turn, and he slightly bent his body. The moment he landed, he stomped on the air. One hand and both feet landed on the ground together. His body slightly squatted down to dissipate the force. Wu Yin dragged 2 lines of several meters on the ground. Then he stood up as if nothing happened. How is this possible? Kuriko and the other Tokawadai girls all screamed. When Mikoto looked at them in confusion, they quickly pretended that nothing happened. But in their hearts, they were cursing. He's still not dead. Come to think of it, they really thought that Wu Yin is a powerless LV0. They came here with the intention of killing Wu Yin. When the roller coaster stopped again, Ju-sama still hasn't reacted. She's still sitting on her seat, hugging a small pillar that came from who knows where. She's screaming with her eyes closed. Wu Yan's face turned ugly. I say Ju-sama. Ju-sama. Girl. Seeing this scene, Mikoto's face turned red, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. The girls of Tokawadai have never seen their Shokuho-sama like this before, so naturally, They all tried their best to hold back their laughter. Where's the administrator? Where are all the caretakers? Shokuho Misaki stomped her feet in anger. Her pale face has recovered a lot of color, but you can still see the anger and embarrassment in her eyes. Shokuho Misaki felt that the reputation she's built up her entire life is gone. She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Wu Yin also tried his best to hold back his laughter and patted Jusama's shoulder. Well, Jusama, as a Tokuwadai girl, you can't be so rude. Shokuho Misaki's face turned red. She glared at Wu Yin in embarrassment, but she didn't ask for an administrator anymore. She humphed coldly and walked away. Let's go. Let's go to the next roller coaster. You still dare to play? Wu Yin was shocked. He quickly chased after her. On the fake mountain, Mikoto looked at Shokuho Misaki and Wu Yin walking away. She was a bit surprised. That woman, she's still not going to give up? So, she came here with the intention of ruining his date. Wani-sama, are we still going to follow them? That's what she said, but if you look closely, you'll notice that Kuriko's pink pupils are filled with an eagerness to give it a try. It's as if she won't rest until Wu Yin is dead. Of course, Mikoto said angrily. She raised her leg and followed after them. Seeing this, the ladies of Tokuwadai also rushed after them. In front of them, Wu Yin frowned and kept looking back. He scratched his face from time to time, as if he's confused. Shokuho Misaki couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "No, it's nothing." Wu Yin rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, "It's just that I feel like something's not right." Hearing this, Shokuho Misaki smiled. "You're not afraid of being caught by your little girlfriends, are you?" Wu Yin glanced at Shokuho Misaki and said lightly, "What do you think?" "Mistress." "Mistress?" Shokuho Misaki stopped and looked at Wu Yin with her starry eyes. "If I'm not mistaken, the position of mistress has been occupied for a long time, right?" Wu Yin choked and didn't know what to say. Shokuho Misaki turned her head away in dissatisfaction. Her blonde hair almost hit Wu Yin's face. "You're still thinking about other girls when you're on a date. You're so lame." Wu Yin felt helpless. If he's not mistaken, the one who brought up other girls first was Shokuho Misaki, of course. A girl's emotions are fickle, and Shokuho Misaki is a perfect example of this. She was just complaining about Wu Yin, and in the blink of an eye, she's hugging Wu Yin's arm again. Damn it, she's still so close. Mikoto gritted her teeth as she looked at Shokuho Misaki's arm hugging Wu Yin's arm. From her angle, she can clearly see Shokuho Misaki's ample bosom clamping onto Wu Yin's arm. This made her feel both dissatisfied and envious. To put it simply, she's envious and jealous. Looking at Wu Yin's smiling face, Mikoto's dissatisfaction grew. Unable to take it anymore, Mikoto stomped on the ground, and a small electric current flowed from the ground towards Wu Yin and Shokuho Misaki. Shokuho Misaki, who was hugging Wu Yin's arm, suddenly screamed and let go of her hand as if she was bitten by a bug. Wu Yin was stunned and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Shokuho Misaki touched the back of her hand. Her starry eyes were filled with confusion. I don't know. My hand suddenly went numb." "Your hand went numb?" Wu Yin looked at Shokuho Misaki's hand with a strange expression. He didn't know why, but when he heard the word numb, he felt enlightened, but he couldn't figure out what it was. It felt weird to the extreme. Shokuho Misaki frowned and looked at the back of her hand. Suddenly, she saw a figure in her line of sight. Chapter 232. When Shokuho Misaki saw the silhouette from the corner of her eyes, her face froze for a second before she understood what happened. As for the silhouette that Shokuho Misaki saw, it seemed to have realized that it might have been exposed. Panicking, it retracted its legs and hid in a corner, worried that it would be discovered just like that. Shokuho Misaki squinted her eyes. With her mind control ability, it only took her a moment to figure out what happened. Her heart was filled with rage. Recalling how embarrassing she was on a roller coaster, Shokuho Misaki was even more furious. She's always been the one messing with others. Since when was she the one being messed with? The more she thought about it, the angrier Shokuho Misaki got. Even her pretty face was tainted with black lines. It's obvious that she's feeling right now. Jusama, are you alright? Wu Yan's mouth twitched as he looked at Shokuho Misaki, who's in a strange state. His heartbeat quickened as he tried to recall if he's done anything to offend this lady. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Shokuho Misaki's still angry face turned towards Wu Yan. Seeing the fear on Wu Yan's face, she glanced at the corner where the silhouette disappeared. Suddenly, a small scheme appeared in her mind. Jusama instantly retracted her anger. She smiled sweetly at Wu Yan like a blooming flower. I'm fine, Yan. Looking at Jusama's sweet smile, Wu Yan was stunned. He looked like a CPU overheated. He really can't understand how this woman's face can change so quickly. Shokuho Misaki had a smile on her face like a young girl. She skipped over to Wu Yan's side and hugged his arm. She then buried her face in his shoulder. Yan, let's continue playing. After that, she pulled Wu Yan toward a certain direction. As she walked, she turned around to look at the corner of the building. Then, she flashed a meaningful grin. Mikoto didn't see that smile on Shokuho Misaki's face. If she did, she'd be shocked. Because every time Shokuho Misaki wants to toy with her, she'll always have that smile on her face. Usually, when Shokuho Misaki has that smile on her face, it's when Mikoto is at a disadvantage. Wu Yan was caught off guard by Jusama's sudden enthusiasm. When he realized that Jusama was leading him to a secluded corner, Wu Yan was puzzled. Jusama, aren't you going to play? Why do I feel like we're getting further and further away? Is there a facility that I don't know about? Shokuho Misaki's face. Well, Yin, don't worry. You'll know soon enough. Wu Yan didn't feel relieved. Instead, he felt even more puzzled. Scratching his face, Wu Yan sighed. A woman's mind is hard to read, let alone Jusama, who specializes in manipulating others' minds. It's probably best if I don't go looking for trouble and just follow her. What's that woman planning to do? Wu Yan wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Mikoto and the other Tokuwadai ladies were also puzzled when they saw Shokuho Misaki leading Wu Yan to a secluded corner. Of course, with their IQ, they wouldn't be able to figure out Jusama's plan. They could only bury their doubts in their hearts and once again become stalkers. At this time, Wu Yan and Shokuho Misaki have already hidden in a secluded corner and are staring at each other. Jusama, what are you planning to do this time? Wu Yan leaned against the wall helplessly and sighed at Shokuho Misaki. His intuition tells him that Jusama is planning to do something unexpected. Wu Yan's intuition was right. Shokuho Misaki glanced behind and saw the familiar figure following her and Wu Yan. She smiled and looked at Wu Yan. Hey, under Wu Yan's shocked expression, Jusama put her finger in her mouth and bit it. Following this action, Jusama suddenly wrapped her arms around Wu Yan's neck and squeezed her large breasts into Wu Yan's embrace. Wu Yan was stunned. Feeling the soft touch on his chest, his mind went blank. He really doesn't understand what Jusama is doing. Did Jusama suddenly fall in love with him? The girls in the other corner were also stunned. Then, they all burst into an uproar. If it wasn't for the distance, they would have been exposed. They all bit their lips. Mikoto looked at Shokuho Misaki while the others looked at Wu Yan. Their eyes flashed with murderous intent. Now they understand why Wu Yan and Shokuho Misaki are hiding in a secluded corner. They're obviously hiding and making out. Thinking of this, they all bit their lips and resisted the urge to run out and stop them. They want to wait and see what happens. Jusama. Wu Yan gulped as he looked at Shokuho Misaki's seductive eyes. He had a hard time finding the words to say. What are you playing at this time? What did I do to offend you? Just say the word and I'll cut my own throat to atone for my sins. Wu Yan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. For a moment, he thought Jusama was playing with him. Era, don't tell me you don't like this. Shokuho Misaki smiled sweetly and moved her face closer to Wu Yan's. She breathed out a hot breath on Wu Yan's face. It's extremely seductive. Being hit by Jusama's fragrance on his face, Wu Yan's body stiffened. Looking at Jusama's lips that were inches away from his face, the lust in him started to rise. Although he doesn't know what Jusama is planning, but being seduced like this, and in a secluded place, In a place like this, if he really endured it, then he would be Lu Xiaohui. Is Wu Yin Lu Xiaohui? The answer came out very quickly. Wu Yin took a deep breath and hugged Jusama's naked body tightly. While feeling Jusama's soft body, he moved his face forward. In the next second, two soft lips were sucked into Wu Yan's mouth. Ugh! Shokuho Misaki's starry eyes widened. The seductive look in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by a thick sense of disbelief. First kiss, originally, Shokuho Misaki only wanted to pretend to be intimate with Wu Yin to get back at Mikoto. She wanted to let her know what it means to go for wool and come home shorn. Who knew that the one who went for wool and came home shorn was her? The smart Jusama obviously forgot that Wu Yin isn't a toy that can be manipulated by her. He can also be seduced. Jusama's mind went blank after losing her first kiss. Even though Wu Yan's lips were so close to hers that she couldn't react to it, she didn't know how to react to it. Wu Yin, of course, was happy that Shokuho Misaki didn't react. This way, he could do whatever he wants, right? Shokuho Misaki's mouth opened wide, and Shokuho Misaki's cherry lips opened. At the same time, Shokuho Misaki felt her mouth expand, and a large tongue quickly swam in her mouth, captured her little tongue, and entangled them together. Shokuho Misaki's eyes widened a bit. Her blank mind finally came back to her senses, but soon after, the sensation of their tongues intertwining caused Shokuho Misaki's widened eyes to soften. A faint mist started to crawl into her eyes, making her eyes look like water. Soon, Shokuho Misaki was immersed in the wonderful sensation of the kiss. She closed her eyes and responded to Wu Yan's kiss. The two of them started off with a light kiss, but it quickly escalated into a passionate kiss. Chapter 233. In the corner, Wu Yin and Shokuho Misaki are getting more and more engrossed in their kiss. Shokuho Misaki is starting to forget her original intention and is engrossed in her first kiss. She even forgot that this place is not completely undiscovered. Kuriko, let me go. I'm going to kill that damn woman. Mikoto is struggling with all her might. Her face is filled with dark energy, and lightning is crackling on her forehead. She looks like she's suffering a great deal. If it weren't for Kuriko and the other Tokuwadai Oni-san hugging her with all their might, no one would doubt that Mikoto would have ended Shokuho Misaki's life. It's because they know that Mikoto's mind is clouded by anger that Kuriko and the others are shocked. They all hugged Mikoto tightly to prevent their Jusama from being electrocuted to death. Wani-sama, calm down first. You can't go out now. Kuriko is hugging Mikoto tightly and trying to calm her down. She's also drooling as she rubbed Mikoto's chest that's getting bigger and bigger by the day Wu Yin is developing. Wani-sama, even if you go out now, you'll only give Shokuho Misaki the opportunity to scold you. It's already happened. Wani-sama, even if you go out now, you won't be able to change the fact that they've already had intimate contact. Kuriko is trying to persuade Mikoto to come back. Of course, Kuriko is also secretly happy. Her real goal is to let her Wani-sama see that Scum having an affair. If this continues, her Wani-sama will gradually lose hope in that unfaithful Scum. Then, her impression of him will slowly fade away and her feelings for him will be erased. In the end, she'll take the initiative to leave that Scum's clutches. And when her Wani-sama is sad, she'll take advantage of that and give her a warm hug and shoulder. Slowly, she'll move her heart, and when that time comes, Kuriko, who thought this as a matter of course, obviously forgot that using the excuse of being a playboy to break up with Yin and Mikoto's relationship is no longer going to work. That's because they're already part of each other's crystal palace. Even if she were to take a step back with her personality, there's no way she'd jump into the dangerous profession of being a lesbian just because she's comforted. As for the other Tokuwadai ladies who try to stop Mikoto, some of them are of the same race as this black and white creature, so they had the same goal as her and righteously tried to persuade Mikoto. Some of them are just afraid that their Jusama would be taken advantage of by their Misaka-sama. Mikoto resisted the urge to go all out and look at the two kissing passionately. The anger in her heart couldn't be quelled no matter how hard she tried. It's not like she's never seen Wu Yin kissing other girls before. For example, Chuju Ikaros, she's seen them all. Sometimes Wu Yin would even force her to sleep in the same bed. Logically speaking, Mikoto, who's already used to this, even if she saw Wu Yin being intimate with other girls, she'd at most be a little jealous and angry. She wouldn't be this angry. But when this girl is Shoko Misaki, it's a different story. Shoko Misaki is the woman she hates the most. There's no one like her. Mikoto has suffered a lot under Shoko Misaki's hands. In the past, Shoko Misaki used psychological control to control innocent people to go against her in order to protect her so-called Tokuwadai queen's territory. Although Mikoto resolved it in the end, Jusama is now thoroughly hated by cis-canon. The person you like the most kissing the person you hate the most, what kind of feeling is that? Mikoto doesn't know, but she's about to explode from anger. But after listening to Kuriko's advice, Mikoto felt that it made sense. Even if she went out now, it wouldn't change the fact that Shoko Misaki and Yin were already intimate. Plus, with Shoko Misaki's personality, there's a 90% chance that she'd turn around and mock her. When that happens, she'd have nowhere to vent her anger. Mikoto could only turn her head away. Out of sight, out of mind. But her eyes kept glancing at Wu Yin and Shoko Misaki's direction. Her face gradually turned red. Even though Mikoto is no longer a teenage girl and is now a married woman, she still couldn't help but blush when she saw this scene. What an extraordinary pureness. After persuading Mikoto, Kuriko and the other Tokuwadai ladies let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness no one died. But when they saw Jusama being taken advantage of, their faces darkened. Don't forget, most of them are here to protect Jusama from being tainted by Wu Yin, of course. No matter what they think, the two who are immersed in the kiss won't notice anything. Feeling Jusama's soft body, her great bosom, and her soft lips and tongue, Wu Yan's heart started to heat up. One has to say, blonde hair, big tits, queen, this kind of surname is very attractive. Even Wu Yin wasn't surprised. At this moment, Jusama's interest in Wu Yin is on par with Astria, who has blonde hair and big tits. In fact, Jusama's interest in Wu Yin is close to that of Ikaros, who has huge tits. Wu Yin started to get dissatisfied with the current situation. His hands that were holding Jusama's breasts also started to slide down. When her private parts were under his control, Shoko Misaki opened her eyes. Her starry eyes stared at Wu Yan's satisfied face. Her face started to turn red. This is the second time Shoko Misaki's private parts were under someone's control, and both times it was by the same person. Shoko Misaki's face got redder and redder as Wu Yan's movements intensified. Her body started to lose its strength as she leaned against Wu Yan's chest. She leaned against Wu Yan's chest to support herself. Jusama's lips were sealed. She could only let out a whimper to express her inner trembling. Her body started to twist uncontrollably. Jusama's twisting almost caused a problem. Wu Yin, who was in close contact with Jusama, almost lost control of himself. Unable to hold himself back, Wu Yin let go of her captive lips. He roughly twisted Shoko Misaki's limp body so that she is facing away from him and leaning against his chest. Then, he reached out with both hands and grabbed Jusama's private parts. Ugh, no. Shoko Misaki, who just got a chance to catch her breath, had her private parts captured by Wu Yin. She cried out in surprise, but the tone of her voice suddenly dropped to the freezing point. It turned into a seductive moan. Shoko Misaki has never been treated like this before. Her heart was trembling violently. She almost escaped from the control of her chest to take a breath of fresh air. She wanted to stop Wu Yan's movements, but she didn't know where all her strength went. Plus, she's a sports idiot. How could she win against Wu Yan? In the end, Shoko Misaki could only say no. She wanted to pull Wu Yan's hand down to touch her private parts, but she could only helplessly hold on to Wu Yan's wrist. It was like she was trying to resist, but also trying to resist. He licked his lips and licked his lips. He stuck out his tongue and started licking Shoko Misaki's cheeks bit by bit. Shoko Misaki's cheeks are so alluring that they're practically drooling out of her body. Wu Yin licked his lips, Ah, ugh. Shoko Misaki could only passively accept what Wu Yin was doing to her. Originally, Shoko Misaki would hate anyone who did this to her without her consent. But for some reason, facing Wu Yin, Shoko Misaki was shocked to find that in her heart, she didn't even feel much resistance, let alone hate. Chapter 234. Ugh, ugh. Listening to Jusama's moans that reached the peak, Wu Yin licked Jusama's perspiration while licking the sweat off her face. He was a bit surprised. Could it be? Is Jusama the sensitive type? With that thought in mind, Wu Yin tightened his grip on her breasts. Jusama felt like she was hit by something. She groaned loudly. Her skin had turned pink. Seeing this, Wu Yin couldn't help but laugh. He moved closer to Shoko Misaki's ear and teased her. Jusama, I didn't expect your sensitive spot to be here. Hearing this, Shoko Misaki looked back at Wu Yin, who had a smirk on his face. She wanted to say something, but the lust coming from her body drained her of her strength. Her voice turned into a moaning moan. Seeing Jusama unable to speak, Wu Yan's lips curled into an evil smile. He once again moved closer to Jusama's ear. It seems like he won't stop until Jusama speaks. Milady Queen, since you're not saying anything, I'll take it that you've admitted to it. However, it's understandable. Milady Queen's breasts are so soft and alluring. It's just that I know of your weakness. Shoko Misaki bit her lips. She felt a bit embarrassed. Just like what Wu Yin said, her weakness was completely under his control. He even used it as if it was a natural thing to do. Perhaps he saw the shame in Shoko Misaki's eyes. Wu Yin smiled happily. This Shoko Misaki, in order to fight with Mikoto, she's given him a lot of trouble. Today, she's finally fallen into his hands. With a smile, Wu Yin moved one of his hands to Shoko Misaki's waist and tidied up her Tokawada uniform. Then, under Jusama's panicked expression, he slid his hand under her clothes. Shoko Misaki's heart rate increased by a few percent. She could feel his warm hand caressing her belly. She couldn't help but moan. Don't. Wu Yin ignored her and bit down on her earlobe. Her body shuddered as his hand slowly crept up her clothes. Slowly, he moved his hand up her body. Shoko Misaki's heart pounded furiously. She pressed down on Wu Yan's hand that's going under her clothes. She said with a bashful expression, Why have you been touching me for so long? Are you still not satisfied? Me? Well, how could I possibly be satisfied? Wu Yin said shamelessly. Jusama's body is so alluring. No matter how long I touch it, I'll never be satisfied. Hearing this, Shoko Misaki couldn't help but feel a little proud and happy. Shoko Misaki has always been very confident about her body. She also knows how tempting her body is to those men. However, hearing Wu Yin say that her body is so alluring, Shoko Misaki couldn't help but feel a little proud. After all, a woman will doll herself up for her bosom friend. This saying applies to the body that Shoko Misaki is so proud of. That being said, Jusama still wants to stop Wu Yan's violence. After all, Jusama is still a woman. She has the most basic modesty. She can't just stand by and watch her baby fall into Wu Yan's hands. Even if she's already been touched by him through her clothes, don't. Shoko Misaki panted. Wu Yan's other hand hasn't stopped ravaging her body. Can you do it through my clothes? Even with her personality, Jusama couldn't help but blush when she said that. Of course, it's also because of the previous foreplay. Jusama. Wu Yin said with a grin, he's asking for a beating. Let's go all out. Don't forget, this time, you're the one who's taking the initiative. Wu Yin didn't give Shoko Misaki a chance to respond. His hand that was hovering on her belly suddenly moved up and gently pried open Shoko Misaki's breasts. He grabbed one of her soft breasts and started ravaging it without any hindrance. Smooth and tender, delicate and soft. These three adjectives immediately popped into Wu Yan's mind. Shoko Misaki cried out in surprise, which was quickly replaced by moans. Hugh. Jusama closed her eyes in resignation. Her mouth opened and closed, moaning while panting. She's enjoying this special feeling that she's only experienced today. At this time, Wu Yan's other hand slipped into Jasama's bosom. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! In a distant corner, the ladies of Tokuwadai, who had witnessed this scene from the beginning to the end, could only watch helplessly as the object of their dreams was treated in such a manner by a scumbag who owned a crystal palace. They were on the verge of exploding. Those with handkerchiefs have already taken out their handkerchiefs and started biting them like their mortal enemies. Their handkerchiefs were quickly destroyed by them. Thus, they followed the example of those without handkerchiefs and started biting their Tokuwadai uniforms. If it wasn't for the quality of the uniforms, they would have already exposed their breasts. If it wasn't for the fact that Miss Saxima hasn't made a move yet, they would have charged out and chopped Wu Yan into pieces. They can only stay in this corner and mumble to themselves as if they're there. If this continues, Shoko-Hisama will be in danger. Shoko-Hisama, hurry up and leave that scumbag. That scumbag! How dare he lick Shoko-Hisama's beautiful face with his dirty tongue. He even touched Shoko-Hisama's breasts. Ah, he even put his hand on Shoko-Hisama's most precious breast. God, he actually put his hand into Shoko-Hisama's clothes. That hand must be chopped off. No, it must be chopped into pieces. What hand? Not only his hand. Wherever that scumbag touched Shoko-Hisama, that part must be chopped off. I think we should just chop that scumbag into pieces. No, I think we should just hang him up and whip him. Let him suffer a fate worse than death. Shoko-Hisama. Oh, my Shoko-Hisama has been defiled by that scumbag. Mikoto's face was getting uglier and uglier as she listened to her juniors gnashing their teeth and complaining. She had already decided that what she didn't see couldn't grieve over. Now that she heard the live broadcast of the report, she was in a terrible mood. Kuriko, who was standing on the side, saw her sister's expression. She snickered and her eyes shined like a wolf. It's as if she can see her sister leaving that scumbag and throwing herself into her arms. Mikoto kept telling herself to calm down, but soon her calmness was shattered by what happened next. She couldn't bear to watch any longer. Shokoho Misaki, who was closing her eyes and enduring Wu Yan's actions, suddenly screamed. Her slightly emotional face was instantly replaced by panic. The reason is because one of Wu Yan's hand that left her clothes is now on her asterisk asterisk. He's rubbing her asterisk asterisk, and he's slowly moving up her asterisk asterisk. No, not knowing where she got the strength, Shokoho Misaki grabbed Wu Yan's hand on her breast and gasped for breath. Only here. Absolutely not. Who knew? Wu Yan only smiled in disdain. He didn't even bother to answer and directly broke free from Shokoho Misaki's weak resistance. Then, under Shokoho Misaki's panicked expression, he quickly reached under her skirt. Chapter 235. Shokoho Misaki's hand is about to reach her most intimate part. She can't stop it with her current strength. She can only moan and close her eyes, waiting for Wu Yan's hand to come. Just as he was about to succeed, a familiar electromagnetic field rippled through Wu Yan's senses, causing his hand to stop in midair. His face was filled with shock. Stop! A soul-stirring voice, accompanied by unconcealable anger and violent lightning, in a blink of an eye, descended upon this world where there are only the two of them. Mikoto. As soon as Wu Yan called out, a bolt of lightning shot towards Wu Yan and Shokoho Misaki at lightning speed. Perhaps it's a sign of the owner's determination to kill this adulterous pair. The crackling sound of lightning finally woke Wu Yan up from his stupor. Wu Yan's eyes narrowed when he saw the bolt of lightning heading straight for him and Shokoho Misaki. His bangs fluttered. A similar bolt of lightning flashed across Wu Yan's forehead. Then it met the incoming bolt of lightning head-on. The lightning bolts collided with each other. With a loud bang, a blue-white light and scattered sparks burst out like fireworks, shining in between the two masters. Wu Yan didn't even have time to catch his breath before a barrage of attacks came crashing down on him. Wind blades, flames, icicles, water pillars, even trash cans, stools, tables, they all came crashing down on Wu Yan's face. Wu Yan's expression changed. He hugged Jusama and quickly retreated to the back, creating a distance between them. Almost touching Wu Yan's skin, the attacks all landed on Wu Yan's original position. Then, there's nothing left except for rocks. There's nothing left. A drop of cold sweat dripped down his face. Wu Yan didn't doubt that if he was still in that position, not even his bones would be left. When the culprit appeared in front of Wu Yan, the cold sweat on Wu Yan's face turned into a waterfall of sweat, soaking his face. Standing in front of Wu Yan is Mikoto. Behind her is a large group of people, all of them wearing the same Tokuwadai uniform. This tells Wu Yan who the culprit is. If it's just this, of course it wouldn't be enough to make Wu Yan sweat like a waterfall. More importantly, other than Mikoto, everyone else is covered in a strange black aura. Wu Yan looked at this group of people with fear. They're releasing the same aura as the FFF group, but there's something different about them. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He reflexively let go of Jusama in his arms. Jusama collapsed on the ground after losing the strength to support herself. Her clothes are messy. Her face is suspiciously red. Her starry eyes are blurred. She's panting nonstop. Seeing this, the black aura around the Tokuwadai FFF group members behind Mikoto became thicker. Among them, there's a black and white creature. "What are you doing?" Mikoto angrily glared at the Tokuwadai girls behind her. If Mikoto's attack is an infinitely weakened version and severely off-target, then these Tokuwadai girls are using all of their strength and attacking with all of their might. When the Tokuwadai girls heard Mikoto's question, they all looked at Mikoto with a "it's none of our business. You're the one who led the attack. We're just following your lead" look. This made Mikoto furious. At this moment, the Tokuwadai misses are acting like a bunch of rascals who aren't afraid of being scalded by boiling water. Seeing this, Mikoto helplessly turned her head and glared at Wu Yan. "Mikoto!" Wu Yan awkwardly scratched his face. He tried to greet his wife as if nothing happened. But when he thought about how the ripple between him and Jusama might have been seen by the many people watching, Wu Yan felt a little lacking in confidence. After all, Sis Cannon is his rightful partner. Jusama doesn't have a reliable partner. After this farce, what's the difference between this and finding a mistress and getting caught by your wife? Plus, the group behind Mikoto is releasing an aura that even a true ancestor like him is a little afraid of. Also, the attack just now doesn't mean much, but when combined together, it's enough to kill him 100 times over. Before Mikoto could say anything, Kuriko, who was standing beside her, snickered. She reached under her skirt and pulled out a few steel needles and held them between her fingers. "Scum! How dare you cheat in broad daylight? You've reached the end of your life. Today, I'll definitely rescue Big Sister from your hands." After that, Kuriko moved the steel needles towards Wu Yan in front of her sister's shocked expression. Kuriko's attack is like a domino effect. The Oju-sama of Tokuwadai all shouted in unison as they activated their abilities and threw them at Wu Yan. The overwhelming bullet screen once again fell into Wu Yan's line of sight, illuminating his face and illuminating his rapidly changing face. For a moment, Wu Yan seems to have seen his own ending. He completely forgot about his identity as a true ancestor and saw a huge boobs Grim Reaper waving at him from the other side of the river. Of course, the illusion in Wu Yan's mind was quickly shattered by the bullet screen. With a wave of his hand, a few bolts of electricity shot into the ground. A wave of iron sand gushed out from the ground and formed a wall of iron sand in front of Wu Yan, blocking the bullet screen. He then gently tilted his body to avoid the steel needles that suddenly appeared at his previous position. Wani-sama, seeing the familiar lightning and iron sand. Kuriko, who didn't know that Wu Yan and Mikoto have the same ability, thought that it was her sister who saved the scum. She immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. The other Tokuwadai ladies also thought that it was Mikoto who did it. After all, even though Wu Yan released lightning to cancel out Mikoto's lightning, they weren't able to follow Mikoto's sudden attack. By the time they reacted, the two bolts of lightning had already collided. That's why they thought that Wu Yan is a powerless person. Even Kuriko, who failed to ambush Wu Yin multiple times, chose to escape from reality. "All of you shut up," Mikoto said exasperatedly. She didn't have any intention of killing Wu Yin. She just couldn't stand it anymore, so she suddenly attacked. Who knew? Wani-sama. Kuriko lowered her head in disappointment and conveniently glared at Wu Yin. She seems to be a bit dissatisfied. Why is Wu Yin still alive in this world? Seeing that their Misaka-sama is about to speak, the other Tokuwadai ladies all suppressed their urge to attack. They dispersed the lightning bolts in their hands and looked at Wu Yin with hostility. Being glared at by a group of beautiful girls was pleasing to the eye. However, being glared at by a group of beautiful girls who seemed to have turned into evil was not a good thing at all. Wu Yin felt a pain in his balls when he felt the piercing gaze on him. He turned his head away awkwardly and didn't want to look at these girls who were guest stars of the FFF group. After reprimanding the Tokuwadai ladies, Mikoto looked at Wu Yin. Seeing the dry smile on his face, she couldn't hold back her anger and forced a smile. "Yin, aren't you going to give me an explanation?" Wu Yin smiled awkwardly. "Mikoto, you know that I have a promise with Shoko Misaki to go on a date with her. That's not what I'm talking about." Mikoto couldn't help but shout as sparks of electricity flashed across her forehead. "I'm asking you, why are you in this place? With her. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched as a sense of helplessness rose in his heart. "It's over. I was really seen." Chapter 236. Widening his eyes, Wu Yin stared at the Tokuwadai girls standing in front of him, enough to trample the floor. His mouth twitched, just thinking about what he did with Jusama just now in front of so many people, and all of them girls at that. Wu Yin couldn't stay calm. In the eyes of the Tokuwadai girls, Wu Yin dared to announce in public that he owns the Crystal Palace and is regarded as a scumbag. It's normal for him to do such a thing. Even so, they can't help but use their knives under their unfriendly gazes. Wu Yin couldn't help but take a few steps back. He's wondering if he should just run away. Just as Wu Yin was about to run away, Jusama took her last breath and opened her starry eyes. Looking at Mikoto, Kuriko, and the Tokuwadai girls not far away, her face flushed red. Immersed in Wu Yan's advances and the pleasure that Wu Yin brought her, Jusama forgot that someone was secretly following them. In other words, the scene of her being intimate with Wu Yin has been seen by this group of girls. Shoko Misaki felt abnormally shy. After all, as long as she's a girl, she would feel shy if she was caught doing such a thing. But Jusama is Jusama, she recovered after a while. Slowly standing up from the ground, Shoko Misaki straightened her clothes and looked at Mikoto with a charming smile, as if nothing happened. Misaka-san, you brought so many juniors to the amusement park to play?" Seeing Shoko Misaki being played by Wu Yin like that, she even pretended to be elegant and greeted her. Mikoto cursed in her heart for being shameless. "Shoko Misaki." Mikoto raised her small fist and glared at Shoko Misaki. "You've provoked me time and time again. Do you really think I won't do anything?" "Misaka-san, what are you talking about?" Shoko Misaki tilted her head with I don't understand look. "What did I do to make you angry? How can you say it's a provocation? Then what were you doing just now? Being so intimate with someone else's boyfriend, is it because you have the potential to be a seductress?" Mikoto's words were already out of her mouth, and when she said those words, her jaw dropped to the floor. Shoko Misaki smiled faintly. No one would have guessed that the person lying on the ground was her. She covered her mouth and smiled meaningfully. "Misaka, you don't have much charm. You can't even attract Xiao Yin, so he can only be intimate with me. What did you say?" Mikoto shrieked. At the same time, Wu Yin shrieked. Wu Yin was unable to remain calm as he looked at Her Highness Queen, who was smiling indifferently. He cursed in his heart. Her Highness Queen is really too evil. Once she said those words, "I will definitely die." Sure enough, Mikoto's attention was quickly diverted by Shoko Misaki. She turned her attention to Wu Yin and her eyes curved dangerously. "Tell me, is it because I don't have any charm that I can attract you? Is that why you went for this woman?" Wu Yin raised his hand and slapped himself on the head. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. To be honest, Sis Cannon's body is still a little lacking, but under Wu Yan's efforts, it's gotten a lot better than before. It made Sis Cannon even more alluring. Even if that wasn't the case, Sis Cannon is still the same Sis Cannon. Wu Yan is also very cute with her. It's a fantasy that she can attract him. Compared to Her Highness Queen, perhaps Her Highness Queen is more charming, but Sis Cannon is definitely not bad either. Wu Yan could only roll his eyes at Mikoto. I say, I'm troubled by how much you believe in other people's comments. Wu Yan reflexively looked at Mikoto's body and said thoughtfully, as if he was recalling something. Do you still remember when we were at the hotel? That morning when you were with Chuju? Before he could finish, a pair of small hands covered Wu Yan's mouth and stopped him from continuing. Mikoto's face was red as she covered Wu Yan's mouth with both hands. All right, I got it. You don't have to say any more. Wu Yan pulled Mikoto's hands down in a vengeful manner and said righteously, How can I not say it? I have to tell you properly. Then you'll know if you're attracted to me or not. Mikoto wanted to bite him to death when she heard what he said. She could only yell back with a red face. No need. It's my fault. You don't have to say any more. Oh, you admit that you're attracted to me? Wu Yan smiled evilly, making Mikoto's red face even redder. She could only glare at Shokuho Misaki. My brain must be damaged if I believe you. Shokuho Misaki snorted with dissatisfaction. Did I say something wrong? Shokuho Misaki ran up to Wu Yan and wrapped her arms around his neck. She pouted. Little Yin, tell me, did I say anything wrong? Compared to that woman with a bad figure, is little Xian not attractive enough for you to be intimate with little Xian? Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. He resisted the urge to spank her ass. Inside, he was cursing. This Jusama is obviously trying to catch his words. Mikoto had the urge to curse at Shokuho Misaki, but she wasn't good with words, so she didn't know what words to use. She could only point at Shokuho Misaki with a trembling finger. She didn't want to be compared to Shokuho Misaki the most. Now that Shokuho Misaki used her as a comparison, Mikoto didn't know what to say. Shokuho Misaki gave Mikoto a provocative look before turning to Wu Yan with her seductive eyes. Little Yin, tell me, does little Xian attract you or not? Mikoto immediately looked at Wu Yan as if waiting for Wu Yan's answer. This made Wu Yan's hair stand on end. Will you guys die if you don't quarrel for a day? Shokuho Misaki pouted when she didn't get the answer she wanted. She thought of something and her face turned red. But when she saw Mikoto's angry face, her heart hardened. She suddenly reached out and grabbed Wu Yan's hand. Then, under the shocked faces of Wu Yan, Mikoto, and the girls of Tokawadai, she placed his hand on her ample bosom. You, what are you doing? Mikoto yelled at Shokuho Misaki with a red face. She was shocked by Shokuho Misaki's sudden action. Wu Yan's mind went blank. The soft touch on his hand told Wu Yan that this isn't a dream. Jusama really did offer her breasts in front of everyone. Shokuho Misaki's face was also red. She decided to go all out. She was touched and pinched just now. It doesn't matter if she's touched again. Shokuho Misaki ignored the fact that there are people around her. After all, they saw what happened just now. Besides, other than Wu Yan, the rest of the people here are all girls. Moreover, they are girls from the same school. Otherwise, Shokuho Misaki wouldn't have dared to do something so daring in front of so many strangers. After this, I'll erase their memories of today. That's it. Jusama, who thought of this, giggled again. She stuck out her breasts and let them sink even deeper into Wu Yan's hands. It's hard to tell if she's doing it on purpose or if it's for real. Shokuho Misaki looked at Wu Yan and she whispered, Little Yin, didn't you like them a lot? So, I'm sure I'm more attractive to you than that woman with a bad figure, right? Wu Yan didn't answer. He was so shocked by Jusama's actions that his brain short-circuited. All he could do was stare blankly at his hands on Shokuho Misaki's breasts. Asterisk beep. Asterisk, an electric current flashed on Mikoto's forehead. Mikoto's heart wasn't calm at all. Hearing Shokuho Misaki's words, looking at Shokuho Misaki's face and Wu Yan's hands on her breasts, a monstrous rage rushed into her heart. So much so that Makoto did something that made everyone who just picked up their dropped jaws drop their own jaws again. Chapter 237. Wu Yin is stunned, Shokuho Misaki is stunned, Kuriko is stunned, and the other maidens of Tokuwadai are stunned as well. Of the two hands that were originally on Shokuho Misaki's chest, one of them had disappeared, and the other hand was now on Makoto's chest. One of his hands is still feeling Shokuho Misaki's ample bosom, while the other hand is holding onto a small and delicate one. He can't believe it when he feels the same soft sensation coming from both of his hands. Wu Yin can't believe it. Shokuho Misaki can't believe it even more. In this place, other than Wu Yin and Kuriko, Shokuho Misaki dares to say that she knows Misaka Makoto the best. This proud and pampered girl, let alone having her breasts touched, even if someone just pulled her hand, she would probably blush and lose control of the electric current flowing through her body. And now, this easily embarrassed girl actually pressed a man's hand on her breasts in front of so many people. Shokuho Misaki thought that she was brave enough, but a woman's competitive nature is scary. She can even make Makoto do something even more daring than her. After all, Shokuho Misaki can use her ability to erase other people's memories. Makoto doesn't have that ability. Kuriko's face is completely blank. It's like she's been done 100 times. She's completely broken. Looking at the hand on Makoto's breasts, her mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. Even Kuriko, the most perverted existence, was shocked to the point of being speechless, not to mention those young ladies of Tokuwadai who have never even seen an impure film before. Makoto's head is already smoking. She's so embarrassed that she almost fainted. But when she thought about how Shokuho Misaki seduced her sweetheart in front of her, she gritted her teeth and shouted at Wu Yin hysterically. I won't lose to that woman, right, Yin? Makoto yelled at the top of her lungs. Finally, Wu Yin's soul flew back from who knows where. Looking at the two plump hands in each of his hands, Wu Yin giggled. Although it's not like he's never touched two different girls' breasts at the same time, it's never been as exciting as this. Under the eyes of so many people, especially his archenemy, Siskanen and Jusuma, Wu Yin felt like he's in a dream. He smiled contentedly. His hands tightened. The two girls who were still arguing suddenly froze. They moaned and fell into Wu Yan's arms. On one side is Jusuma's breasts. On the other side is Siskanen. Endless Heart is filled with happiness. This is even more than the last time he secretly needed two girls' breasts. This is even more exciting. In his excitement, Wu Yin couldn't hold back the fire in his heart. He grabbed the two girls' breasts and started kneading them. Another seductive moan. The two girls' bodies started to soften under Wu Yan's actions. They fell into Wu Yan's arms. They couldn't help but pant. At this moment, Wu Yin hugged the two girls in his arms, his hands under their armpits, pressing on their breasts and kneading them with all his might. The two girls were lying on Wu Yan's chest at the same time. Looking at each other face to face, two flushed faces looked at each other. Because of the feeling from their breasts and the stimulation from the group of Tokuwadai ladies who were staring at them, the two girls had lost the strength to speak. Their brown eyes and sparkling golden eyes were covered in a thin layer of moisture. The two girls were panting. Their fragrances from their mouths and noses hit each other's body. They were so embarrassed they wanted to die. How could Makoto and Shokuho Misaki ever imagine that, as rivals, they would one day fall into the arms of the same man, and at the same time be hugged by the same man on both sides while fondling their sensitive parts? However, they didn't want to admit defeat to each other, so they could only suppress the shyness in their hearts and enjoy the pleasure from their breasts. As they panted, they stared at each other with all their might, trying to make each other back off. However, when two pairs of lustful eyes stared at each other, it was a very strange feeling. Wu Yan's bones were about to melt from pleasure. His hands kept rubbing the big and small soft breasts, listening to their purposely suppressed moans and gasps. Wu Yan's lust was rising. Just when Wu Yan couldn't hold it in any longer, He wanted to adjust the position of the two girls in his arms and give them a hard time. A monstrous chill suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped him, causing his body to stiffen. Wu Yin involuntarily stopped rubbing. He raised his head mechanically. The scene imprinted in Wu Yan's vision caused Wu Yan's stiff face to completely collapse. The Tokuwadai ladies, who could be described as an army, with Kuriko as the leader, all of them lowered their heads, using their bangs to cover their eyes. He couldn't see their expressions. Under their bangs, he could only see a small shadow, but behind them, there was a huge layer of black substance that could be seen with the naked eye. Standing in front of them, Wu Yin could see that their mouths were lightly moving, as if they were saying something. When Wu Yin heard what they were saying, his back was instantly soaked in sweat. Like a precise machine, the Tokuwadai ladies, who were arranged in an army formation, as if they were counting off, one after another, they said the word die one after another. Gulp. Wu Yin swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Looking at the ladies, who seemed to be possessed by the god of death, he pulled out a smile that was uglier than crying. A chill ran down his spine. Deep within his heart, he felt the shadow of death looming over him. Wu Yin couldn't help but be horrified by this. As a true ancestor, Wu Yin is immortal. The shadow of death is even more so. From the moment he exchanged for the true ancestor bloodline, he should have left this world, but now, in front of him, a group that he could easily choke to death actually caused him to feel the shadow of death. Could it be that the dark girls are really invincible? The only thing he could hear was the word die. Other than that, the ladies seemed to have lost all ability to function. It made Wu Yin feel like he was soaked in an ice spring. He kept trembling subconsciously out of reflex. Wu Yin once again pinched Mikoto and Shokugyo Misaki in his arms. The two girls let out a heavy moan. When the moans rang out, the black aura that enveloped the bodies of the blackened girls suddenly exploded, covering the sky and the earth, causing them to raise their heads. With the same evil smile on her face, the leader of the dark girls laughed. She laughed until her whole body started trembling. Scum, are you looking for death? Or are you looking for death? Or are you looking for death? Are you looking for death? Or are you looking for death? Or are you looking for death? Everyone, can you calm down first? Oh, so you're looking for death. If you're looking for death, then we'll grant you your wish. Wu Yan's body shook, and he quickly leaped back. The next second, countless attacks landed on the spot where he stood, smashing a huge crater in the ground. Looking at the bottomless crater, Wu Yan's face turned pale. He quickly put down the two girls in his arms and ran away like his life depended on it. Stop right there. Despicable scum. Die. Die. Don't think you'll survive today. The group of Tokuwadai girls chased after Wu Yan's figure and ran away. The next day, a new urban legend was born. It said that 80% of the Tokuwadai girls who don't have boyfriends were betrayed by a scum, so they formed an army of women and chased that scum to the ends of the earth, until that scumbag was saved by a pink-winged angel. Chapter 238. Sit up straight. Wu Yin shuddered and quickly sat up. He looked at Mikoto, Chuju, and Astria, who were looking at him like he's some kind of criminal being judged. He started crying in his heart. What did I get punished by my women to kneel on the floor, even though I'm still sitting down? Master! Ikaros turned to Mikoto and Hinajiku as she looked at Wu Yin, who was still sitting there with tears in his eyes. She couldn't bear to see him like this. Ikaros, don't you dare plead for him. How could Hinajiku and Mikoto not know what Ikaros is thinking, since they are familiar with her personality that revolves around Wu Yin? Thus, they bluntly rejected the pleading in Ikaros' eyes. Master! Ikaros clenched her fists tightly. She closed her eyes and pretended she didn't see Wu Yin, who was about to fall into the abyss of suffering. Wu Yin wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Great! Now even Ikaros can't save him. Looks like Mikoto and Hinajiku's scolding convention has to continue. Chuju crossed her arms in front of her chest and narrowed her yellow-green eyes at Wu Yin. You caused quite a ruckus yesterday, Yin. Yep. Astria nodded as if she's serious. Wu Yin really wanted to grab her and spank her ass. It's one thing for her to not save her master when he's in danger, but to hit him while he's down. Chuju placed a laptop in front of Wu Yin. There's a message on it. More than 80% of the girls in Tokawadai who don't have boyfriends were betrayed by a scumbag. They formed an army of women and chased that scumbag to the ends of the earth, until that scumbag was saved by a pink-winged angel. Looking at this latest urban legend of Academy City, also known by the nickname of the scumbag being hunted down, Wu Yin sweated profusely. What's even more sweaty is the comments below. Had he let down more than 80% of the Tokawadai ladies who didn't have boyfriends? Floor Lord, you must be joking. Who would have such great ability to pick up so many girls at once? Moreover, they're the big misses of Tokawadai. A pink-winged angel? Opie, please go to the hospital. Remember to register yourself in the psychiatric department. Opie, what's the phone number of being chased scumbag? Please let me take him as my master. Top floor. Those on the 3rd and 4th floor, they've gone crazy thinking about girls. No. You must have gone crazy from wanting to be a scumbag. Hello, Opie. Goodbye, Tower Master. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Wu Yin forced a smile. Chuju smiled brightly at Wu Yin. Yin, you're quite capable to be able to win the heart of such a girl. Hearing this, Wu Yin was even more speechless. I say, Chuju, you know that it's not like that. Of course I know it's not like that. Hinajiku slammed the table as if trying to show off her authority. Unfortunately, she slapped Estria's hand that was reaching for the fruit platter on the table. Estria yelped in pain and blew on Hinajika's hand. She laughed awkwardly as Estria grabbed Hinajika's hand and blew on it. Mikoto helplessly rubbed her forehead as she watched the drama unfold. She looked like she's having a headache, but when she saw Wu Yin sitting there trying to hold back his laughter, she got angry again. You're still laughing? I haven't settled the score with you yet. What do I owe you now? Wu Yin said in a wrong tone. He didn't know what kind of bad luck he had. He thought it was his lucky day when Sis Cannon and Ju-sama gave him benefits at the same time. Who knew he would end up being chased by the Dark Girls? They chased him for 9 whole streets and almost half of School District 7. It's no wonder he became an urban legend. If it wasn't for Ikaros descending from the sky and saving him at the end, the consequences would have been when he thought about the group of Tokawadai Oyosama that went berserk, he couldn't help but shiver a bit. Seeing him like this, Mikoto became even angrier. How dare you say you owe me something? Mikoto pointed at Wu Yin in anger. Her face turned red as she trembled. You treated me like that in front of so many Tokawadai juniors, and you dare say you don't owe me anything? Wu Yin was stunned. Is this my fault? You were the one who grabbed my hand and pressed it against your own chest. Thinking along these lines, Wu Yin forgot that it was Mikoto who pressed down, but the one who rubbed down is him. Mikoto's face flushed red. Now, everyone in Tokawadai already knows that I was Can, I want to face those juniors of yours. Now, they use the excuse of protecting Misaka-sama from being approached by scum as an excuse to move around me every day. They even follow me when I go out on the street. If I didn't find a chance to sneak away, I wouldn't be able to come here now. Luckily, you didn't stupidly bring them here. Otherwise, you'll have to wait to collect my corpse. Furthermore, hey Z, that guy, when he saw me being so intimate with you, he actually began to suspect whether or not I've been taken by you. In one night, he ambushed me several tens of times, saying that he wanted to check if I was a virgin. That perverted Yuri creature didn't use an aphrodisiac on you. That's good enough. The most serious thing is, those teachers, 1 or 2 of them, came to scold me. They said I was too young and shouldn't go overboard. The most ridiculous thing is, they told me to take care of my body. What kind of teachers are they? It's fine if those unreliable teachers came to me. I didn't expect that even the dormitory supervisor came to me. She said it was my business to mess around, but I couldn't break the rules of the dormitory. She didn't allow me to bring anyone over for the night. She said a bunch of dormitory rules until my head started to swell. The dormitory supervisor is mighty. Are you listening to me or not? I heard it. I heard it. Wu Yin quickly said. Sis Cannon was very agitated now. If he angered her, it wouldn't be a big deal for him, but the house he bought with great difficulty would be in trouble. After speaking so much in one go, Mikoto felt her mouth dry up. She took a sip of her drink and panted a few times before turning her head away angrily. Tell me, what should I do now? Wu Yin paused for a second. What do you mean, what should I do? Mikoto slumped on the table weakly and whimpered. My life has been messed up. I can't live in Tokawadai anymore. If this continues, I'll burn to ashes. Mikoto abruptly lifted her head and yelled at Wu Yin. Come up with an idea for me. This is all your fault. All right, I got it. Wu Yin said helplessly. Why don't you just move in from now on? Mikoto's eyes lit up but quickly dimmed again. Hoo. Tokawadai's rules are very strict. They don't even allow us to spend the night outside, let alone move out. You don't have to worry about that. Wu Yin smiled. I have an idea. You'll be allowed to move in soon. Really? Mikoto looked at Wu Yin suspiciously. Wu Yin nodded in affirmation. Alistair wouldn't mind doing her a small favor. That's great. Chuju clapped her hands and pulled Mikoto. Let's go, Mikoto. We'll stay in the same room. Stunned, Wu Yin pointed at himself in a daze. What about me? Chuju blushed and said angrily. Go sleep by yourself. Dejected, Wu Yin lowered his head, but very quickly. He looked at Ikaros with a hopeful expression. Who knew that Mikoto would say? Ikaros, let's have a good chat tonight. After that, she pulled Ikaros away. Wu Yin was stunned. He could only look at the last person left in the room. Astria's face turned red as she yelled at Wu Yin. Master, idiot. She left as well, leaving Wu Yin alone with a dejected look on his face. Chapter 239. Night, tossing and turning, he tossed and turned on the bed. He tried all sorts of methods to hypnotize himself, but no matter what he did, he just couldn't fall asleep. He was used to having a pillow by his side and playing pop-papa games every night. Now, he was suddenly alone in an empty room. Wu Yin didn't know how many times he had cried in his heart. Clenching his teeth, Wu Yin thought about how there were 4 beautiful girls living under the same roof. 3 of them were his wives, and he was reduced to sleeping alone. Wu Yin wanted to slap himself until he fainted. How about I just run over and push her down? It's a tempting idea. Wu Yin has done this many times before, but in the past he would only do 2p at most. Now, there are 3 of them. Even if he wants to fly with 3 of them at the same time, the thought of flying with 3 of them made his heart itch. But when he remembered that Railgun is still mad at him, he gave up on this tempting idea. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Yin finally felt a little sleepy. His eyelids fluttered, and he finally closed them slowly and fell asleep, so much so that Wu Yin didn't even hear the mechanical voice that sounded like an ancient well. That night, Wu Yin didn't sleep well. Even in his dreams, he felt a little half awake. His whole body was itchy, and he tossed and turned unconsciously. He was sleeping, but he didn't feel like sleeping at all. He felt uncomfortable all over. Towards the end, he felt extremely stuffy in his chest. An unprecedented pressure spread from his chest to his whole body, causing Wu Yin to frown the whole night. This feeling tortured Wu Yin for the whole night. Wu Yin was so depressed that even the sun was shining on his butt. Wu Yin was so tired that he didn't want to get up from the bed. It wasn't until a deafening shriek reverberated through the eaves that Wu Yin opened his eyes in shock. The scream just now was from Mikoto and the girls. Quickly climbing up from the bed, he jumped up and ran out of the room. Something big must have happened to make the 2 usually domineering girls scream like that. In a panic, Wu Yin kicked the door open. What happened? Mikoto, Chuju. When the scene in the living room entered Wu Yin's eyes, a huge sense of dissonance hit him. Wu Yin was stunned. Scratching his head in confusion, Wu Yin was confused. What's going on? In the hall, Mikoto was anxiously jumping up and down, as if she had encountered something unbelievable. Hinagiku, on the other hand, was expressionless as she watched Mikoto jumping up and down, as if nothing could attract her attention. Ikaros and Astria stared at their own bodies in a daze. Wu Yin is even more confused by their current state. But the confusion only lasted for a moment. Soon, Wu Yan's eyes turned into a daze. If Wu Yin didn't hear wrong, the words he shouted just now sounded sweet and delicate. That's a girl's voice. Before Wu Yin could react, the four girls in the living room heard the sound of the door being kicked open. They turned around at the same time. When they saw Wu Yin noticed that they were stunned. After a while, Ikaros suddenly raised her finger and pointed at Wu Yin. "You woman, why are you here?" Wu Yin is stunned. He couldn't help but be stunned. First of all, Ikaros yelling at someone with an angry face is already something that doesn't make sense. Second of all, what did Wu Yin hear? "You woman?" Wu Yin could only try his best to hold his jaw that was about to fall off. He stuttered. Ikaros. When he spoke, Wu Yin was stunned again. The sweet and tender voice came from his throat and came out from his mouth. No matter how slow he is, Wu Yin noticed that his voice is a girl's voice. Wu Yin also noticed this. Not only did his voice change, even his body felt a little strange. Especially his chest, it felt heavy. Combined with what Ikaros said just now, a bad premonition rose from Wu Yan's heart. He reflexively looked at his chest. A pair of voluptuous breasts that covered his lower body entered his vision. As Wu Yin lowered his head, bright golden bangs and slightly messy blonde hair appeared in Wu Yan's vision. Taking a few light breaths, he looked at the four girls and his own body that is even more out of place. He raised his head and looked at the sky. In other words, Mikoto became Ikaros. Ikaros became Chuju. Chuju became Astria, and Astria became Mikoto. Is that it? A blond man with huge breasts sat in the middle of the hall. Sitting in the middle of the hall, he glanced at the four girls surrounding him and sighed. When they heard Wu Yan's words, the four girls nodded in unison. Then Ikaros. No, Mikoto, who was using Ikaros' body, gave Wu Yan an annoyed look. Then, you turned into that annoying woman. Wu Yin sighed again. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Yes, he turned into her. And it's the familiar her. Shoko Misaki. Jusama. This body that Wu Yin liked a lot. Now it's making him feel like he doesn't want to see it. Astria, the original Hinagiku, looked at her body and frowned. She crossed her arms in front of her chest out of habit. However, her arms were repelled by her ample bosom. She felt pressured as she was originally a flat-chested girl. Yin, according to what you said, we became like this because of that thing called angel fall. Wu Yin nodded. That's the only explanation that can explain why we became like this. Mikoto. No. Astria, who was using Mikoto's body, shouted at Wu Yin anxiously. Then what should we do? You, Astria, doesn't want to use this body, master. Hurry up and think of something. Hey, what do you mean by this body? Mikoto slammed the table in dissatisfaction. Wu Yin felt like he was being cheated. After all, the person who slammed the table in anger was Ikaros. He can imagine how out of place Ikaros, who was supposed to be a fake samurai, suddenly slamming the table in dissatisfaction. Chuja laughed awkwardly before turning to Wu Yin. Yin, Astria is right, we can't go on like this. It's better to solve this quickly. I'm not used to other people's bodies. Is that so? Wu Yin looked at Hinagiku suspiciously before narrowing his eyes. But why do I feel like you like your current body? Everyone in the room turned to look at Chuju. Chuju's expression stiffened and she awkwardly averted her gaze. No stare. Wu Yin, Mikoto, Astria, Ikaros. Chuju got angry when she saw their faces saying, I don't believe you. She pointed at Mikoto. Mikoto, don't you like your current body too? Don't spout nonsense. Mikoto quickly refuted. I didn't. However, the more he spoke, the weaker his voice became. The more he spoke, the more guilty he felt. Wu Yin could only helplessly shake his head. It's understandable. Sis Cannon and Kaishu-sama's bodies are a pain in their hearts. Now that they have a chance to use such a voluptuous body, it would be strange if they weren't happy. In any case, let's think of a way to solve this fallen angel problem. Wu Yin decisively said, there should be people from the mage faction working on fallen angel right now. Even though we can wait for them to solve it, it's a bit unreliable. It's better if we do it ourselves. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria nodded in unison. Chapter 240. Found it. In the living room, Wu Yin, Mikoto, Hinajuku, and Astria surrounded Ikaros as they watched her work on her computer. They didn't say anything until Ikaros said something. Only then did they step forward. Chuju, no, Ikaros, did you find it? Yes, master. Ikaros looked at Wu Yin with an expressionless face while wearing Chuju's appearance. Wu Yin wasn't used to this. It made him more determined to restore everyone's appearance. Hinajuka leaned in front of the computer screen and looked at the information on it. She asked curiously, Yin, why are you investigating this address? Is it related to Angel Fall? That address. Mikoto frowned as she looked at Wu Yin. When she saw Shokuho Misaki's face, her frown deepened. She turned her head away helplessly. Wu Yin nodded and said to the girls, to activate Angel Fall, a ritual must be set up beforehand. Once the ritual is complete, even if it's a normal person, Angel Fall will still be activated. You mean? Chuju thought for a moment and seemed to understand. That's right. Wu Yin pointed at the address on the computer screen. Once the ritual is complete, Angel Fall will be activated. On the other hand, if the ritual site is destroyed, Angel Fall will be disbanded. This address is the ritual site of Angel Fall? Mikoto looked at Wu Yin and asked. Yeah. Wu Yin smiled and said to Mikoto, once the building at this address is destroyed, Angel Fall will be disbanded. Really? That's great. Astria was the first to jump up and cheer when she heard Wu Yin's words. However, she was using Mikoto's body. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and looked at Wu Yin with admiration. Master is amazing. You know so many things as expected of my master. Hearing this, Hinajuku and Mikoto were confused. Hinajuku touched her cheek and frowned. Now that Astria mentioned it, I do agree. Yin, you always know things that others don't. Where did you get them from? The last sentence was obviously directed at Wu Yin. Wu Yin could only helplessly shrug and smile at them. How could he possibly tell them that he had seen everything on the screen? Seeing Wu Yin's shameless face, Mikoto, who was already unhappy with his face, became even more unhappy. She coldly humphed and turned her head away. Chuju did the same, but the two girls didn't continue to ask, which made Wu Yin relieved. After thinking for a while, Wu Yin said to the four girls, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Astria, the four of you, go and destroy that ritual. Chuju and Mikoto immediately asked, what about you? Me? Wu Yin smiled faintly. A strange red light flashed in his golden eyes. I will go and meet that unlucky angel. If Wu Yin's memory serves him right, the archangel who fell to the mortal realm because of Angel Fall used a spell to destroy the world in order to return to the heavens. Even though in the original work, Tsuchimikado Motoru destroyed the ritual in time and allowed the archangel to return to heaven, preventing the apocalypse, Wu Yin didn't dare to bet everything on the original plot. He, Hinajuku, Ikaros, and Astria, who originally didn't exist in this world, had already arrived in this world. This world was already different from the moment they arrived in this world. Wu Yin felt that he had to make a trip there to prevent himself from losing an entire instance world if things go wrong. Master! Ikaros immediately stood up and walked in front of Wu Yin. Her intention was clear. Ikaros didn't want Wu Yin to go alone against an angel. Ikaros followed Chuju and Mikoto to destroy the ritual. Looking at Ikaros' expressionless yet pitiful face, Wu Yin felt weird, but he still raised his hand and patted Ikaros' head. But Ikaros' eyes are filled with worry. Protecting her master's safety is the most basic duty of an angel, but she can't remember how long it's been since the last time she was by her master's side in a battle. Seeing the faint sadness in Ikaros' eyes, Wu Yin felt his heart ache. This girl who puts him at the center of everything. No matter how much he protects her, he feels like he owes her a lot. After patting Ikaro's head, under the shocked gazes of Mikoto, Chuju, and Estrella, Wu Yin kissed the corner of Ikaros' lips and smiled at the stunned Ikaros. Be a good girl. Ikaros stared blankly at the beautiful girl who kissed her and stood in front of her. She had a strange feeling in her heart. In the end, thousands of words turned into one sentence. Yes, master. Actually, Ikaros didn't know that the strange feeling in her heart was called scam. Chuju and Mikoto's mouths twitched as they looked at the two who suddenly fell into a pink atmosphere. They felt like thousands of grass mud horses were running through their hearts, even though they know the two in front of them are a real couple. But at least in the eyes of the people here, the scene in front of them is very Yuri, especially Hinajiku. When she saw her body being kissed by a very beautiful girl, her heart was in a mess, and she could only scream madly. Don't mess around with other people's bodies. Walking on the streets of Academy City, Wu Yin helplessly stopped in his tracks. Even though his body is Ju-sama's, Wu Yin couldn't help but feel a sense of pain in his balls. As expected of an exercise idiot, after walking for less than 10 minutes, he has to stop and rest for 5 minutes. How did he manage to cultivate this body? Realizing that if he continues walking like this, the Armageddon might be activated before he arrives, Wu Yin decisively gave up. He casually turned off the electromagnetic barrier on his body and picked up his phone. He didn't even dial the number. He directly spoke into the phone. Alistair, I know you can hear me. After a moment of silence, a voice came from the other side of the phone. What do you need me to do? Very straightforward and concise, very much like Alistair's style. However, Wu Yin had a strange expression on his face. He forced himself to hold back the laughter that was about to come out of his mouth. His face turned red from holding back his laughter. This was because on the other side of the phone, Alistair's voice no longer sounded like a machine. Instead, it sounded very cute and tender, like a cute loli's voice. Even though he didn't know what Alistair looked like, Wu Yin couldn't help but imagine a cute loli with an expressionless face hanging upside down in a culture tank, filled with liquid at this time. Wu Yin finally realized that even a demon god like Alistair would be affected by angel fall. No matter how strong Alistair is, he's still just a human. Even Wu Yin, who has the system and is now a primogenitor, was affected. There's no way Alistair wouldn't be affected by the Archangel's power. He just doesn't know if that damn strong AI Waith was affected. If he was, then it would be fun. Holding back his laughter, Wu Yin coughed and said seriously, "Help me get ready. You know what I'm going to do?" On the other side of the phone, Alistair was silent for a moment before saying, "The helicopter to the destination will arrive in 5 minutes." Hearing this, Wu Yin nodded. Listening to Alistair's cute, lowly voice, his starry eyes curved into crescents. Perhaps Alistair knew what Wu Yin was thinking. His voice suddenly came. "I wish you success. 5th place." Wu Yin's smile froze on his face. Chapter 241. Sitting on the helicopter, Wu Yin looked at the little Shota in the pilot's seat and told himself that he shouldn't take it to heart. The one who cares about the details is Shiruno. Even though Alistair's efficiency is very good and the strength of the driver is very solid, allowing Wu Yin to rush towards the beach where the Archangel's power of God will descend at the fastest speed possible. However, the series of actions with the 4 girls at home has already delayed a lot of time. At this moment, the sun is about to set. Wu Yin doesn't know when the Archangel's power of God will activate the world-extinguishing technique. Therefore, Wu Yin can only tell himself that he has to hurry. From time to time, Wu Yin would raise his head to look at the sky to make sure that the world-extinguishing technique has yet to appear. Only then did he slow down. However, the silent sky didn't last for long. Soon, a magic formation that covered the entire sky and emitted a terrifying aura of destruction extended from the other side of the sky at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a second, it covered the entire sky in Wu Yan's line of sight. Feeling the terrifying aura of destruction from the magic formation, Wu Yan's expression gradually sank. In the end, the world extinguishing technique has been activated. It's not here yet. Seeing that the world extinguishing technique has been activated, Wu Yin couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He frowned and shouted at the driver. Without waiting for the driver to speak, a small figure appeared in Wu Yan's line of sight, causing Wu Yan's eyes to narrow. Wu Yan can't see the specific shape of the figure. However, Wu Yan can clearly see the huge icicle wings on her back that look like spider legs. Archangel, power of God. Under the huge icicle wings, the Archangel's body is like a tiny dot. With the support of the wings, she stopped in mid-air. Under the huge wings and magic formation, 3 familiar figures that he met for the first time appeared in Wu Yan's line of sight. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was old and the other was young. The old man looked somewhat similar to the young man. He had a beard on his chin and looked quite mature. The young man had a hedgehog head. His face was full of misfortune and poverty. People who saw him couldn't help but feel pity for him. They also wanted to step on his face a couple of times. Kamiju Kitsuya, Kamiju Toma. Seeing these 2 people, Wu Yin automatically ignored Kamiju Kitsuya and directly looked at Kamiju Toma, the main character of the original work. The first time he saw Kamiju Toma, Wu Yin had the urge to kill him. This urge is the same as when he went on dates with Jusama or Mikoto and the other girls. It's the same kind of urge that those who were jealous of him would have when he went on a date with Jusama or Mikoto. It's an impulse that all men will have when they face a winner in life. Although the Crystal Palace of seducing girls had almost been emptied by him, seducing girls was still a winner in life. Just indicia alone is enough to make countless Lulicons burn him to death. As for the remaining woman, Wu Yin, who was still on the helicopter and could only roughly see her appearance, his eyes lit up. She was wearing a t-shirt that was tied up at the waist and a pair of jeans. The jeans were cut off from the bottom of her left thigh, giving her a very sexy look. Her long black hair was tied up into a ponytail and hung down to her waist. She had a tall and slender figure and fair skin. In her hand was a knife that was very similar to Feifei's night elf. A beauty, a 100% beauty. Even though Wu Yin, who is surrounded by all kinds of outstanding beauties every day and has already trained his taste to a certain extent, he couldn't help but secretly admire her beauty, soul-rending fire weave. He was a magician from the Church of Necessary Evil, a British Puritan religion, and one of the top 5 magicians in London. One of the only 20 saints in the world, the former Pope of the Forsaken Cross, able to use part of the power of the God's child. A super strong fighter with heart, technique, and physique. These information that he saw on the screen automatically rolled through Wu Yan's mind. Wu Yan's gaze towards Kanzaki Kaori became more serious. In Wu Yan's eyes, Kanzaki Kaori is indeed worthy of such powerful information. Kanzaki Kaori, level 72, impressive. Kanzaki Kaori is a tier 8 fighter. At this time, Kanzaki Kaori, Kamiju Toma, and Kamiju Kitsuya didn't notice a helicopter flying towards them. They were looking at the Archangel's power of God with a serious expression. Kanzaki Kaori looked at the Archangel's power of God and then at the huge magic formation in the sky and gritted her teeth. Lowering her head, Kanzaki Kaori said in a deep voice, "A rain of rockets that once destroyed a fallen civilization." Looking at the Archangel's power of God, Kanzaki Kaori said in a loud voice, "Just to return to heaven, such a goal. The power of God. You intend to destroy this entire world." Hearing this, Kamiju Toma's body trembled. His unlucky face with a dark aura gradually became serious, and his hand that was holding the girl's hand clenched tightly. Destroy the world? Don't joke around. Kamiju Toma. Kanzaki Kaori's eyes focused on Kamiju Toma. Do you intend to interfere? The opponent is an angel. Even if you have fantasy killer, the next level of battle isn't something an ordinary human like you can interfere. Kamiju Toma clenched his teeth and said unwillingly, "Do you want me to watch this world be destroyed?" Kanzaki Kaori was silent, but Kamiju Kitsuya suddenly screamed on the side. A girl fell from the sky. Kamiju Toma's righteous face suddenly collapsed. He looked at his father and shouted crazily, "I'm talking to you." This is a very dangerous time. Are you still thinking about something as unrealistic as a beauty falling from the sky? On the other hand, Shinja Hiri was stunned when she looked up. No, there really is a girl falling from the sky. At this time, Kamiju Toma finally saw a golden-haired super beauty falling from the sky. He was instantly dumbfounded. He didn't know if it was because there really was a girl falling from the sky or because the other party was very beautiful. After regaining his senses, Kamiju Toma realized that the girl was in free fall. He hurriedly yelled danger at the girl falling from the sky. Then, he reached out his fantasy killer, or in other words, his hand to grab the girl in the sky. Using the word grab is not wrong because Kamiju Toma's hand, who knows if it's intentional or not, was aimed at the girl's chest. Of course, the hand didn't know that the girl in the sky, although the body is a girl inside, there's a real man's heart. This so-called girl falling from the sky is Wu Yin, who came to the scene, directly jumped down from the helicopter after sending the driver away. Looking at the hand that's reaching out towards him, Wu Yan's expression turned awkward. No wonder they're called the hand that's trying to pick up girls. They even dare to reach out to someone they just met for the first time, and with such precision too. At this moment, Wu Yin didn't plan to do free fall anymore. He turned his body, and under the shocked eyes of the girl and two boys, suddenly became light, and then directly floated in the air. Kamiju Toma stared blankly at the beautiful girl floating in the air, muttering, "The girl flew." Kamiju Toma heard Kamiju Toma's words and nodded dumbly. Looking at the old and young pair, Kenzaki Kaori was angry. "What time is it now? You guys are still playing." She shouted at the two unreliable guys, making them tremble in fear. Kenzaki Kaori also looked at Wu Yin floating in the air and shouted, "Over there, unrelated personnel, please leave this place quickly. This place will become very dangerous." Hearing this, Wu Yin smiled faintly, but didn't immediately answer Kenzaki Kaori. Instead, he looked at Archangel God Strength. A light flashed in his eyes, his face serious to the extreme. God Strength, level 75. Chapter 242, Archangel of God. Level 75, Wu Yan's face darkened at the sight of this level. His golden eyes became serious. Archangel of God's level is almost one level higher than his. With his current level, if he were to go against the Archangel's divine power, he would be courting death. Of course, Wu Yin might be able to rely on true ancestors' undying ability to hold off Archangel of God for a while if he doesn't have Jusama's body. But now, it would be a disaster if Jusama's body were to be destroyed. Wu Yin sighed as he looked at Kenzaki Kaori and Kamiju Toma on the ground. His serious expression loosened up a little bit. With their combined strength, they should be able to hold their own against an Archangel of God. Kenzaki Kaori, level 72, Kamiju Toma. Level 10, seeing Kamiju Toma's level, Wu Yin almost fell from the sky. Helplessness in his heart, this girl's hands are really useless. But Wu Yin also knows that Kamiju Toma's level may be low, but that doesn't mean he's weak. His level may be pitifully low, but with that cheating fantasy killer, levels and whatnot aren't that important. As for Kenzaki Kaori, Wu Yin can sense that she's far from being level 72. But once she uses her sage ability and activates her holy mark, she'll be able to hold her own against an Archangel of God, even if she doesn't have a helper. Wu Yin was thinking to himself in the sky. Kenzaki Kaori thought he was scared stiff by the angel's appearance, so she quickly yelled again, "Hurry up and leave this place. It's dangerous here." Hearing Kenzaki Kaori's shout, Wu Yin had no choice but to stop his train of thought. He looked up at the Armageddon in the sky, and his starry eyes narrowed. Shokoho Misaki's sweet voice rippled through the turbulent space. Her lips parted slightly. "Indeed, it's dangerous here." Unconsciously raising a hand to cover his mouth, Wu Yin chuckled. He didn't realize that his manly heart had begun to crack, and he was acting like a girl. That Armageddon technique is too dangerous. It's better not to leave it behind. Hearing this, Hikari Kaori was taken aback. She seemed a little surprised that the other party would know about Armageddon. But Wu Yan's words made her feel that the other party's background was not simple. Wu Yan glanced at the Archangel's divine power and spoke indifferently, as if the person in front of him wasn't one level higher than him, but one level lower. Archangel, the power of God, you're willing to destroy this world in order to return to the heavens? In that case, you have to get the consent of us tenants first. After speaking, Wu Yan ignored Kanzaki Kaori and the others who were stunned by his words. He looked up at the sky and stared at the Armageddon technique formation. He raised his hand. A ray of light flashed by. Kanzaki Kaori, Kemiju Danma, Kemiju Kitsuya, and the Archangel's divine power only saw a blur before they saw a bow in Wu Yan's hand. It's a transparent longbow that looks like a pair of wings. It's as black as ink, and it's shining like stars. Meteor Knight. This is the Meteor Knight that even IWSI wouldn't be able to take on without getting hurt. Once again, it's in Wu Yan's hand. Light suddenly appeared in the originally dark sky. They were like fireflies floating slowly in this space. Then, with a burst of speed, they turned into starlight with a faint silver glow and madly gathered towards the Meteor Knight. The familiar stars rushed towards the Meteor Knight in his hand. Wu Yan's lips curled into an excited smile. This time, he can finally use the Meteor Knight. With excitement, Wu Yan knocked the bowstring of the Meteor Knight and slowly pulled starlight as resplendent as the Milky Way gathered on the body of the elegant transparent longbow, forming a shining silver arrow. With the appearance of the arrow, the Archangel's calm expression finally changed. Kanzaki Kaori on the ground was also shocked to see a terrifying aura gushing out from the elegant longbow. It even overshadowed the aura of the Armageddon spell formation in the sky. What kind of bow is that? Kanzaki Kaori looked at the Meteor Knight in Wu Yan's hand and gulped. If it's even more terrifying than the Armageddon spell formation, that's not necessarily the case. If the Armageddon spell formation is activated, then the Meteor Knight will definitely be no match for it. It's only now that the Armageddon spell formation still needs a lot of time to prepare. The Meteor Knight is only slightly stronger than the Armageddon spell formation. The stars are circling around Wu Yan and the Meteor Knight like meteors in the night sky. At this moment, Wu Yan with Shokuho Misaki's body is like a goddess under the moonlight, very moving. Even Kanzaki Kaori, who was shocked by the might of the Meteor Knight, couldn't help but be a little dazed, let alone Kanzaki Kaori, who was shocked by the might of the Meteor Knight. The Archangel seems to be stunned by the Meteor Knight. She stared blankly at Wu Yan, who is aiming at the Armageddon spell formation in the sky. For a moment, she forgot to react. Looking up at the giant spell formation, Wu Yan pulled the string of Meteor Knight to its fullest. The surrounding stars are constantly replenishing the arrow, increasing its power to the maximum. Until the moment the power reached its peak, a meteor streaked out from the Meteor Knight, cutting through the sky, space, and night. Kanzaki Kaori, Kanzaki Kaori, Kanzaki Kaori, Kanzaki Kaori, and the Archangel all had different expressions on their faces. The meteor crashed into the Armageddon spell formation. There was no strange sound, no strange phenomenon, no terrifying aura, and no brilliance that filled the sky. The meteor collided with a magic array. In the instant it collided with a magic array, the meteor disappeared without a trace. Only the Armageddon spell formation is still shining brightly in the sky. It's as if everything that just happened was just an illusion. After a long time, under Kanzaki Kaori's stunned gaze, the Armageddon spell formation in the sky suddenly cracked. Along with this crisp cracking sound, the Armageddon spell formation in the sky started to emit continuous cracking sounds, and then countless cracks appeared on the Armageddon spell formation as if it was glass that had been shattered. In the end, with a loud clang, the magic array that covered the sky turned into fragments and disappeared. Wu Yan put down meteor shower as if he just did something not worth mentioning. Wu Yan bathed in the light of the Armageddon magic formation. Kanzaki Kaori's heart was deeply shaken. Wu Yan's heart was deeply shaken. That bow, that meteor, everyone was immersed in that beautiful scene for a long time, unable to extricate themselves. What kind of person was she? Kanzaki Kaori stared at Wu Yan, who was floating in the sky. Her shock turned into seriousness and curiosity. Of course, she's looking at the meteor shower in Wu Yan's hand. As a saint of the magic faction, Kanzaki Kaori has never heard of any spiritual equipment that can shatter a Armageddon spell formation. Even the spiritual equipment left behind by God Jehovah is the same. With such a terrifying weapon, Kanzaki Kaori could foresee that the Church of Necessary Evil's cute bishop would have sleepless nights if the other party was a hostile faction. As for her curiosity, of course, she's curious about Wu Yin himself. Just who is she? A magician? An ability user? A free agent? Or a subordinate faction? All of these mysteries made Kanzaki Kaori unable to react. Of course, the Archangel God's power is an exception. Chapter 243. The destruction of the Armageddon didn't seem to have caught the attention of Archangel Godly. The only exception was when Wu Yin took out Meteor Shower. Archangel Godly's expression changed a little when Wu Yin took out Meteor Shower. On the other hand, Kanzaki Kaori, Kamiju Toma, and Kamiju Kitsuya looked at the Meteor Shower in Wu Yan's hand with a blank, serious, and fearful expression. Of course, the other person who just arrived had the same expression. Is that mind control? Sakimike's Motoharu froze for a moment and exclaimed in surprise. Living in Academy City and with such a sensitive identity, it's impossible for Tsukimike's Motoharu not to recognize the LV-5 Shoko Misaki. Kanzaki Kaori and the others immediately turned to look. Kanzaki Kaori frowned and asked Tsukimike's Motoharu, "Do you know her?" Tsukimike's Motoharu took a deep look at Wu Yin floating in the air and nodded. Her name is Shoko Misaki, the fifth of the 7 LV-5 in Academy City. Her ability is mind control. Just like her title, she's an expert at manipulating other people's minds. Tsukimike's Motoharu smiled and started to tease her. But this one shouldn't be the fifth meow. After all, I've never heard of the fifth meow being able to fly. Kanzaki Kaori froze for a moment before realizing something. You're saying she was also affected by Angel Fall? Tsukimike's Motoharu nodded. Kamiju Toma scratched his head in annoyance. Then, who is that up there? No one answered this question because this was also the biggest doubt in their hearts. Kanzaki Kaori even murmured a sentence with rapt attention. I hope it's not an enemy. Tsukimike's Motoharu seems to have heard Kanzaki Kaori's words. He glanced at the girl in the sky again and told himself that he must figure out her identity. Otherwise, with such a terrifying power hidden in the dark, as long as she casually interferes with the current state of the world, it will cause a lot of trouble. Just now, Tsuchimikado Motoharu also saw that arrow that seemed to be able to shatter the sky. And at this moment, there was a new movement in the sky. Archangel God Power didn't say anything about her doomsday technique being destroyed, but angels don't have any other surnames, but Archangel God Power's current body is a lowly, so she's using her, is clearly focused on Wu Yin. A strange light flashed in her eyes, but it was as colorless as stagnant water. The Archangel stared at Wu Yin expressionlessly and suddenly raised the strangely shaped weapon in her hand. For the emotionless Archangel divinity, there is no need for formalities. Anyone who tries to stop her from returning to her Lord is a heretic that should be eradicated. Who knows how the Archangel divinity moved? The ice wings on her back suddenly shook and ripples appeared in the air. Countless icicles shot out from her wings. The target is Wu Yan. Wu Yan's expression changed. His fingers moved slightly, and his body suddenly floated away like a green leaf in the wind. If you look closely, you will notice a layer of fine iron particles that can only be seen when standing directly in front of Wu Yan rolled into a liquid and gently floated around Wu Yan's hands and feet. Wu Yan only slightly modified some of the original calculation formulas to control the fine iron particles to support his body and achieve flight. This was the inspiration he got from the battle with Accelerator, where he controlled the iron particles into a ball to empty himself. Wu Yin didn't need much computing power to achieve this goal. With a light push of the formula in his mind, the fine iron particles around his hands and feet became like his own hands and feet, carrying him around in the air. It's as if he's really flying. Let's do it. Kanzaki Kaori placed one hand on her seven heavens' seven blades and said to Kamiju Toma, Kamiju Soya, and Tsuchimikado Motoharu, "You guys go destroy the ritual site of Angel Fall." Kamiju Toma was taken aback and quickly shouted to Kanzaki Kaori, "What about you?" Kanzaki Kaori looked up at the sky and saw Wu Yin dodging in a sorry state. "I'll stay here and hold back the Archangel Divinity. You want to fight against an angel?" Kamiju Toma was shocked. Even if he did not know anything about magic, he at least knew that those angels are not something humans can fight against. Kamiju Toma did not know that in some aspects, a sage with the stigmata can fight against an angel. But Kanzaki Kaori did not plan to use the stigmata. She looked at Wu Yin, who was dodging the Archangel Divinity's attack, and smiled lightly. "Don't worry, with my ability and that mysterious strong person, we should be able to hold back the Archangel Divinity." But when Kamiju Toma was still a little hesitant, Tsuchimikado Motoharu suddenly pulled his hand and smiled at him. "Don't worry, Meow. Big sister is very strong, Meow. We also have things to do, Meow." Hearing Tsuchimikado Motoharu's words, Kamiju Toma gritted his teeth and nodded. He followed Tsuchimikado Motoharu and Kamiju Kitsuya to his home. That was the site of the Angel Falls ceremony. Kanzaki Kaori looked at their backs as they left. "I'll leave it to you guys." Unfortunately, Kanzaki Kaori did not know that there was another group of people who were preparing to demolish Kamiju Toma's house. The endless ice pillars were like raindrops on a rainy day. The ice pillars mercilessly pierced Wu Yan's body. As long as one is pierced, that delicate body of Jusama will come to an end. Wu Yan could only rely on his newly developed flying ability to escape in the sky. After a while, he was already panting heavily. He wanted to fight back, but the powerful bullet screen made it so that if he moved, one or two icicles would appear in front of him. He didn't even have the time to raise his meteor shower. The only thing Wu Yin can use to fight against the Archangel is Meteor Shower. The other skills like Kendo Mastery and Electromaster LV5 are all useless against someone of a higher tier than him. Challenging someone of a higher tier than him would be suicidal. Now, just dodging the attacks of Archangel Gods, might is already a bit too much for Wu Yin. This Archangel God's might is really strong. A simple ice pillar attack is already so strong. If she uses those angel techniques, on the other side, Archangel God's might seems to want to end this quickly. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and countless water tornadoes appeared on the surface of the sea. With a whoosh, they shot towards Wu Yin like water dragons. The distance between the two was only a short dozen meters. With the strength of both sides, such a distance could be covered in almost an instant. In a few breaths, the water tornadoes had already rushed in front of Wu Yin. Facing such a powerful attack, Wu Yin did not dare to take it head-on. His body flashed with electricity, and the iron sand around him swept away Wu Yin. When Wu Yin retreated, a thick layer of ice formed on the surface of the water tornadoes. All the water tornadoes turned into huge ice pillars in an instant. They directly passed through Wu Yan's previous position and fiercely collided with Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan's expression changed again and again. The speed of the water tornadoes was already quite fast. After turning into huge ice pillars, their speed did not decrease, but instead increased. With a strong whistling sound, they rushed towards Wu Yin, who could not react in time. Wu Yin gritted his teeth and secretly apologized to Shokuho Misaki in his heart. Then, he raised Meteor Shower in his hand, as if he was planning to exchange injury for injury. At this moment, a sword light suddenly slashed across the ground and arrived in front of Wu Yin, shattering all the huge ice pillars that came towards him. Chapter 244. The ice pillar and the sword light canceled each other out, saving Wu Yin, who was about to take the hit. Wu Yin let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt a little more confident. She's finally going to make a move. Shinja Kori pointed the seven heavens, seven blades at the Archangel's divine power. Her face was serious, but her mouth was sneering. As a member of the Cross sect, I never thought I would one day make a move against an angel of the Cross sect. Soulcrack Kori's face turned serious as she stared at Archangel God's might. Of the Church of Necessary Evil, Soulcrack Kori, magic name, Salvera 000, lending a helping hand to those who can't be saved. Soulcrack Kori swung Soulcrack Kori's might with a wave of her sword. The air around the blade was rolled into a shockwave and swept towards Archangel God's might. By mentioning the name of the spell, it meant that Soulcrack Fireweave had decided to take down the Archangel power of God as an existence that must be defeated. It also meant that she was going to go all out. However, Soulcrack Kori still didn't plan on using the stigmata. That's to be expected. Even though she could contend against Archangel God's might after using the stigmata, as a human, using the stigmata from Son of God's might would cause her body to crumble easily. Of course, even without the stigmata, Soulcrack Kori was still very strong. With her as the main attacker and Wu Yin assisting from the side, it's not impossible to go against Archangel God's might. Wu Yin immediately floated away and aimed meteor shower at Archangel God's might. Soulcrack Kori seemed to understand and leaped forward. Soulcrack Kori swung Soulcrack Kori's might with Soulcrack Kori's might. Instantly, a sharp sound rang in the air. Several sharp blades that could cut a normal person into pieces followed behind the shockwave and attacked Archangel God's might. 7 flashes, the shockwave tore through the air, its power enough to injure a peak Class 7 powerhouse. However, the Archangel didn't even bat an eyelid. The ice wings on her back unfurled, and a huge ice spike shot out, blocking the Archangel's path. The air wave and 7 flashes hit the ice spike and cut it into pieces. However, they were also blocked by the ice spike at the same time. The Archangel of God didn't even look at Soulcrack Kori, who was attacking her. Instead, she looked directly at Wu Yin and waved her ice wings. The ice wings turned into sharp ice spears and pierced towards Wu Yin, who was about to draw his bow. This also meant that the Archangel was afraid of Wu Yin's meteor shower. Faced with the incoming ice spear, Wu Yin could only helplessly give up on attacking and float away. As for the other ice spear, it followed after the first ice spear was dodged and suddenly attacked. Not only that, countless ice spears were also coming towards Wu Yin from behind. Seeing the ice spear in front of him, Wu Yin smashed his bow against the ice spear and pushed upwards. His body instantly accelerated and moved away from the attack. The Archangel of God looked at Wu Yin expressionlessly. The ice spear was like a moving spider's leg, turning in the air and continuing to stab towards Wu Yin. It seemed to want to destroy him first. 7 flashes, seeing the Archangel's divine power ignore her. Soulcrack Kori seemed to be a little angry. She sheathed her 7 heavens, 7 swords, and with a flip of the scabbard, she shattered all the ice spears with a sharp screech. After losing the ice spears formed from the ice wings, the Archangel of God immediately touched the surface of the sea, and a waterspout attacked again. But this time, the target was not Wu Yin or Soulcrack Kori, but the Archangel of God herself. The waterspout directly hit the Archangel of God's back and gradually turned into ice. The ice spread out, and a pair of ice wings suddenly appeared behind the Archangel of God's back. While the Archangel of God was condensing the ice wings, Wu Yan's eyes turned sharp. Taking a beating was not in his character. He was not a masochist. Since he did not have time to use Meteor Shower, he had to use other moves. In his mind, all the computing power suddenly surged wildly. A burst of crazy beep, beep, beep sound appeared on Wu Yan's surface, accompanied by a crazy flow of blue and white electricity. At the same time, countless black clouds suddenly appeared in the originally boundless night sky, covering the night sky. A storm-like silence filled the entire scene, making it seem like the crater of a volcano before an eruption. It was extremely solemn. A burst of lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled within the layers of dark clouds. The blue-white lightning seemed to have a life of its own. It was like a giant dragon, rolling within the clouds. Soulcrack Kaori's face shook. This isn't magic. This is a superpower. Soulcrack Kaori abruptly turned her head to look at Wu Yin in the sky, bathed in lightning and thunder. Her eyes turned cold. It's her. She's from Academy City. After figuring out that Wu Yin was from the science faction, Soulcrack Kaori did not relax. Instead, her heart sank. The relationship between science and magic is not that good. With Wu Yin's current strength, Soulcrack Kaori had no choice but to take him seriously. Without using the sacred mark, Soulcrack Kaori felt that it would be very difficult for her to defeat him. On top of that, he had a terrifying bow. This thought flashed through Soulcrack Kaori's mind before she buried it deep in her heart. Now is not the time to think about these things. Dealing with archangel gods might is the most important thing right now. Suddenly, Wu Yin closed his eyes, then abruptly opened them. A violent aura suddenly came from the clouds, causing Soulcrack Kaori to stop her 7 heavens, 7 blades. Like a giant dragon rolling in the clouds, the lightning gathered above Archangel God's might. In the blink of an eye, all the lightning condensed into a white lightning ball. A real lightning strike. Wu Yin yelled, and he pointed at the white ball of lightning above the Archangel. With a wave of his hand, a gigantic bolt of lightning came crashing down from the sky. In less than 1,000th of a second, the bolt of lightning struck the Archangel. Kaboom! The lightning struck Archangel God's might. It wasn't until Archangel God's might was wrapped in lightning that the loud sound of thunder could be heard. What a powerful strike! Soulcrack Kaori clenched her 7 heavens, 7 blades in her hand, and muttered something only she could hear. It's much stronger than 7 flashes. It's comparable to solitary flash in terms of speed and power. If only the time it took to condense the attack was a little shorter. Did it work? Wu Yin panted slightly as he looked at Archangel God's might wrapped in lightning. His eyes showed a trace of exhaustion. True Lightning Strike is the strongest move in Electrocaster LVL5. It's even stronger than Railgun. Even with Wu Yin's strength, using this move still gave him a headache. At a certain point, Wu Yin looked at the location where the lightning flashed. His expression changed, and he felt helpless. Sure enough, it's not that easy. Archangel God's might was still there, expressionless. Her body was unharmed except for the tattered ice wings on her back. This told Wu Yin that Archangel God's might was fine. Because of this, Archangel God's might tilted her head like a puppet. Wu Yin bitterly smiled. This is probably what they call an angel, a puppet of God. The Archangel's eyes flickered a little. She leaned to the side, and the ice wings on her back flapped in the air. A circle of light swayed out from the ice wings. Archangel God's might pointed at it, and a familiar giant magic circle appeared once again, covering the entire sky. Armageddon. Wu Yin and Soulcrack Kaori were shocked. Archangel God's might was not going to waste any more time. The magic circle in the sky glowed with an icy blue light. The familiar aura was once again emitted from it, but halfway through, an explosion came from afar. Following that, Armageddon and Archangel God's might gradually disappeared under Wu Yin and Soulcrack Kaori's stunned expression. Chapter 245. In the eyes of the two, the Armageddon magic formation in the sky is slowly fading away. The dark night sky is also slowly disappearing along with the Armageddon magic formation, revealing the color of dusk. Archangel God's might, along with the disappearance of the Armageddon magic formation in the night sky, the ice wings on her back crumbled and turned into ice shards on the ground. Archangel God's might herself, as if she's in a painting, is slowly being erased, until she completely disappears. Wu Yin and Kanzaki Kaori, one in the air and the other on the ground. Both of them let out a sigh of relief when they saw dusk and the Archangel's godly power vanish from sight. At this moment, Wu Yin and Shinjakori's body suddenly flashed with a layer of color. As the color flashed, Wu Yan's body that belonged to Shokuho Misaki also began to disappear, returning to his original state. On the ground, Shinjakori also looked at her body in surprise, seemingly happy that her body has returned to its original state. Wu Yin couldn't help but scratch his face in confusion. Divine Ren Fireweave seemed to have been affected by Angel Fall as well. That's why she turned into that Shota uncle stare. So it's only natural that Shinja Kaori would be happy when Angel Fall is removed. However, in Wu Yan's eyes, Shinja Kaori has always been like this, not changing at all. That's why he wasn't as happy as Shinja Kaori was. Of course, to Wu Yin, Shinja Kaori didn't change much. But to Shinja Kaori, Wu Yin has changed a lot. A peerless beauty suddenly turned into a stinky man. Isn't this a big change? Shinja Kaori looked at Wu Yin, who was floating in the air, carefully sizing him up. It's like she's trying to imprint Wu Yan's appearance into her mind. Shinja Kaori pondered for a moment before taking a few steps forward to speak to Wu Yin. Thank you for your help. Wu Yin nodded. He turned around and without another word, he flew off in a different direction. Wait! Shinja Kaori reached out a hand to stop Wu Yin, but Wu Yan's figure has already turned into a black dot and disappeared into the horizon. Shinja Kaori stared blankly at the direction Wu Yin disappeared, thousands of questions in her mind. But Wu Yan's gone. She can only bury these questions deep in her heart. Big sis. Shinja Kaori. Two voices interrupted the beautiful scene of Shinja Kaori looking up at the sky. She engraved Wu Yan's appearance in her mind before turning around. Tsuchimikado Motohiro looked at the dusk sky, his eyes flashing under his sunglasses. He asked Shinja Kaori, "Did the divine power return?" Shinja Kaori nodded and looked at Tsuchimikado Motohiro and Kamijutoma in confusion. How'd you guys get back so quickly? If I recall correctly, the Angel Fall ceremony isn't that far away, right? Hearing this, Tsukimike's Motoharu and Kamiju Dangma looked at each other, and then Kamiju Dangma said, "We haven't even reached the ritual site, and the magic formation in the sky has already disappeared." What? Shinja Kaori was shocked. Tsuchimikado Motoharu shrugged and smiled. "It's true, Meow. Then, who destroyed the ritual site and stopped the Angel Fall?" Shinja Kaori frowned and looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu and Kamiju Toma. "We want to know too, Meow." Tsukimike's Motoharu pushed up his sunglasses and said in a strange tone, "Knowing about Angel Fall and knowing the location of the ritual before us, I'm curious who has the ability to do this, Meow. Well, it doesn't matter as long as you guys are fine. That's the best." Kamiju Toma called out in satisfaction. Kamiju Toma nodded with a smile on his face, agreeing with him. These two poor people still don't know that their home has turned into dust, leaving only a piece of land. Speaking of which, Meow, big sis, Tsuchimikado Motoharu looked at Shinja Kaori and asked her, "Where's that mysterious person?" Shinja Kaori sighed and said helplessly, "He left." "Is that so, Meow?" Tsuchimikado Motoharu touched his chin and asked, "Did you see that mysterious person's appearance?" Shinja Kaori nodded slightly and described Wu Yan's appearance to Tsuchimikado Motoharu. Tsuchimikado Motoharu pondered, trying to find memories of Wu Yin in his mind. Suddenly, a figure flashed in Tsuchimikado Motoharu's mind, making him slightly surprised. "Big sis, are you sure that mysterious person has black hair and red eyes?" Looking at Tsuchimikado Motoharu, who suddenly became excited, Shinja Kaori was surprised. "You know him?" Tsuchimikado Motoharu bitterly smiled and shrugged his shoulders. "Should be considered as knowing him. I've only seen him once. If he's really the person I'm thinking of." Tsukimike's Motoharu returned to his usual carefree self. With his hands on his hips, he smiled and said, "Well, if it really is him, then it's not surprising that he can do this, Meow." Hearing this, Shinja Kaori looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu with interest. Everything about Wu Yin is so mysterious and so powerful. Shinja Kaori couldn't suppress her curiosity. "Who is he?" I saw him use a scientific ability. Is he really someone from Academy City? Tsuchimikado Motoharu scratched his face and helplessly said, Actually, I'm not sure about his background, Meow. I only know that his name is Yin. According to the records in Academy City's library, he's a LV0 powerless Meow. LV0? Shinjikori shook her head without hesitation. Impossible. He's very strong. Even compared to Steel, he's much stronger. Also, I saw him use a very powerful lightning attack with my own eyes. There's no way he's LV0. Lightning attack. Tsuchimikado Motoharu nodded this time. Then, this mysterious person should be that Yin Meow, but didn't you say he's LV0? Kamaju Toma couldn't help but ask, could it be that he's LV0 like himself, but has an inexplicable ability? Already said Meow. That's the record in Academy City's database Meow. Tsuchimikado Motoharu looked at Shinja Kaori and said in a deep voice, Big sis, remember what I'm about to say and report it to the highest bishop. Seeing Tsuchimikado Motoharu's serious expression, Shinja Kaori's face turned serious and firmly nodded. Seeing this, Tsuchimikado Motoharu said, That person, although I don't have any specific information, but if I'm not mistaken, he has the ability to rival the chairman of Academy City, Alistair, or even the entire Academy City. Even though she was prepared, Shinja Kaori's body still trembled. Is this possible? If he can rival Academy City, doesn't that mean he can rival the Church of Necessary Evil? That's why I'm not sure. That person's identity is very mysterious. No, too mysterious. Tsuchimikado Motoharu raised his face as if he was recalling something. He was able to hide from that person and hide his identity in Academy City. Just this alone is already not simple. I haven't been in contact with him for a long time, but he has a trump card that isn't weaker than that person. This is something that I can be sure of. I can see that even that person can only be compared to him and can't suppress him. Is that so? Kanzaki Kaori lowered her head and said in a troubled tone. So, Academy City and that mysterious guy called Wu Yin have already formed an alliance? Then we. Don't worry about that, Meow. Tsuchimikado Motoharu waved his hand without care. At least for now, these two existences have no intention of joining forces, Meow. Well, big sis, tell the highest bishop. She'll make the decision, Meow. Shinja Huaji nodded and looked at the sky again, as if she was recalling the figure that had disappeared. Wu Yin, huh? I owe you one. Chapter 246. The conversation between Kanzaki Kaori and Tsuchimikado Motoharu didn't reach Wu Yan's ears as he flew towards Academy City. He also didn't know that the magic faction had already listed him as a major faction on par with them. If he knew, Wu Yan would be flabbergasted. To be able to pretend to be mysterious with such a background. No wonder he's a transmigrator. He even needs to pretend a bit. Even though Wu Yan didn't come from a major faction, he wasn't that bad compared to them. Even though there were only 5 of them, Chuju was a Tier 7, equivalent to a LV5 in Academy City. Wu Yan was also a Tier 7, and after the battle with the power of God, Wu Yan leveled up to level 67. Even though the power of God disappeared due to the destruction of the Angel Fall Ritual site, Wu Yan gained experience from the battle with the power of God. The battle with the power of God was recognized by the system as Wu Yan leveled up. Even Kai Shisama gained experience and leveled up to level 64. Wu Yan might be a Tier 7, but with the true ancestor's bloodline and meteor shower, he could even hold his own against a Tier 8. If his opponent was careless and got hit by his arrow, he might even be able to turn the tables. As for the remaining 3, Mikoto also gained experience from the power of God and leveled up to level 71. Astria was at level 76, and Ikaros was at level 78. The battle with the power of God gave Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria a level up. This wasn't surprising. Astria had accumulated a lot of experience. Accelerator was a Tier 8, the power of God, and the scattered experience from before it wasn't surprising that she leveled up. Not to mention Ikaros. Ever since she was summoned, she had been accumulating EXP. She had accumulated a lot of EXP during the treasure hunt, and with the help of 3 Tier 8 powerhouses, as well as the EXP of several powerhouses in Academy City, she only managed to level up by 1 level after much difficulty. Level didn't necessarily represent strength. Wu Yin was only level 67, but he still managed to fight 2 rounds with the power of God with Meteor Shower. Ikaros and Astria had powerful armaments. They were definitely at the peak of Tier 8. Even without that, 2 7th tier and 3 8th tier were enough to attract the attention of the big shots of the Magic faction. One had to know that in Academy City, only Accelerator and Alistair were able to attract the attention of the big shots of the Magic faction. This didn't even include Iwas, who never appeared in front of Wu Yin. His actual strength was still unknown. Of course, Academy City itself was a factor as well. Since he didn't know what happened, he naturally wouldn't express his thoughts. However, it's impossible for him not to know that they all leveled up. This is enough to make him feel a lot better. Along the way, Wu Yin flew into Academy City and came back much faster than when he went out. This made Wu Yin sigh at Jusama's frail body. If he was in his own body when he went in, he would have been able to fly all the way to the end. With the EMP barrier in place, he's not afraid of being caught by the surveillance cameras in Academy City, breaking the traffic rules and flying towards home. However, when he caught sight of a figure below him, he stopped. She had a shoulder-length brown bob hairstyle, a petite figure and face, and 2 slender, beautiful legs that seemed to be exposed intentionally or unintentionally, swaying back and forth. She was a girl who had the habit of adding the word super in her speech to emphasize the tone of her voice. Right now, the girl was swaying her slender legs as she walked into a small alley. Her face was covered by a hoodie. Her expression couldn't be seen, but she seemed to be mumbling something. Wu Yin looked at this petite but alluring girl with interest. He rubbed his chin and flew towards her. He landed behind her. As a member of Academy City's Black Ops, how could she not be vigilant in a place like this? Feeling someone approaching her, she turned around and saw Wu Yin standing behind her with a smile on his face. "It's Super You." The girl was taken aback. Her face, which was originally calm, suddenly changed as if she had seen a dreadful beast. Without hesitation, she turned around and ran away. Wu Yin predicted her movement. He grabbed the petite girl into his arms and teased. "Yo, Kanuhita girl, long time no see. Why are you running away the moment you see me? Super, let go of me. You super pervert." Kanuhita Sai struggled with all her might. However, Wu Yin, who had evolved into a true ancestor, wouldn't lose to a girl in terms of physical strength. He ignored her weak resistance. Kanuhita Sai forgot to use her ability. Who knows if she really forgot, or she didn't use it subconsciously. In any case, she's only struggling to please Wu Yin while she's in his embrace. Oh? Is this how a little girl greets a friend you haven't seen in a long time? You're the little girl. Super little girl. Who's your super friend? You super pervert. Kanuhita Sai was very unhappy with Wu Yin calling her a little girl. After all, as a girl, she would want to be more mature and prettier. Being called a little girl was an insult to the self-proclaimed charming Kanuhita Sai. Wu Yin raised an eyebrow when he heard Kanuhita Sai say super. "Yo, Kanuhita girl, you're so arrogant. You seem to have forgotten the lesson from last time. Do you need me to remind you?" After saying that, Wu Yin touched Kanuhita Sai's seductive thigh. It made one wonder if he had such thoughts in mind before appearing in front of Kanuhita Sai. The thigh that she was most proud of was suddenly touched by a warm hand. Kanuhita Sai's struggling body instantly froze. Feeling the familiar shape of the hand that she had only experienced once, Kanuhita Sai gave up resisting and put on a crying face. "You really are a super pervert." The moment the word super pervert was said, Kanuhita Sai felt the hand on her thigh tighten, causing her to cry out in shock and shut her mouth. Wu Yin kneaded Kanuhita Sai's thigh, feeling the smooth skin. "Little girl, change the word super pervert and I will let you go. How about it? Originally, Wu Yin thought that Kinuhata Sai would be happy to change it after hearing his words. However, he forgot that the word little girl was a huge blow to Kinuhata Sai. I'm not a super little girl. Kinuhata Sai was furious. Enduring the pain from her thigh, she shouted at Wu Yin, "You still say you're not a super pervert? Where's your hand super placed?" Oh, Wu Yin narrowed his eyes and gave Kinuhata Sai a smile that made her tremble in fear. Me? Where's my hand? Can you please tell me? As he spoke, Wu Yan's hand continued to move upwards. Very soon, it reached a position where Kinuhata Sai had no choice but to submit to him. Kinuhata Sai cried out in shock and started to struggle again. Hurry up and super let go of me. Otherwise, I will scream. Although Wu Yin really wanted to say, "Scream all you want. No one will come and save you even if you break your throat." When he thought of how stupid he would sound if he said that, Wu Yin gave up on that thought. Scream all you want. No one will come and save you even if you break your throat. Reality has proven that Wu Yin can be really stupid sometimes. Kinuhata Sai quickly shouted when she felt Wu Yan's hand on her thigh and it's about to reach into her panties. I got it. I super got it. Hurry up and super stop. Kinuhata Sai want to cry, but no tears came out. The sky is not even dark yet, and I am not walking at night. How did I meet this wolf? Chapter 247. Lightly rubbing Kinuhata Sai's thighs. Wu Yin has to admit that Kinuhata Sai's most prided thighs have the right to be proud of them. Even though they aren't as slender as Ikaros, Astria, and Shokuho Misaki's thighs, their smoothness is comparable to Mikoto and Chuja Mikoto's. To be able to maintain her thighs to such an extent at the age of 12, she even spent her days researching how to release the charm of her thighs, such as making them faintly discernible. This lowly's attractiveness has reached a whole new level. As the only person who has enjoyed this pair of thighs, Wu Yin can vouch for it with his own sister. Perhaps this is the reason why Wu Yin couldn't resist teasing Kinuhata Sai after not seeing her for a long time. Patting Kinuhata Sai's cheeks, Wu Yin lamented, "Why didn't you hold on a little longer? I thought I could play with you for a little longer." Hearing this, Kinuhata Sai gritted her teeth. She really wants to punch this shameless bastard away. However, the hand that is constantly moving between her lower abdomen and the base of her thighs made Kinuhata Sai give up on this tempting thought. "Hurry up and let go of me." Chuckling, Wu Yin retracted his hand and let go of Kinuhata Sai. The moment her feet touched the ground, Kinuhata Sai ran away with the fastest speed she has ever run in her life. She only stopped when she put a safe distance between her and Wu Yin. She looked at Wu Yin cautiously. Looking at Kinuhata Sai, who ran 10 meters away, Wu Yin held his breath. "I say, don't you think it's hard for you to talk like this? I don't have that much to say to you." Due to the distance between them, Kinuhata Sai had to raise her voice. Honestly speaking, it's a bit difficult. Even though Kinuhata Sai said that she had nothing else to say, she didn't leave immediately. Looking at the slightly arrogant Kinuhata Sai, Wu Yin rolled his eyes. Then, "Little girl, running to such a remote alley, are you planning to do something bad again?" "I'm not a super little girl." When the word little brat was mentioned, Kinuhata Sai couldn't help but grumble, as if she hadn't learned her lesson. "I won't do anything bad." "You won't do anything bad?" Wu Yin couldn't help but curl his lips. "Have you guys, never done anything bad?" Kinuhata Sai gulped and bit her lips as she glared at Wu Yin without saying a word. If she were to say that she had never done anything bad as a member of Item in Academy City, that would be **T. Even she herself wouldn't believe it. That super pervert probably hates girls who do bad things. This thought uncontrollably sprouted from Kinuhata Sai's heart. This was also the reason why Kinuhata Sai didn't say a word. She didn't know why, but the only person who had ever touched her body was the super pervert who had fiercely touched her body. Kinuhata Sai couldn't help but be concerned about her image in his heart. Kinu Hadasai didn't know that for Wu Yin, who was familiar with all kinds of 2D girls, as long as the girl wasn't rotten to the core and beyond redemption, Wu Yin wouldn't hate her. Of course, that's only if she's a cute girl. Looking at the silent Kinu Hadasai, Wu Yin had a feeling that if he continued to talk about this topic, it would lead to a bad ending, so he didn't bring it up. So, little girl, where are you planning to go now? It's almost dark and you're still running to an alley alone. Don't tell me you're planning to rob some hoodlums? I super told you not to call me super little girl. Kinu Hadasai said frantically, but what she got in return was Wu Yan's casual reply. I got it, little girl. I got it, little girl. With a pa sound, a Jing character appeared on Kinu Hadasai's forehead. Looking at Wu Yan's infuriating face, Kinu Hadasai resisted the urge to go berserk, turned around, and walked away. Hey. Wu Yan was startled and quickly followed her. You still haven't told me what you're planning to do. I'm going to do bad things, Kinu Hadasai said in a depressed tone. At the same time, she quickened her pace as if she didn't want to talk to Wu Yan anymore. Unfortunately, Kinu Hadasai underestimated a certain someone's shamelessness and also underestimated his leg strength. One didn't want to be caught, so he kept increasing his speed, while the other followed behind as if nothing had happened, casually following behind the former. Compared to the former's running posture, the latter was obviously much more relaxed, as if he was taking a stroll, but he was still hanging behind the former. Soon, the scene of a man and a woman running after each other in the alley appeared in this empty space. Running toward a certain direction, Kinu Hadasai's face was flushed red, not sure if it was due to lack of stamina or anger. She turned around and looked at Wu Yin, who looked like he was taking a stroll. Kinu Hadasai's face collapsed. Stopping her footsteps, Kinu Hadasai slowly turned around with a sad face and said dejectedly, "What are you super planning to do?" Wu Yin lightly smiled, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and said, "Of course I want to know what you're planning to do." Hearing this, Kinu Hadasai looked at Wu Yin in confusion. "Why do you want to know what I'm going to do?" Hearing Kinu Hadasai's question, Wu Yin still had a smile on his face, but in his heart, he was a bit embarrassed. Of course, Wu Yin had a purpose for following Kinu Hadasai so lazily. Dungeon World, Magic Catalog, Dungeon Mission, Rescue. Mission 1. Save 20,000 Misaka sisters. Revive all the dead Misaka sisters and heal all the Misaka sisters who are still alive. Collect all 20,000 Misaka sisters and store them in the biocontainment device. Completed. Mission reward. Equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points, 100,000 each. Mission 2. Defeat the strongest Esper in Academy City. Accelerator completed. Mission reward. Randomly summon a character. Mission 3. Seduce at least 3 characters in this dungeon world and make them willingly follow you out of this world. Mission reward. Summon a character that fulfills the requirements of Mission 3 for free. This very loving Mission 3 is still clearly displayed in Wu Yan's system list. Seduce at least 3 characters in this dungeon world. This is a very loving mission. But will girls come to you for you to seduce? The answer is of course not. That's right. In other words, Kinu Hadasai has been targeted by Wu Yin. Back then, when Wu Yin received Mission 3, 2 people immediately appeared in Wu Yan's mind. The first one was Shoko Hamisaki. Queen Sama came to him on her own accord. How could Wu Yin not accept it? Although conquering Queen Sama is extremely difficult, after experiencing the ripples in the amusement park, Wu Yin already felt that the road ahead is much smoother. As for the second one, it was this very cute and seductive girl, Kinu Hadasai. Other than Queen Sama, she also appeared in Wu Yan's mind for the first time. An item, other than Mujino Shizuri, Kinu Hadasai, Takitsubu Riku, and Frenda were all taken advantage of by him. Naturally, Wu Yin thought of them the moment he received the Mission 3. Moreover, the Mission 3's targets just so happened to be these 3. This time, with the high difficulty level of the Mission 3, if he targets Kinu Hadasai, Takitsubu Riku, and Frenda from item, then it should be much easier. After all, they were all taken advantage of by him. They should have some impression of him, whether good or bad. As long as they have an impression of him, he would have a way to clear them, right? Besides, there are also characters he likes. As for the fact that Kinuhita Sai is 12 years old and Frenda is a standard infant, Wu Yin automatically ignored that fact. Chapter 248. Kinuhita Sai suddenly had a bad premonition. She felt a chill down her spine as if a pair of glowing green eyes were staring at her from behind. Kinuhita Sai started to look around suspiciously, trying to find the source of the ominous feeling. Kinuhita Sai, I didn't know that the wolf eyes that were staring at her was actually the wolf standing in front of her. Wu Yin naturally wouldn't say something like, "I'm here to woo you," but he couldn't find a reason to do so, so he could only shrug helplessly. "So are you going to tell me, or not?" Kinuhita Sai, I narrowed her eyes as her gaze slowly turned vigilant. "Don't tell me you're here to pry for information." Wu Yin rolled his eyes. "Pry for information? What kind of information would I pry for?" Kinuhita Sai snorted coldly as she placed her hands on her waist and said proudly, "As the super dark unit of Academy City, there are plenty of people who come here to pry for information." Upon hearing this, Wu Yin curled his lips in disdain, completely destroying Kinuhita Sai's arrogance. If I really wanted to pry for information, would I need to go through so much trouble? I could just go straight to her door and take down Mujino Shizuri. What kind of information can I get? Kinuhita Sai's arrogance instantly disappeared. Wu Yan's words reminded her of the battle at the research facility. Their leader Mujino Shizuri was taken down by Wu Yin, and the three of them became his toys. Kinuhita Sai could only say with a wronged expression, "Don't underestimate Mujino. She's super strong." "Yes, yes, yes." Hearing Kinuhita Sai's stubborn tone, Wu Yin replied nonchalantly. This caused Kinuhita Sai to clench her fist tightly. Looking at Kinuhita Sai's angry expression, Wu Yin scratched his face and said impatiently, "I say, if you really don't have anything else to do, why don't you come with me for a stroll?" This time, Kinuhita Sai finally understood that the other party wasn't interested in her goal at all. His real goal was her. As soon as this thought popped up in her mind, Kinuhita Sai's face turned pale and she turned around to run. Wu Yin was stunned. Looking at Kinuhita Sai, who suddenly ran away, he couldn't react in time. Why did this girl suddenly run away? Could it be that she really had something secret to do? Wu Yin, who didn't know that Kinuhita Sai had already found out about his wild ambition, could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. He looked at Kinuhita Sai, who ran away with a playful look as if he's looking at an underpowered vehicle. With a light step, he appeared behind Kinuhita Sai. "I say, little girl, why are you running again? You don't want me to know where you're going? You're the super little girl. Don't chase after me." Kinuhita Sai shouted without turning her head. Then she mustered all her strength and started running. Her face was filled with panic, just like a little loli being chased by a strange uncle. "If you stop, I won't chase after you. Get the hell away from me. You're a super pervert. Little girl, it seems like you're planning to let this brother chase after you. I already said that I'm not a super little girl. Are you going to stop or not?" "Super no." "No. Then you want me to catch you?" "Fine. I'll definitely catch you properly. Help. There's a super pervert." Kinuhita Sai had just shouted for help when she noticed a pair of wine-red eyes appearing from the side of her face. This caused Kinuhita Sai's soul to leave her body, and she started running for her life. At this moment, Kinuhita Sai noticed that Wu Yan's eyes had turned wine-red. Although she was a little confused as to why this super pervert's eyes turned so beautiful, this wasn't a reason for Kinuhita Sai to stop running. If she stopped, her beautiful body would be licked by that wolf's saliva again. "I say, why are you running?" "Because a super pervert like you is chasing after me. If you don't run, I won't chase after you." "Then super stop chasing after me." "Why are you so against me? I just want to invite you to watch a movie." "Who the hell wants to watch a movie with you?" A B-rated movie. When she heard the words B-rated movie, Kinuhata Sayai's feet stopped for a moment, but she immediately started running again with all her might. Although B-rated movies are very tempting to her, it's too dangerous to watch a B-rated movie with Wu Yin. Looking at Kinuhata Sayai running even faster, Wu Yin pursed his lips. His figure flashed, and this time, he didn't appear beside Kinuhata Sayai, but right in front of her. In the next second, Kinuhata Sayai felt herself crashing into someone's embrace, and at the same time, that person hugged her. Feeling that familiar embrace, Kinuhata Sayai didn't even need to think to know who this person is. Kinuhata Sayai's face was filled with tears as she screamed in despair. "Oh, Mujino, Takitsubu, Frenda, Kinuhata, I'm going to become super impure. My super beautiful body. You're finally going to super take advantage of this super pervert." Whoa. Hearing that, Wu Yan's forehead was filled with black lines. Looking at Kinuhata Sayai, who had given up on resisting, her eyes were tightly shut, her face was filled with nervousness, and her mouth was constantly screaming something. Wu Yan didn't hold back and slapped her butt. Super attack. Super attack is starting. Super attack is starting. Kinuhata Sayai was extremely nervous as she screamed in panic. This caused the black lines on Wu Yan's face to collapse. In the end, it turned into the word awkward. "Little girl, I really don't know what you're thinking, but if it's possible, you should stop." Kinuhata Sayai didn't give up and started scratching again. However, her strength was slowly decreasing. She opened one of her eyes and met with Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. Kinuhata Sayai said meekly, Didn't you super want to eat me?" Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Although he did want to eat this girl, he can guarantee that he didn't want to do it at this moment. "Little girl, do you really want me to eat you that much?" Wu Yan looked at Kinuhata Sayai from the corner of his eyes and pressed her delicate body into his embrace. "If that's the case, then I don't mind." No. Super don't want to." Kinuhata Sayai shouted without hesitation. This caused Wu Yan to feel hurt in his heart. This Kinuhata Sayai seems to hate him a lot. Wu Yan didn't even think about how many times he and Kinuhata Sayai have met each other. Plus, the first time they met, he already did this to her. Any girl would subconsciously reject him, let alone have sex with him. Then Kinuhata girl, accompany me to watch a movie. Wu Yan looked at Kinuhata Sayai in his embrace with a smile. His hands even tightened as if he was saying, "If you don't agree, I won't let go." One has to say, he's too shameless. No, super no. Kinuhata Sayai shook her head without hesitation. For a B-rated movie, it's weird that a girl would like to watch it. But to bring a guy along to watch it, that's even weirder. And to bring Wu Yan along, that's too dangerous. Kinuhata Sayai struggled for a bit, but couldn't break free. Seeing Wu Yan's shameless look, Kinuhata Sayai could only whimper and surrender. "Please, super, let me go. I really have something super important to do. I can't go." "Oh." Wu Yan looked at Kinuhata Sayai with interest. "What's the matter? Tell me." Kinuhata Sayai hesitated for a while before helplessly saying, "Mujino gave a death order. Everyone has to be super present today." Hearing Kinuhata Sayai's words, Wu Yan couldn't help but frown. Mujino Shizuri gave such an order? What's she trying to do? Mujino Shizuri wants to super challenge the second. No, she wants to super challenge the third place, dark matter. Huh? Wu Yan was stunned. Mujino Shizuri wants to challenge Kakin Taidaku? Kinuhata Sayai nodded. Seeing this, Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. He couldn't stay calm. Chapter 249. Mujino Shizuri versus Kakin Taidaku. It's not like it's never happened before. In the original work, Mujino Shizuri's Dark Ops fought against Kakin Taidaku's Dark Ops. Mujino Shizuri even went up against Kakin Taidaku, but the result was terrible. Kakin Taidaku's ability, Dark Matter, was a bit of a cheat. Mujino Shizuri's atomic collapse could not even touch Kakin Taidaku's Dark Matter, which allowed him to create new substances. In other words, Mujino Shizuri was crushed by Kakin Taidaku. Just how powerful was the dark matter? It was so strong that even Accelerator would be at a disadvantage if he wasn't careful. It was so strong that even Makoto, who had reached the 8th tier, had to use her railgun to blast it away. Otherwise, electricity alone wouldn't be able to hurt Kakin Taidaku. Mujino Shizuri's atomic collapse is of the same type as Makoto's ability. With Mujino Shizuri's current level, if she goes up against Kakin Taidaku, the result will be the same as in the original work. This Mujino Shizuri, what's wrong with her that she wants to challenge Kakin Taidaku? Wuyin couldn't help but let go of Kinuhata Sai and rubbed his forehead. Kinuhata Sai tidied up her messy clothes. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Kinuhata Sai was unhappy. How could Kinuhata Sai not understand the meaning behind Wu Yan's words? He's obviously saying that Mujino Shizuri will definitely lose if she goes up against Kakin Taidaku. Don't underestimate Mujino. No matter what, Mujino is still rank 4. Even if that Kakin Taidaku is 1 rank higher than Mujino, Mujino won't be that far behind. That's because you don't understand Kakin Taidaku. Wu Yin couldn't help but frown and said to Kinuhata Sai in a serious tone, "To put it bluntly, among the 7 LV5 players in Academy City, aside from Accelerator and Makoto, anyone who goes up against him will die." Hearing this, Kinuhata Sai wanted to refute, but seeing Wu Yan's serious expression, Kinuhata Sai hesitated and said with uncertainty, Is it that powerful?" Wu Yin helplessly nodded and said, "Let's put it this way. You know about Accelerator, right? According to the tree diagram designer's calculations, if Accelerator goes all out, he can kill the old Makoto within 185 moves." Impossible. Kinuhata Sai jumped up. That super railgun, even in the past, was ranked 3rd. How could it be so weak? It's not that Makoto is weak, but Accelerator is too strong. Wu Yin bitterly smiled and shook his head, and then he laughed. Of course, that was in the past. Now, Makoto's strength has increased by quite a bit. Even if she can't win against Accelerator, she won't lose so badly. Kinuhata Sai stared blankly at Wu Yan, as if she was shocked by Wu Yan's words. After a while, she squeezed out a sentence. This is also related to that super Accelerator. What does it have to do with that dark matter? That's the crux of the matter. Wu Yin sighed and looked at Kinuhata Sai. You know, if Kakin Taidaku goes up against Accelerator, then he will definitely lose badly. Kinuhata Sai let out a sigh of relief. However, Wu Yan's next words caused her to worry again. But with the special properties of dark matter, even if he loses badly in the end, he will be able to force Accelerator into a disadvantageous position in the beginning. Say, do you think Mujino Shizuri could defeat Kakin Taidaku? If possible, please let me become his disciple. Kinuhata Sai went silent. She looked at Wu Yin. Her eyes were filled with worry. Then, wouldn't it be dangerous for Mujino Shizuri to go up against him? Unless Mujino Shizuri goes up against Kakin Taidaku in her high exertion state, then maybe there's still a chance of winning. Wu Yin looked at the worried Kinuhata Sai and nodded in admiration. This is the good thing about Kinuhata Sai. Even though she lives in the Academy City's Black Ops, where people eat people, she cares a lot about her companions, even if the companions she cares about don't care about her at all. High exertion. Kinuhata Sai went silent again. Wu Yin shrugged with a bitter smile. He understood why Kinuhata Sai went silent. Mujino Shizuri's atomic collapse was actually very powerful. Just like light, electrons could adapt to different situations, displaying the properties of both particles and waves. It possessed the ability to forcefully manipulate the ambiguous situation between the two. What was directly emitted was neither waves nor particles, but the electron itself. Even if an electron that was fixed in an ambiguous state hit an object, it would stay on the spot because it could not decide whether it would be a particle or a waveform. Originally, the electron only had a mass that was infinitely close to 0, but the effect of the stay would become a pseudo-barrier, and the barrier would hit the target with terrifying power at the same speed as when it was released. Thus, due to the excessive power of this ability, it was very unstable and required a lot of fine-tuning and careful settings. Normally, Mujino Shizuri would control the power of her meltdown of atoms to a level that she could endure. This was the so-called low-output state. A researcher in a certain research institute in Academy City once said that if she didn't have her survival instincts restricting the output of atomic collapse, in other words, if she fully unleashed the power of atomic collapse to a high exertion state, Mujino Shizuri would be able to instantly kill the third-ranked railgun. But in reality, if Mujino Shizuri really did that and completely removed her survival instincts restricting atomic collapse, then her own body would also be shattered by the reaction of the high exertion state. In other words, if Mujino Shizuri went up against Kakin Taitaku with a low exertion state, she would lose instantly, but with a high exertion state, she would die instantly, and she might not even win. That Mujino Shizuri. Why would she want to challenge Kakin Taitaku? Woo-yin couldn't help but pat his cheeks, feeling a headache coming on. Kinuhata Sai told Woo-yin, Mujino used to hate Railgun a lot. She always thought that the reason Railgun was able to surpass her was because of Railgun's ability. In terms of military usage, Railgun was better than Mujino's. Plus, Railgun was a high school student, so Mujino hated her a lot. In the end, Kakin Taitaku was defeated by Railgun. Originally, the research institutes thought that the third and fourth ranked should be on par in terms of strength. But this time, the research institutes thought that Mujino's ability was weaker than Railgun's. Kinuhata Sai couldn't help but laugh bitterly at this. That's why Mujino hated dark matter so much. She wanted to prove that she could also defeat dark matter, to prove that she wasn't weaker than the second-ranked Railgun. Woo-Yan's eyebrows twitched. He suppressed the urge to curse and slumped his shoulders. He knew that Mujino Shizuri hated Mikoto, but he didn't expect her to hate Mikoto to this extent. Those trashy research institutes. Did they take the wrong medicine to come up with such a conclusion? Aren't they just trying to lure the arrogant Mujino Shizuri to her death? What should I super do now? Kinuhata Sai clench her fist. Super tell Mujino not to go? But with Mujino's personality, she'll definitely super think that I'm looking down on her and kill me with a meltdown atom. I say, are you that worried about her? Woo-Yin couldn't help but ask. It's not just because of Mujino. Kinuhata Sai shook her head. Frenda and Takitsubu might be super dangerous as well. Mujino Shizuri, you're really something. Aren't you just trying to provoke this brother to make a move? Speechless helplessly, dragging down the three girls he's already decided on. Mujino Shizuri. Woo-Yin sighed, and he said something that made Kinuhata Sai flabbergasted. Looks like it's time to get rid of Kakin Taita. Chapter 250. In an empty alley, Mujino Shizuri, Takitsubu Riku, and Frenda are waiting for Kinuhata Sai's arrival. They've been waiting for quite some time now. At this moment, Mujino Shizuri's face is starting to show signs of impatience. There's even a hint of anger in her eyes. Finally, she couldn't help but ask Frenda. Frenda, is Kinuhata not here yet? Arara, this is so weird. Frenda is holding a phone and continuously dialing Kinuhata Sai's number, but she didn't pick up every time. What's going on in the end? Kinuhata has always been punctual, plus, Mujino already gave her a death order. Kinuhata shouldn't have disobeyed Mujino's orders. Could something have happened? Takitsubu Riku resisted her exhaustion and raised her head to ask Mujino Shizuri and Frenda. The only thing she can think of is that something happened to Kinuhata Sai. In a way, something did happen because at this time, Kinuhata Sai is running for her life because of a certain wolf behind her. Hearing this, Mujino Shizuri felt that it made sense. She had been doing missions with Kinuhata Sai almost every day. Mujino Shizuri understood Kinuhata Sai very well. If it wasn't for something happening, she wouldn't have been late. Do we need to pick her up? Frenda raised her phone and asked Mugino. The four of them have GPS. They just need to track her down, and they'll be able to find Kinuhata Sai. Mugino Shizuri clicked her tongue and said impatiently, "Forget it. With Kinuhata's abilities, even if something happened, with her nitrogen armor, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Let's not wait for her. Let's go." Frenda and Takitsubu Riko looked at each other helplessly. But they also know that once Mugino has made her decision, she won't be able to change it. "Yes, don't tell me you're super eager to deal with that dark matter." This was Kinuhata Sai's first reaction when she heard Wu Yin say that it's time for him to leave. After seeing Wu Yin nod his head, Kinuhata Sai couldn't help but ask, "Don't tell me you're super crazy? Didn't you just say that the dark matter was super powerful?" Indeed, Kakin Taidaku is very powerful. His wine-red eyes suddenly turned golden. Of course, it was only for an instant before the golden color disappeared. Even Kinuhata Sai, who was right beside him, did not notice this change. Wu Yin smiled faintly. "But I'm stronger than him." Wu Yin sounded very confident and resolute when he said this. If it was before, perhaps Wu Yin wouldn't have a 100% chance of winning against Kakin Taidaku's abnormal dark matter. In fact, the chances of him losing would be much higher. But now, Wu Yin, with his bloodline and new equipment, could even hold off an archangel, let alone a Kakin Taidaku. Therefore, Wu Yin was confident that he could kill Kakin Taidaku directly. Hearing Wu Yan's resolute words, Kinuhata Sai was stunned for a moment before she frowned again. Indeed, since you can super defeat Mugino, it seems like you're also a super LV5. If you team up with Mugino Chao, you might be able to defeat Kakin Taitaku. Wu Yin smiled faintly and did not explain. He was secretly laughing in his heart, hoping that Kinuhata Sai wouldn't be so shocked that her jaw would drop when the time comes. But Kinuhata Sai suddenly changed her tone and looked at Wu Yin. "Why do you super want to help us?" "Yeah, why?" Wu Yin pretended to be confused and touched his chin. He looked at Kinuhata Sai's serious face and smiled. "I have no choice. That Kakin Taidaku might hurt my sisters. If I don't help him, he might—" "Your sisters?" Kinuhata Sai was stunned and widened her eyes at Wu Yin. She raised her finger and shouted at Wu Yin. "Who are you calling your sisters? You super pervert." "As expected, you're super pervert. You're super targeting the four of us." Hey, don't misunderstand." Wu Yin immediately shook his head and said righteously, "Not 4, it's 3. That Aunt Mugino who goes through menopause every day is not my cup of tea." You. Kinuhata Sai pointed at Wu Yin with a trembling finger. She saw how righteous he was when he declared that he wanted to take in 3 sisters, and one of them was her. Kinuhata Sai went crazy and shouted, "They're not your super sisters. You super pervert. Don't even think about it." "Aya, Kinuhata Sai, don't be shy. You see, we've already done that kind of thing. Isn't it natural for them to become my sisters? Don't make it sound so flirtatious. I was just super hypnotized by you." Kinuhata Sai didn't realize that she just said something outrageous and continued to criticize Wu Yin. "Also, it's not us, it's you. You're super hypnotized. We didn't do it willingly. Ma, it's all the same, it's super hypnotized." Kinuhata Sai felt that her throat was burning and she was panting heavily. One could imagine how excited she was just now. Wu Yin looked at the panting Kinuhata Sai and suddenly reached out his hand. While Kinuhata Sai was stunned, he lifted her chin and brought her lips closer to his. "What are you super trying to do?" Looking at the pair of charming wine-red eyes, Kinuhata Sai panicked and shifted her eyes away. Her face was frozen because of Wu Yan's action. She wanted to break free from Wu Yan's hand, but she stopped because of Wu Yan's next sentence. "Kinuhata Sai, do you really want to stay in the dark ops and live a dark life?" Kinuhata Sai went silent. She didn't know how she should answer him. She could say she doesn't want to, but she's already used to living a life of darkness. If she said she wants to, she would feel a sense of helplessness that came from the depths of her heart. Thus, Kinuhata Sai could only stay silent. Kinuhata Sai silence made Wu Yin sigh. While Kinuhata Sai was silent, Wu Yin suddenly leaned forward and kissed her on the lips. The silent Kinuhata Sai was stunned. By the time she reacted, a warm tongue had already reached into her mouth, grabbing onto her little tongue and entwining them together. Kinuhata Sai's eyes widened as she looked at Wu Yan's face that was magnified countless times. She panicked and started to whimper and hit Wu Yan's chest with all her might, trying to get him to let go of her. Wu Yan directly hugged Kinuhata Sai and started to rub her lips. Kinuhata Sai started to lose her strength, and the strength of her hands that were hitting Wu Yan's chest became weaker and weaker. In the end, she couldn't even kill a mosquito. Kinuhata Sai's eyes narrowed as she looked at Wu Yan kissing her lips. She slowly closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around Wu Yan's neck. She started to treat her first kiss seriously. Their tongues intertwined and their saliva passed. This is the first time she kissed someone, and it was such an intense kiss. Kinuhata Sai's heart started to beat faster and faster. Even her body started to heat up. Her breathing started to become difficult. That suffocating feeling made Kinuhata Sai feel a faint sense of happiness. Kinuhata Sai was at a loss as she felt this suffocating happiness. She didn't know what to do. After a long time, their lips parted. Looking at Kinuhata Sai, who was panting heavily, Wu Yin smiled. Kinuhata Sai, are you still going to reject me? Kinuhata Sai was gasping for breath. Even answering Wu Yin was a bit difficult. Seeing this, Wu Yin smiled and said domineeringly, "Anyway, I want you to Kitsubu Riku and Frenda. I don't plan to let any of you go." After saying that, Wu Yin lowered his head and licked Kinuhata Sai's lips. He then pecked her lips a few more times before smiling. "Well, it's okay if you don't know how to answer me. Wait until I find Takitsubu Riku and Frenda first." Chapter 251. While Wu Yin is trying his best on the girl in his arms, on the other side of the street, how is it? "Takitsubu, have you found that person yet?" Mujino Shizuri asked impatiently with her arms crossed. Due to the excessive flow of people on the street, the AIM force field of the aptitude users affected each other and canceled each other out. In order to find the person Mujino Shizuri is looking for, Takitsubu Riku has expended too much of her energy. Her face is pale and sweat is dripping down her forehead. Her footsteps are weak, and she looks like she will collapse at any moment. At this time, Takitsubu Riku has already consumed a body crystal. Frenda clenched her fists. Seeing Takitsubu Riku in such a state, her heart ached. Frenda may be a little timid and afraid of death, but she still cares a lot about her companions. In the original work, if Kikin Taidaku didn't threaten Frenda with her life, she wouldn't have betrayed him. Now, seeing Takitsubu Riku in pain, she wanted to stop her, but she was too afraid of Mujino Shizuri. Hence, she could only watch without moving. Mujino Shizuri could clearly see that Takitsubu Riku was expending all her energy and computing power to search for Kikin Taidaku. However, she didn't ask her to stop. Instead, she kept urging her. At some point, Takitsubu Riku's eyes trembled. She immediately turned to Mujino Shizuri and said with a trembling voice, "Found him. Not far away. He doesn't seem to be moving." He stopped. After Takitsubu Riku found him, she immediately stopped using her ability. There was an unconcealable look of exhaustion on her face as she panted heavily. If one were to look closely, they would notice that her body was already a little weak. "All right, Takitsubu, let's go now. Don't let him get away." Mujino Shizuri smiled. She didn't care if she can defeat Kikin Taidaku. In her heart, if that middle school student can defeat Kikin Taidaku, she can too. Hearing Mujino Shizuri's words, Takitsubu Riku revealed a smile, but it quickly disappeared. Even her smile was a little forced. One could imagine how weak Takitsubu Riku was at this moment. After Mujino Shizuri finished speaking, she walked briskly towards Kikin Taidaku's seat. She did not seem to have any intention of consoling Takitsubu Riku as she walked away. Seeing this, the two girls quickly followed behind her. However, after taking a few steps, Takitsubu Riku stumbled and half-knelt on the ground. "Takitsubu!" Frenda exclaimed and quickly ran to Takitsubu Riku's side to support her. "Are you all right, Takitsubu?" Hearing this, Mujino Shizuri, who was walking in front, stopped and turned around. Seeing Takitsubu Riku's extremely weak state, she frowned and asked in annoyance, "What's wrong?" "I'm fine." Perhaps it was due to her mental exhaustion. Takitsubu Riku's reply was weak and feeble, which made Frenda a little worried. "Takitsubu, why don't you take a rest first?" Frenda asked hesitantly. At the same time, she secretly glanced at Mujino Shizuri, as if to ask for her opinion. Mujino Shizuri looked at Takitsubu Riku with furrowed brows. Even though Takitsubu Riku was of no help during the battle, she was indispensable during the pursuit. If Kikin Taidaku ran away again, how are they going to pursue him? Seeing Mujino Shizuri's silence, Frenda also fell silent. Takitsubu Riku took a deep breath and stood up from the ground. "I'm fine, we can continue." This time, Mujino Shizuri smiled. "Oh, that's good. If that's the case, let's continue the pursuit." Frenda and Takitsubu Riku could only nod in agreement. Passing through the crowd, under Takitsubu Riku's guidance, they crossed street after street. Finally, the three members of Item turned into a small street and arrived in front of a very large warehouse. After arriving at this place, they stopped in their tracks. At the same time, they focused their attention and looked ahead without moving an inch. A young man with an evil aura is leaning against the wall outside the warehouse. He has a half-smile on his face, but it's not hard to tell that he's not in a good mood. His eyes are filled with a faint evil aura. His brown pupils are looking at Mujino Shizuri, Takitsubu Riku, and Frenda. He doesn't seem surprised by their appearance. It's as if he's been waiting for them here. "It's Kikin Taidaku. Finally found me? Well then, members of Item, what business do you have with me?" Kikin Taidaku laughed evilly and said to Mujino Shizuri and the others. What he said surprised Mujino Shizuri and the others. "You knew that we were following you?" Mujino Shizuri raised an eyebrow. It's an elegant action, but it can't hide her anger at Kikin Taidaku's teasing attitude. Hearing Mujino Shizuri's question, Kikin Taidaku pursed his lips and looked at Takitsubu Riku. "When that little girl used her ability, I knew." Mujino Shizuri's expression froze. Her eyes narrowed. Kikin Taidaku didn't even look at Mujino Shizuri. He continued to look at Takitsubu Riku. "Originally, I wanted to create a special particle to emit the same AIM field as me and lure you guys to another place. But I was curious why you guys were looking for me, so I stopped here and waited for you guys." "Why?" Mujino Shizuri smiled. Green light suddenly appeared around her. Green light orbs appeared around her. "Do you need me to explain?" Holding up an atomic collapse orb, Mujino Shizuri looked at Kikin Taidaku with a half-smile. She seems to be laughing at his teasing just now. Kikin Taidaku laughed. He laughed very happily, but also very angrily. "You, the fourth member who couldn't even take down a hunter, even if all of you went out together? Ha ha." Kikin Taidaku laughed out loud, as if he just discovered something very happy. He couldn't stop himself. "You bastard." Ever since her defeat against Wu Yin, Mujino Shizuri still felt like there was a thorn in her back. She felt very uncomfortable. Now that Kikin Taidaku pointed it out, the anger from her memories instantly swallowed her rationality. A blinding beam of light shot out from Mujino Shizuri's hand and hit Kikin Taidaku. Mujino Shizuri frowned. Even though it looks like she hit him, but how could Kikin Taidaku be defeated so easily? "This is your atomic collapse." Kikin Taidaku's disdainful voice rang out. Mujino Shizuri's face turned serious as she looked up. A faint black gas appeared in front of Kakine Taitaku's chest. He stood there unharmed. This? Mujino Shizuri stared at the unharmed Kakine Taitaku in disbelief. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku had the same expression on their faces. They had never seen anyone come out unscathed after being hit by Mujino Shizuri's meltdown atomic bomb. Kakine Taitaku patted his chest, and the black gas in front of his chest rippled. Kakine Taitaku curled his lips and said with disdain, "What's so strange about that? This layer of dark matter, no matter what it is, as long as it touches it, it will be broken down into the most basic atoms. At the same time, it will lose all its speed and most of its energy." Kakine Taitaku looked at Mujino Shizuri and laughed. "If I remember correctly, your atomic collapse is the basic electrons, right?" Mujino Shizuri was stunned. She didn't expect her atomic collapse to be countered so easily. Mujino Shizuri had an ominous premonition. She suddenly had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. Did I think too much of it? Chapter 252. Seeing Mujino Shizuri's stunned expression, Kakine Taitaku finally stopped laughing. A helpless smile appeared on his face as he shook his head and said disappointedly, "Looks like you're very confident in your abilities. Otherwise, you wouldn't be like this after seeing your ability fail. Once your ability fails, you won't have any other tricks up your sleeves." Kakine Taitaku glanced at Mujino Shizuri. "If you don't have any other tricks up your sleeves, then you're dead for sure." Kakine Taitaku smiled faintly and looked at Mujino Shizuri like she's a dead man. Mujino Shizuri finally recovered from her shock. She was furious when she saw Kakine Taitaku looking at her with disdain. She shouted, "Good, very good. Since you want to die faster, I'll grant you your wish." Mujino Shizuri took out a crystal chip that looked like a rhombus from her pocket. It was none other than the diffusion support semiconductor. Almost instantly, Mujino Shizuri's meltdowner hit the diffusion support semiconductor. Countless meltdowners shot out from the disintegrated diffusion support semiconductor towards Kakine Taitaku. Kakine Taitaku had an evil smile on his face. He smiled at the incoming meltdowner atomic bomb, as if he was welcoming a guest. He squinted his eyes lazily and leaned against the wall of the warehouse, ignoring the terrifying amount of meltdowner atomic bomb comments. A thick layer of dark elemental gas appeared in front of Kakine Taitaku and covered his entire body. Following the movement of the gas, countless meltdowns appeared and smashed into Kakine Taitaku's body. The meltdowners exploded continuously and buried Kakine Taitaku's body. The warehouse behind Kakine Taitaku started to distort severely. Several meltdowners shot out from the walls from time to time. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku ran away as fast as they could when Mujino Shizuri took out the diffusion support semiconductor. They stood there looking at the center of the explosion in fear. This isn't the first time they've seen this scene, but every time they see it, they're terrified. The battle only lasted for a short while. Even the time spent talking was longer than the actual battle. But this battle was destined from the start. It's not something people of their level can interfere with. With the help of the diffusion support semiconductor, the meltdowner atomic bomb fired randomly at Kakine Taitaku's position. Mujino Shizuri smiled when she saw Kakine Taitaku's figure buried in the center. But soon, her smile froze. Countless meltdowns hit Kakine Taitaku's body, but they all stopped in front of him. Then, they were all disintegrated by the layer of black gas, the dark elemental substance. Not a single one hit Kakine Taitaku. This? Mujino Shizuri stared blankly at Kakine Taitaku, who had a calm smile on his face. She couldn't believe that her own ability was so powerless in front of his dark matter. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku looked at each other in disbelief. After all, in their eyes, Mujino Shizuri was the epitome of invincibility. Ever since they formed item with Mujino Shizuri, they've never seen an enemy that could last more than 10 rounds against Mujino Shizuri. However, after that day, everything changed. The invincible Mujino Shizuri was defeated by a thief who stole a test subject by Wu Yan. From that day onwards, Mujino Shizuri's image in their hearts was reduced by half. On the day of the encirclement mission with the hounds, Mujino Shizuri was once again defeated by a strange woman. She didn't even have a chance to fight back. Mujino Shizuri's image in their hearts was reduced by half again. Could it be that Mujino Shizuri was going to fail again? This thought appeared in Frenda and Takitsubu, Riku's mind. At the same time, they felt a deep sense of fear. Looking at the evil smile on Kikin Taitaku's face, Frenda and Takitsubu, Riku didn't think that Kikin Taitaku, the leader of Academy City's Black Ops, would let them go like Wu Yin and Ikaros. In other words, if Mujino Shizuri loses this time, they're dead for sure. Kikin Taitaka looked at the stunned Mujino Shizuri and felt even more disdain in his heart. He slowly walked towards Mujino Shizuri. Kikin Taitaka's action made Mujino Shizuri's face twitch. Almost reflexively, Mujino Shizuri took a step back. Kikin Taitaku acted like he didn't see it and continued walking towards Mujino Shizuri. Every time Kikin Taitaku took a step forward, Mujino Shizuri would subconsciously take a step back. It's obvious that Mujino Shizuri is starting to feel fear towards Kikin Taitaku. Kikin Taitaku frowned and looked at Mujino Shizuri. Why are you taking a step back? Didn't you want to mess with me? Then stop wasting time. What other skills do you have? Hurry up and use them. Kikin Taitaku looked a little annoyed. In his mind, this kind of low-level battle is just a waste of his time. This is also the result of his personality of looking down on those below him. Damn it! Mujino Shizuri stopped in her tracks. She looked at Kikin Taitaku with anger and fear. She had to admit that Kikin Taitaku had guessed correctly. Due to her strong confidence in her abilities, Mujino Shizuri relied too much on her abilities. Now that her abilities have failed, she has no other options left. At this moment, due to the meltdown of atoms, the warehouse is burning with flames everywhere. The temperature is rising rapidly, making Mujino Shizuri feel her throat dry up. Feeling her emotions fluctuating, Mujino Shizuri clenched her fists tightly. Thinking about the recent failures, Mujino Shizuri almost went crazy. Am I going to fail again? Thinking of this, Mujino Shizuri screamed hysterically. Damn it, he's clearly only ranked third before me. Kikin Taitaku stopped in his tracks. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. His expression sank, and his bangs covered his eyes. Following Kikin Taitaku's silence, a bloody aura started to spread in the air. Mujino Shizuri's body trembled, and a horrified expression appeared on her face. A low voice that sounded like it came from hell crawled out from Kikin Taitaku's mouth. I have to say, Mujino Shizuri, you have angered me. What does Kikin Taitaka hate the most? In the past, it might be Accelerator Passage, but now it's Misaka Mikoto. That day, he was defeated by Mikoto without any resistance. The layer of dark matter on his chest that can decompose anything was torn apart by Mikoto's railgun in the most violent way possible. At the same time, Kikin Taitaku's pride was shredded to pieces, especially when he thought about how confident he was in the beginning, flapping his 6 wings and appearing in front of Misaka Mikoto. From his point of view, asking for something from Misaka Mikoto should be a piece of cake. However, Kikin Taitaku did not expect that he was wrong from the beginning, very wrong. What he thought would be a piece of cake in Misaka Mikoto's eyes, it was like a circus. When he thought about how he acted like a clown explaining his invincible ability, Kikin Taitaku almost went crazy. On top of that, his ranking dropped to 3rd place. Mujino Shizuri's words about being in 1st place completely ignited the hatred in Kikin Taitaku's heart. Chapter 253. When Kikin Taitaku raised his head again, the gloominess on his face was gone. However, Mujino Shizuri did not let her guard down. She could feel an even stronger aura in the air. Mujino Shizuri shrunk back, fear creeping into her heart. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku shared the same feeling. Suddenly, Kakin Taidaku raised his hand. The dark matter around him began to glow and swirl into his palm. Mujino Shizuri, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku all had different expressions on their faces. A floating black orb appeared in Kakin Taidaku's hand. Then, in an instant, it was fired in the direction of Mujino Shizuri. Mujino Shizuri felt a great sense of danger. Her mind went blank. Looking at the black ball of light that was filled with a destructive aura, Mujino Shizuri bit her lips in hatred. Without thinking, she simply threw away the diffusion support semiconductor in her hand and opened the collapsing atom electronic shield made of ambiguous wave particle state in front of her with all her strength. In the next second, the black orb exploded a meter in front of Mujino Shizuri. Asterisk boom asterisk an earth-shattering sound came from the center of the explosion. It was as if an atomic bomb had exploded. A rather powerful mushroom cloud slowly rose from the empty space of the warehouse. It was just that it was much smaller than an atomic bomb's mushroom cloud. Even though it is much smaller, it is still enough to cover the entire sky. Countless rocks were blown away and mixed within the mushroom cloud. The ground is already a mess. Closer to the warehouse, the loud sound was also heard by the people here. They all looked towards the source of the sound and saw a small mushroom cloud. Kakin Taidaku rode his 6 white wings and flew out from a corner of the mushroom cloud. He stopped in the air and looked inside the mushroom cloud with a cold smile. His eyes were like lightning as he looked inside the mushroom cloud. It was as if he could see what was going on inside the mushroom cloud. A gust of wind blew through the area and blew away the mushroom cloud. As the mushroom cloud dissipated, the scene on the ground fell into Kakin Taidaku's eyes. The ground was in a mess. Countless large and small craters littered the ground. Rocks and debris were scattered everywhere. At the center, in the largest crater, Mujino Shizuri was there. Not far away on the ground, Takitsubu Riku and Frenda are also covered in wounds. Their clothes are tattered and their faces are covered in dust. They're struggling to move on the ground. Mujino Shizuri coughed incessantly as the dust was sucked into her windpipe. Her clothes were in tatters, but compared to Takitsubu Riku and Frenda, she was in a much better state. Looking at Kakin Taidaku, flying in the sky with absolute power, Mujino Shizuri's face was filled with fear. One hit, just one hit. Her meltdown atom shield was destroyed in one hit. The shockwave from the explosion caused quite a bit of damage to her. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku were so far away, but they were also caught in the shockwave. They can't even stand up now. How is this possible? How is he so strong? Impossible. Mujino Shizuri shrunk back a little. Her heart kept repeating this sentence. Even her mouth was mumbling like a mosquito. It was as if she had lost her mind. Mujino Shizuri raised her head with difficulty to look at Kakin Taidaku in the sky. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe it. They were both LV5. How could he be so strong? Was the dark matter really that powerful? Misaka Makoto. How did she defeat such a monster? Kakin Taidaku flapped his 6 pairs of wings and gently floated down from the sky. He landed in front of Mujino Shizuri, giving her a shock. Looking at Mujino Shizuri's cowering body, Kakin Taidaku narrowed his eyes and shook his head in disdain. That's it? How boring. Mujino Shizuri gritted her teeth and used Meltdown Atom Shield on Kakin Taidaku's body. However, it was quickly disintegrated by the layer of dark matter. Mujino Shizuri was stunned for a moment before she hysterically used Meltdown Atom Shield on Kakin Taidaku's body. However, without exception, all her attacks were disintegrated 10 centimeters away from Kakin Taidaku's body. Looking at the crazed Mujino Shizuri, the disdain in Kakin Taidaku's eyes slowly disappeared. He looked at Mujino Shizuri as if he was looking at a dead person. A beam of light shot out from Kakin Taidaku's wings and landed on Mujino Shizuri's body. After a loud bang, Mujino Shizuri was sent flying by the beam and landed on the ground. Her body was covered in wounds and traces of blood were all over her body. Kikin Taidaku walked in front of Mujino Shizuri and looked down at her, who was struggling to get up from the ground. He chuckled. I really don't understand. With your abilities, why did you dare to come knocking on my door? Do you have a death wish? Mujino Shizuri was silent. It's not that she didn't want to speak, it's just that she can't speak anymore. It's as if all the bones in her body have fallen off. Her throat was filled with a thick taste of blood. Her eyes have lost all light, and despair filled her heart. Kikin Taidaku clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned his head to look at Frenda and to Kitsubu Riko. His lips curled into an evil grin. Seeing that you're also LV5, I'll let you live and kill you last. Kikin Taidaku laughed maniacally and turned to look at Frenda and to Kitsubu Riko. I'll help you take care of your subordinates first. Frenda's face was filled with shock, fear, and the desire to live. She struggled to speak to Kikin Taidaku. Don't kill me. I don't want to. Oh. Kikin Taidaku looked at Frenda in surprise and laughed. Who knows what he was laughing about? He nodded as if he understood her and laughed. Surprisingly cowardly. Fine, I'll let you live too. After saying that, Kikin Taidaku glanced at Takitsubu Riku, bent down and grabbed her by the collar. Pulling her up, laughing maniacally, Kikin Taidaku said, If that's the case, I'll let you die first. Seeing that you were able to track me down, I wanted to let you live until the end. But your leader is a LV5. I can't let her die before you, right? Your teammates are begging for mercy, so I'll kill you first. Takitsubu Riko's tired eyes turned to Kikin Taidaku. Looking at his maniacal laughter, her eyes flickered. Memories of the past surfaced in Takitsubu Riko's mind. Takitsubu Riko realized that almost all of her memories were stored in item. Due to the negative effects of activating her ability, Takitsubu Riko spent most of her time sleeping. Other than sleeping, all she did was sleep. When she was still conscious, all of her memories were of her activating her ability and completing missions. Facing death, Takitsubu Riku went through the memories in her mind. Suddenly, she realized that her life had been so dull and boring. If I can live again, how great would that be? This time, I will definitely create my own memories. Suddenly, a scene appeared in her mind. It's different from those repetitive scenes. This time, there's a real change. It's not sleeping. It's no longer a mission. It's herself. She's lying in a man's arms, being groped all over her body. Kikin Taidaku raised his hand with a sinister smile. But before he could raise his hand, it was grabbed by another hand. Let go of your filthy hands. Chapter 254. Let go of your filthy hands. A cold voice echoed in this eerily quiet place. Mujino Shizuri and Frenda, who are lying on the ground, are stunned. Kikin Taidaku, who was laughing crazily, also froze. A second after the voice sounded, a huge force was applied to Kikin Taidaku's hand. Intense pain was transmitted to Kikin Taidaku's mind. He subconsciously screamed in pain. Takitsubu Riku immediately opened her eyes. Her eyelids had been closed for most of her life. The speed at which she opened her eyes in the past was not as fast as this time. Therefore, Takitsubu Riku quickly saw the last image that appeared in her mind. It was a figure that looked exactly like the man in the movie. I told you to let go of your filthy hands. Didn't you hear me? As soon as he finished speaking, a fist enlarged in front of Kikin Taidaku's eyes. Before he could react, the fist landed on his face. Intense pain came from his face. This time, Kikin Taidaku couldn't scream as he was sent flying. His hand that was holding onto Takitsubu Riku's collar loosened. A pair of hands pulled Takitsubu Riku's falling body into his embrace. When that unfamiliar yet familiar embrace embraced her body, Takitsubu Riku's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the face that she has only seen 3 times, she actually had the urge to cry. Takitsubu, Frenda, Kinuha Tasai saw the scene of Kikin Taidaku being sent flying. She saw Frenda lying on the ground and Takitsubu Riku being held by Wu Yen. She saw their injuries and couldn't help but scream. Mujino, When the scene of Mujino Shizuri lying on the ground entered Kinuhata Sai's eyes, Kinuhata Sai was stunned. She then ran to Frenda and looked at her and to Kitsubu Riku. Are you guys super okay? Kinuhata Sai said worriedly to the two of them. She didn't expect that in the short time she was gone, her three companions would suffer such serious injuries. Kinuhata, Frenda weakly called out to Kinuhata Sai, but when she saw the person holding Takitsubu Riki and sending Kakin Taidaku flying with a single punch, she was shocked. It's you. What? Wu Yin looked at the shocked Frenda and said in an annoyed tone. Can it be me? Why are you here? Frenda asked in a bewildered manner. After all, Wu Yin used to be their enemy. Kinuhata, why are you with him? Before Kinuhata Sai could say anything, Wu Yin hugged Takitsubu Riku even tighter. Looking at Takitsubu Riku, who was staring at him in a daze, he laughed. Of course I am here to save you guys. Save us. Frenda felt like her brain couldn't process what was happening. Why did you save us? In the end, aren't you our enemy? I'm your man. Wu Yin didn't hesitate to say this sentence that caused Frenda and Takitsubu Riku's brain to short-circuit. He then ignored the shocked Frenda and Takitsubu Riku and looked forward. It's you. The same sentence came out of Frenda's mouth with shock, but it came out of Kakin Taidaku's mouth with hatred. Covering his face, Kakin Taidaku stood up from the ground and looked at Wu Yin. His eyes were filled with both old and new grudges. The new grudge was naturally Wu Yin, sending him flying with one punch. As for the old grudge, Kakin Taidaku knew that the man in front of him was Misaka Mikoto's man. Kakin Taidaku, Wu Yin said softly. At the same time, he shoved Takitsubu Riku into Kinuhata Sai's hands and stood up. If I remember correctly, you're the third man. Kakin Taidaku looked at Wu Yin with murderous intent. Whenever Mikoto was mentioned, he couldn't help but feel hatred. Hearing Kakin Taidaku's question, Wu Yin laughed. Third man? You seem to have remembered wrongly. I'm the second man now. Kakin Taidaku trembled. The murderous intent in his eyes was like a knife that cut into Wu Yin's body. Obviously, Wu Yin poked Kakin Taidaku's sore spot. Oi, oi! Frenda yelled at Wu Yin in fear. Are you trying to provoke him or something? You're crazy. Even Mujino couldn't fight back against that guy. Even if you can rape Mujino, you're no match for that guy. Let's just run. Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku also looked at Wu Yin. Their eyes were filled with worry and fear. They seemed to be thinking of running away too. Wu Yin couldn't help but smile bitterly. Running on the ground is no match for flying in the sky. Besides, there's no need to run. Ignoring Kakin Taidaku's murderous intent, Wu Yin walked to Mujino Shizuri's side and looked at her struggling on the ground. You once again were harmed by your pride. Mujino Shizuri's pupils shrunk, and a pained expression flashed through her eyes. She looked at Wu Yin while coughing. Are you here to make fun of me? If you succeed, Wu Yin shook his head. If I want to mock you, I'll have to wait until after this is over. After this is over? Mujino Shizuri smiled bitterly and looked at Kakin Taidaku. Her eyes dimmed. I don't even know if I can keep my life. I'll protect you. Wu Yin's words made Kakin Taidaku laugh. Kinuhata Sai, Takitsubu Riku, and Frenda were stunned. Mujino Shizuri's eyes lit up for a moment before dimming again. You don't understand. This dark matter is not just strong. Wu Yin waved his hand and asked, just tell me, do you want to live or not? Yes. Mujino Shizuri answered without hesitation. Naturally, no one wants to die if they can live. Mujino Shizuri is the same. That's enough. Wu Yin glanced at Kakin Taidaku and said to Mujino Shizuri, I'll save you, but I want a reward. Mujino Shizuri turned to look at Wu Yin, as if signaling Wu Yin to state his conditions. Wu Yin smiled and looked at Kinuhata Sai, Takitsubu Riku, and Frenda. My reward is your 3 subordinates. Mujino Shizuri was stunned. Takitsubu Riku and Frenda were also stunned. Only Kinuhata Sai cursed silently and looked at Wu Yin without saying a word. How about it? Looking at the different expressions on the three girls, Wu Yin chuckled in a rather pleased manner. He then asked Mujino Shizuri with a smile. Mujino Shizuri's expression kept changing. She's not the type to care about her companions. Even if all of her companions died, she wouldn't shed a single tear or feel sad. However, with Kinuta Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Rikugan, if Item doesn't disband, it will be reorganized. But when she saw Kakin Taitaku's figure, Mujino Shizuri's heart trembled. She looked at Wu Yin and said, "As long as you can save my life, I have no objections." Mujino, Frenda was stunned. She couldn't believe that she was sold just like that. What followed was a wave of sadness. Frenda has done a lot of things in the past. She didn't expect that this time it would be her turn to be sold. As for the other two girls, it's a completely different story. Kinuhita Sai gnashed her teeth and looked at Wu Yin as if she wanted to take a bite out of him. Takitsubo Riku's eyes flashed with surprise. Can I follow him from now on? All of this, Wu Yin, who thought he only had half of Kinuhita Sai, Takitsubo Riku, and Frenda, didn't know that his battle result have changed from half to 1.5. Now that Mujino Shizuri agreed, Wu Yin couldn't help but smile. His gaze towards Kakin Taitaku also gradually turned cold. An Item, other than Aunt Mujino, who is having menopause and throwing tantrums every day, the other three are all his favorites. They're all his targets. When he saw Takitsubo Riku and Frenda's miserable state, Wu Yin had already decided to bestow Kakin Taitaku a glorious death. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.